This is going to be the ultimate. Yes, it works. Okay, spam test. Yeah, go. Test it. It looks like it's kind of delayed, but it works. Fantastic. Thank you. What's up, Zan? Test. Much appreciated. Yes, go test the chat. There we go, guys. Fantastic. It does appear to be working. Excellent. Because today we are ranking every single spec in World of Warcraft, but we are not just ranking all the specs. I am telling you we're going to do something very interesting. It's going to be way cooler than you think it'll be. I'm telling you, I've had this idea for a long time, and I was saving it for basically the last day of beta. I wanted to test the entire time. So now that we have a good idea of what the specializations look like going into midnight, we will actually be ranking literally everything. Every single spec, all 40 of them. We are going to be basically spending our time. We're not going to be rushing through it. We're going to be doing it, though. Yes. So just know that if you type something into a chat, it will be here, though. Well, we'll see. We have to you can see the categories that I've come up with in my head to rank them, but it's going to be way cooler than you think, okay? All right. So here, let's just get this notification out. Here we go. What's up, Small? I haven't seen you in a bit. Now, granted, please, moderators, I will need you today. Please, if you are around at any point, if there's any mods, if anybody wants to be a mod, you're welcome to ask because I will need some help. I normally do not have a chat overlay. This is very unique. I do not have a chat overlay. This is less common. So we want to make sure that everything is nice today. But we are going to rank every single spec. Now, we'll let people funnel in, and then we'll go over it because I want this to be fairly interactive. I actually want people to talk to me about their things, though. Bearsher, it might not be soap. It might not be. Yes. It might not be. Indeed. You might be. We will see how much time we need. This is the thing. What's up, Smokey? What's up, Purple? Don't you dare make a mistake. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, we need mods. We're just going to be aware of the fact that we're doing this. Now, the point of this tier list, by the way, what's up, Moonfire Dylan? Listen, the point of this tier list is to actually explain the specs, not just to rank them, but actually explain them. Explain a little bit of the history of the spec, explain a little bit of why they're good or not, explain what their benefit is, the pros and cons. I will actually spend my time talking about it. What's up, Tenacious MD? Tenacious, you made me tear up, by the way. I recognize your name. No one had ever tipped on a YouTube video before. I didn't even know that you could do that. Like, I didn't even know I had set that up, and I really appreciated that. It was like, basically, this is going to be a long tier list. Yeah, this is this is literally the whole stream today. Yeah. This is, oh yeah. Yeah. And I really appreciated it. It wasn't about the amount. It was just the fact that you appreciated my prop pally guide enough to just say, hey, thanks, here's some money. And I was like, thank you very much. The comments like on, oh, yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're missing a Blizzard UI tier for Rogue class. Now, again, we are going to go over it and explain, though. This is the thing. We're explaining the specs. We're not just ranking them, right? You will notice that nothing is technically bad here. I think a few things are very, very dependent, and we'll talk about why. To be fair, if I wanted to add a tier, I could add like a... there are a few specs that could probably be in its own tier of this is really, really bad, but I don't want to do that because this is going to be a thing. Oh, Scruffy, yo, thanks for the prime. We're not starting just yet. We're going to do, yeah, well, I don't want to rank things poorly because the whole point of this, I think a lot of people not everyone has played WoW at the highest levels, you know? Oh, what's up, Rez? Yo, good morning. Just started today. What comes first, the end of the list or early access? Well, guy, we'll see. That's a good point. What's up, Draco? Starting a woo rant? I will start a rant. Here we go. Here's my rant. Hi, Rez. Thank you for coming to say hi. Listen, here's the rant, okay? I think that a lot of people in World of Warcraft have not necessarily experienced the game at a very significantly high level. So the problem with people having not played at the highest level is there's a lot of misunderstandings. We inherently in sort of blanket trust like tier lists or this or whatever without actually having an understanding of why those things. Like, for example, what spec might be meta. And I want to explain why that exists. What are the reasons why Arcane Mage is considered to be a very good DPS. Because there's an explanation, you know, why is healing hard? Healing is hard. Oh, if you want me to rant about that, Drake, no problem. Healing is hard because specifically, all right, healing is the only role in World of Warcraft that is actually dependent on your other people helping you. It's not independent. That is the problem with healing. Whereas you could be the best healer in the world, but if you're playing with people who are standing in puddles and not kicking anything and not getting any stops or fight, you know, whatever it is, then you might actually have a hard time healing. It doesn't matter how good you are individually. Is the average player not mid to high mythic by now? I don't think so. I mean, so this is the thing, like, even if you are, I've met a lot of DPS who don't quite understand. You see a ton of people at even like higher key levels where they don't really understand like prio damage or this, or, you know, they just look at overall damage. And there's I think, again, a misunderstanding of like, hey, if a Destro Warlock does equal damage overall to an Arcane Mage, which one is more valuable? And it's like, I think I can clarify that, but also give you a little history of the specs and kind of how things have progressed over time, right? We're just going to give a second. I don't want to start right off the bat. I want to make sure I have a few things set up before I do so. Just know we're going to pin something. So we are... All right, now when I get to your favorite spec, by the way, please talk to me. That's why I have a stream overlay. You will notice that my Twitch chat is actually showing up. And if because of that, I want people to talk to me. I want this to be interactive instead of like my normal, you know, sometimes my YouTube videos where I'm just like, oh, I'm just going to rant. I'm ignoring chat. I don't want to, like, don't distract me type thing. This is not like that. We're actually going to spend the whole day talking. If you are somebody who loves the spec I'm talking about, tell me about it. I want this to be more of like a give and take where we discuss the specs instead of me just ranting fully about them. So if you're like, oh, I'm a rogue enjoyer, it's like, great. Well, I didn't really get to test rogue myself, so I would love it to be that sort of like, oh, tell me what you think about rogue. Like, have you tried the subtlety? Does subtlety still have its funnel damage profile? Like, for example, Havoc, it's like, I know based off of proxy that you don't play Eldrachi anymore. Now you play Felsguard, which means that Havoc no longer has that sort of really big funnel prio damage. You know, yo, what's up, Joe? Well, when the stream starts to roll and I start watching, yo, thank you. But yeah, so this is the kind of the idea. We're going to have some cool, I don't know, Halo lo-fi playing in the background or something like that. I'm always mage. So when we talk about mage, I have tested mage myself. I have tested warlock myself. So I kind of give or take know those profiles. When we talk about boomy, it's like, hey, tell me what you think. Does the chat look okay, guys? What do you think? Oh, what do we think about the chat? Does it look all right now? It's like right above my camera. It looks pretty decent to me. I have never had a chat overlay on a screen. This will be my first time having a little chat overlay. All right, so let me pin some stuff of what we're doing here, though. Looks legit fantastic. Morning, just woke up, and now I get to eat breakfast and watch a woo. Hey, Corum, coffee and a woo? Dude, I actually did, though. Set the bottom to above your head. Pro streamer, thank you. Looks legit. Yeah, so when we do the tier list, you know, and we post this whole video, we gotta keep the chat moving. You gotta make me look more legit. That's right. We have to, because if I have the chat showing, it's like, it's really awkward if I put that on there, but all of a sudden, you know what I mean? It's like nothing, like no one's talking, and it's just like there's like no movement, and I'm like, oh, say something, and then I got started like, you know, like, oh, like, say hello. I don't know. I'm not that worried about it. Basically, the idea, though, again, for this list, when we actually go ahead and get started on it, is going to be this. You want a category that basically says always dog it. Well, this is the thing, Roll. I kind of have thought about that. Like, I have thought about that. Now, I don't want, because I know I'm going to post this list, and I actually want it to be a very educational type video where it's like, hey, let's talk about everything. This is the thing. You know what I mean? Getting ready for the I was here spam. Thank you, Flux. I appreciate it. Now, the whole point of this video is to have a conversation about what is the problem with Windwalker. Not the fact, I don't want to rank anything as bad, because at this point, good morning, Alweb. One of the things that I have such a problem with is that, you know, I like making tier lists. It's a fun way to talk about the game. But a lot of people will fast forward to the end of the tier list, see their spec on the bottom and say, man, I guess I can't play that this season. And it's like, I don't want to rank things as bad. That's kind of why, I don't know, what do you guys think about this category here? This is my question. What do you guys think about the category right now? So, because if you take a look at this, right, we have best for Mythic Plus, We have the A team, because I didn't want to call this bad. This is just basically like an alternative. You know, spoiler alert, like a Warlock spec will go here. What's up, Ekamon? But then we have like great for 3k IO. This would be, there are some specs that perform very well at lower keys, but not necessarily, they're not going to be meta for higher keys, most likely. And this is like very, very dependent. This could be whatever it is. And then great for raid. I want to have this category because some specs do extremely well in raid, but don't do extremely well for keys. But you'll notice nothing says terrible. Nothing says, you know, you can't play this, because that's actually not true. Like, even if you are a Windwalker or an Arms Warrior, you can still play the spec. You know what I mean? I don't want to give that sort of illusion and pretend and, like, clickbait people by saying, oh, like, you can't play this. Like, that's actually not the right way to look at it. Like, you can. Do you know what I mean by that? I actually find that to be... I want to make sure that that's understood, because it almost bothers me a little bit that some people would see this list and be like, okay, I'm going to check the end, what's at the bottom, can't play it. And so now hopefully this is a better clarification, right? This is kind of what I would like to. Best for casual players. It's hard because of many things you could rank in double categories, right? But I think instead of that, let's just call it 3K. We met after tuning, I predict it now. Same with Arms Warrior. I mean, they're definitely buffing Arms Warrior, right? So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Change the YouTube thumbnail, I just realized. I never actually did this right. I want sure the thumbnail will be on YouTube today. I just realized I never actually... I need something here. The best midnight add-on. This was a good one. I don't mind this thumbnail. They're going to nerf arms? Dude. Well, they said today, right, that we're not going to get more tuning for quite some time. And I think that's a little problematic because, you know, we are very much waiting for some tuning. Like, that we know that some things are going to happen, and I'm kind of not very super happy with the fact that we will not receive the tank tuning or the healer tuning that we're all expecting until the actual season kind of comes around, because that actually frustrates me a little bit, I will say. Not until at least March 17th. That is weird because there are two things that are definitely getting nerfed, but we don't know how much. Like, there's a lot of people right now who are going to be like, oh, I should play Brewmaster. Like, that's the meta tank. It's like, they're probably nerfing it, and if they over-nerf it, like, that's a bad pick. But anyways, does that kind of make sense? So for everybody who's watching now, does that give or take make sense about how we're going to do this list? Good morning, buddies. What are you ranking right now? So we are going to do Prez Evoker. Now, well, that's the thing, Dave. Where would you put Prez on this list? I'm super worried that bear damage is going to stay high for so long. That's what I'm worried about too, Cypher. Obviously, that is going to... Bear is getting nerfed, but the question is how much and why. Are they going to nerf just the DOTC, the Ravage, and the Moonless Night, or are they going to nerf it baseline? Because that would be problematic. What's up, Nano? Yo, what's up, G-Dub? Good morning, good morning. So the idea is that we're ranking this. Now, this is meant to be a explanation-based tier list. I have a problem with people who just rank things without actually explaining their rankings. You know what I mean? There's a ton of people who are going to start absolutely just full sending their ranks with being like, oh, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad, but they don't actually offer an explanation. I want to offer explanations. We are going to talk not just the current state, but also the history of that spec. There's one part of this where I am lacking, and I will clarify that in the list itself. So just so you know, tune in throughout stream today. I'll eventually get to all the specs, but this is probably going to be, this is every single specs grant, and I'm going to go over every tank, every healer, I'm going to go class, basically. I think maybe I'll go all tanks, all healers, all DPS. I'm not sure exactly what the order should be. What do you guys think? Should I just rank it? Should I just go full send on this list, or do you think I should break it up into categories? Like, we're going to do all tanks, and then all healers, and then all DPS, or how do you think? Because I was going to do it, like, right now, this is not ordered very well. I noticed this list, we just have, like, we have Warlock, Mage, Warrior, Rogue. I mean, there's a lot of random specs kind of lined up right here, so I think it would probably be good, though. Make a 3-part YouTube video. No. This is going to be the ultimate, because I have a lot of things, though, right? I have a lot to say. I think we do by role. You think Brewmaster is the only tank that can do title keys? Well, no, Nasiens. You have to be very careful about this. Hold up. Brewmaster is getting nerfed. Like, almost certainly. Like, everybody kind of knows that it's getting nerfed, but we don't know how they're going to nerf it because they have announced that they won't nerf until March 17th in particular. That's a long time. That's the problem, because we know right now, but we don't know what's going to happen then. And that is an issue. Like we're it's unfortunate with the tuning thing. Yo, Sierra, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. St. Patrick's Day. Is that actually St. Patrick's Day? Maybe we'll get lucky then. But the idea is Brewmaster at the moment is the best tank for those title keys. Just like Druid of the Claw Bear is a great tank, but they are 1000% nerfing it. I mean, if they didn't nerf this, by the way, in the Race to World first, you would probably see 2 Druid tanks. That's insane. It's not going to happen. There's literally no way. So we know they're nerfing it because it's doing too much damage, though. I don't know what to play yet for title keys. The truth is, Nasanais, if you're trying to Fodom reroll, all right? Yes, I will, exactly. I will do that exactly, Flux. Now, when we get started, I'll explain my choices of the tiers here. But Nasanais, this is very important. I know everybody wants to know what the meta is going to be. If you are truly a competitive WoW player and you really want to be that meta spec, like you are not satisfied with anything less than the S tier, you are going to play the absolute best, the thing that everyone else is playing. If that is your goal and that is your sole desire in this game, you're not playing for fun, you're playing for score, and you want to be the absolute best, then you should level everything, because we don't know. Honestly, the only choice, if you're like, well, I'm a tank player, but I only want to play the meta tank, then you should level all 6 tanks. Like that's the actual solution to that problem. Yo, what's up, Dion? Like that's the thing. You have to level all of them, or at least your top 5, and then what you do is you wait until they tune, and then whatever one ends up on top is the one you pick. Same with healers. Like if you're like, I could play any healer, I'm a healer main, but I really want to play the meta healer, the only actual choice is to level all 6 of the classes, right? Obviously Priest has 2, but you level all of the healers, and then you wait, and you basically first week you start gearing, second week you start filling your vault. After Race to World first, what they do is they tune, and you say, great, that's the one, I stick with that. Like that's the technical best option to ensure that you have the meta pick. Like that's technically what you're supposed to do, but that's a big ask, you know. But that's what you'll see. That's what Echo will do. That's what Liquid will do. Like their tank players will have literally every tank leveled, probably multiple of each tank, like because they don't know. They'll give their best prediction, but clearly there's going to be some tuning, right? Right, and so the idea is if you're like a hardcore tank player, the right solution is to level every tank. That's technically the right choice. I am live on YouTube, by the way. Can you check for me? Purple, I should be live on YouTube, I believe. We're just getting started. So the tiers, here's basically what I have planned, right? I don't want to rank anything as truly trash because most likely that won't happen. What's up, King Barrel? How are you? I'm doing pretty good today, actually. I would say, dude, I'm live on both. Thank you very much. You are, yes. Okay, cool. So if you want the no ads, you can watch there. Or I might just give subs today. Who knows? This is a special day. What you're about to hear when we start this list is literally basically 20 years of experience summed up into one ultimate omega tier list. Like that is technically what you're about to listen to. But I will clarify that I did miss 2 particular expansions for Mythic Plus because I had just moved to Thailand. So I will clarify that in terms of going over the history of things, yes, I cannot comment on Legion and BFA because I had just moved to Thailand, and so I didn't get to play BFA, so that is to be fair, right? Yo, what's up, Tattooed? Thank you for the gifted sub. Spartacus Rex catching a gifted sub. Yo, thank you. Fox ears for a minute? All right, bet. We still have all the redeems. I won't be doing workout today. This is going to be a long, trust me, I want to do this, and I have a way in my head right now. I have a very particular idea about how I want to do this list. I will attempt my very best to give the full explanation because my goal for this is that if you watch your favorite spec and you listen to me talk about it, you'll actually come away with a better understanding. I don't just want to tell you the power level going into midnight. I want to explain if people are slamming Arms Warrior, why? What is the problem with it? What's the profile? Like why is it so bad? Or if people are, what is it about Windwalker that actually makes them toward the bottom of the list. Why is Blood DK constantly trashed on? Like, what is it about that thing? And that's what I want to do. Like, that's the whole point. I've been saving this. I've been literally thinking about this list for months now, for a while. And I was like, the last day of beta, this is basically the last day of beta, I'm going to make this. So trust me, I've been thinking about this a lot. There are a few little bit gaps about this. You sound about WoW? Dude, I love this game, Kgert. This is my favorite game. This is, if I didn't like this game, I would be wasting more. I spend way too many hours. I spend way too many hours in World of Warcraft to not like this game. God, it really does weird me out sometimes that there are actually people who play this game for like 50 hours a week and don't love it. It is true. That is actually a thing. You see this all the time. You tune into people's streams and they're playing at like the highest level and they just look miserable. I'm like, why would you play? Why would you spend like basically the majority of your life playing a game you don't like? I do love WoW. But I also, so because I like WoW, but the way that I've played it over time is I have technically played every spec at different seasons, at different points in my WoW history. Like, I started off as a hunter. Nobody knows that because I wasn't streaming back then, right? But I started off as a hunter. And then I played this and I played that. Like, I wasn't always a tank player or a healer or this. Like, I've just kind of played everything. There are only 2 specs I haven't played, in particular 1 now because I got to learn Frost Decay. So, there's only 1 spec in World of Warcraft I have never played. Would anybody care to wager a guess which spec that is? If you count Devour, there are 2. I have not played Devour on beta. I didn't play Devour yet, so I know about it, but I haven't played it though. Og? Nope. I mained Og. I actually have some gold parses on Og in the end of Dragonflight. I have pretty good logs for Og Evoker. That was actually my main for a bit. Resto Druid? Nope. Rogue. I have played all 3 Rogue specs, although not at a very high level. I have just tried them at different points. I played Subtlety in Shadowlands briefly when it was very good. Shadow Priest, I have played. Sit on my totem. Ding, ding, ding. That is correct. Enhancement Shaman is the only spec that I have actually never played. Literally never. I don't know any of the... They do actually have mittens. Yes, Stoops, I do have mittens. They're just not in this room at this point. I think they're over there. Yes, Enhancement Shaman. That's the only spec I have never played. Yep, the name checks out. Correct. So, yeah, basically, yes. Enhancement Shaman, I have no idea what the talents do or the interactions of that spec. I have even played Elemental at some point. And at least, you know, my favorite... How come you never played it? The truth is that Shaman is actually one of the last characters I ever leveled to max. I think that of all the specs in World of Warcraft, I actually leveled Shaman the last. So I played Resto Shaman, and then I eventually tried Elemental for a little bit. But I never went to Enhance. I just didn't gear for it. I never tried it. Never even did a single key, though. Yeah, I know about it, right? But I've never played myself. But even Rogue, like, technically speaking, I have tried Assassination Rogue. I wasn't good at it. I have tried Outlaw. Wasn't good at it. It wasn't my jam. But Subtlety was a spec I spent the most time on. But again, so when I get to certain specs in WoW, I would actually love feedback because I'm going to say some things and I want to make sure I get that information right. So for example, when we do end up talking about Enhancement Shaman, hopefully there will be some people who are here to discuss Enhancement Shaman with me because I don't mind asking some questions, right? You tried Bear? Well, I beg to differ, Angel. You see? Do you play all the Evoker specs? Yes, absolutely, though. Are you a furry? No hate, just curious. I mean, I think that to a certain extent, Kgert, every single human being on this earth is a furry. Not necessarily in the extreme, you know, not all of us own fur suits, but in the sense that we all like things that are fuzzy. Like, for example, if you see a bear out in the wild, you want to hug that bear. You want to hug the bear, right? Because the bear is furry. But if the bear had scales, you would be fucking terrified. You would be absolutely terrified. Like, imagine looking at a bear, but it has no fur. You understand how scary that would be? If that thing was not fuzzy, it would be like a dinosaur of old. You would not want to hug that bear. You would literally have nightmares. You see? I like lizards. Like, I like scales, don't get me wrong. But if you saw a bear, like a 400-pound bear, like a 500-pound bear, you would want to hug a dino? I don't think you'd want to hug the dino. You would want to respect the dino, but you got to be very... I think that people, like, really, everyone likes fur to a certain extent. You know, when you're walking through the store and you see all the jackets and they have fur, you want to hug the fur. You want to touch the jackets. This is because they're fuzzy. If they weren't fuzzy, you wouldn't want to touch them. Yes? Assuming I could survive. Well, that's why I can't live in countries that have bear's barrel. That's one of the problems for me, is if I lived in like a Canada or something like that and I saw a brown bear, I probably wouldn't make it to the next day. I think that could be a real big problem for me. I'm not gonna lie. It could happen. Yep. I would be worried, to say the least. I would be. All right. So here are the tiers that I have going right now. So basically, here's what's up. We're not going to rank anything as unplayable. There are a few things that I will rank as very, very dependent. Very, very dependent is sort of my category, if you're listening to this early, of this isn't very good. But technically speaking, there is a situation where it could be good, but in order for it to be good, you would have to really just have a ton of things line up, right? But I don't want to rank anything as trash, because the truth is there is no such thing as an actual trash spec in World of Warcraft, okay? A lot of people think they want to hug a bear, but if you see a big male brown up, I lived in Colorado for a little bit. Where do I live now? Thailand. There is no bears in Thailand. We do have giant monitor lizards, and I do want to hug the giant monitor lizards, but I resist the temptation, because that would be bad. All right, what should we pin today? So, hold up. I want to offer, I am giving full, right? Here, when I get to your favorite, right, spec, when I get to your favorite spec, tell me about it. How about this? Should we pin this message, or should we pin the Discord link? What do you think? Well, what are we feeling about the pin here, though? Komodo dragons also look very huggable. Might be the last hug of your life. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be the worst, right? You should start with your favorites. No, so I'm debating on how I want to do it. Most likely when we actually start the list, I think I might separate it. We could separate it either by class, which would be weird, because like Paladin, if we, for example, were to start with Paladin, right, I would technically have to rank Holy Paladin, Protection Paladin, and Ret Paladin in a row. Does that make sense? I think it might be better to organize it at least a little bit and just basically go, you know, I would say we could roll a dice, I suppose. We could do that. It would be a little bit random. I feel like maybe the right way to do it is just to organize it as tank, healer, then DPS. What do you think? I could use some feedback. I'm not sold on exactly. We could just, isn't there a one of the wheels that basically picks a random spec in WoW? Should we do that? Wait. What's the wheel? Random wheel for WoW specs. WoW spec randomizer, is this it? Wheel/roll specs. Name is required. No. This is not. Wait, hold up. I think roles would be easiest to edit for YouTube. I'm not editing this at all. I just so you guys know, I don't think you guys know I don't edit my videos, right? Wait. You guys know I do everything in one take. Have you caught that? Did you not know that? No. I do everything in. There's still no. I'm talking about it. So, yeah. You gotta just hug the angry out of the bear. Believe in you. Thank you. You guys know I don't edit my videos, right? Like anything I do, even if it's an hour long, it's one take. Like I just whatever happens, I hit start record, and whatever happens in the next period of time is exactly what the video is. I don't edit. I mean, very rarely I'll be like, nah, I want to put that in. I'll just cut something out. But pretty much not. Like when we start this list, from the moment we start, the next however long it takes is what the video is. And remember, your chats will show up, because now when we actually clip this, your chat will be there. Spin the wheel. Okay, perfect. There we go. Is this the link that we're looking for? Let me see. Okay. So hold up here. What if we did this? What if, let me see how this would work. All right. Here. What if we did this? So I just hit spin. Interesting. So what if we did this, and this is how we actually decided? The only problem is this is which WoW class. Is there a spec specific one? Is there a way to do that for specs instead of whatever? Yeah, you have to redo it with specs. Is there a way? How do I find that? Okay, if we can find that, that's exactly how I'm doing it. Wheel of names and then search for specs in gallery. You can get it. Okay, hold up. Well, this is called. Let me research this off. It's spinthewheel.app. Which WoW class to play? Which it's got to be something here. I can't post a link. Let me find it. Hold up. Let me allow you to post the link. Mod, can you, if anybody is here, can you allow Fluxar to post the link for a second? Also, if you're on YouTube, your chat will not show up. There are, unfortunately, rules against that. So you have to come to Twitch if you want to participate and your chat to show, have to come to Twitch. You can't show other chats. It is not allowed. Which, right? We are ranking / explaining every spec in WoW today. Cool. And then we'll put this like link here. Yeah, cool. Okay, now, you can go for, okay, so here we go. What's the, such uses? No, you got this though. Yeah, sorry, something. Wheel of names. Okay, is this the link right here? Let me see. Okay, here we go. I forget. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, let me look. Is this gonna work here? Wheel of names. Whoa, I mean, that is... Okay, this is very entertaining. Hold up, what do you guys think? This one, I feel like we've just found our option here, though. Devour, we're just going to have to do maybe toward the end. Whoa, okay, hold up. Yo, this is cool. All right, man, this is exactly how we're doing it today. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is what we're doing. Okay, so when we start the list, we are absolutely just... Oh, that's a tough one to start off with. Never mind, we're not using this. No, I take it back. This is cool. Oh, damn. No, all right, removed. Wait, if I remove it, did I just actually remove it from the list? Oh, shit. Wait, Fury. Wait, can you guys see arms on here? Because I might have just removed it from the list. That's tough. That is rough. You can add it back. Can I just refresh the page? It's gone. Oh, no. Shit, I pulled a Blizzard. This must be what Blizzard uses to tune their game. Oh, no. Okay, I think I just refresh it. It must be back now, right? Oh, no. Wait. It's back now, right? Arms, it's got to be here. Oh, no. Nothing of value was lost. Oh, it's back. Oh. That's tough. That's tough right there. Okay. No, nothing of value was lost. That's tough. No, we're not gonna. We haven't started yet. We haven't started yet. Ooh. Oh, man. So, should you keep playing your Windwalker Monk or quit to play League of Legends? That is a good question. Let's answer it today. That's the thing. Let's do it. Like, let's actually come up with an answer to that question. When I rank all of these things, just so you know, it'll take me a bit, but we're going to talk about the specs. I don't know. There's a lot of people in the WoW community, I swear, which what they do, right, is they think about... Here's my point. They go watch other videos, and then they'll create their own video, because it's better to... It's like what Disney does with the live actions. They don't really want to come up with their own ideas, but they just sort of copy all the other things, right? Now, what I try to do is think to myself, how can I basically come up with my own idea of how to share things? Like, I don't like to copy other people. So the way I'm going to do this list, trust me, I've never seen anyone else do it like this. This is going to be unique. This is going to be very unique today. Cool. This is, trust me, I have a way to rank this, which I think will be awesome once we actually go ahead and get started. Now, we are going to actually just straight spin a wheel every time. I think that's the most fair. I think that makes sense, and that's what we'll do. So we don't know what's going to happen. This is going to be completely random. We are, in fact, spinning a wheel, and we might end up having to start with something. This could go bad. I think the wheel thing... that could be problematic. Okay, so does everybody understand how we're ranking this today? Are we all on the same page now? That I am not ranking based, like this is based on power level going into midnight, but I want to give an explanation. Nothing is truly trash. For the inside knowledge, if you're here right now, I'm going to give you some inside knowledge. This won't be included in the actual YouTube video, okay? Basically, if something isn't very, very dependent, that's swamp ass. Like that's me saying, ew, it's tough. It's a tough life out there if you're in very, very dependent. But for what it's worth, all right, that's kind of what that category is for. But I'm trying to say that there is a world where, like, Windwalker could be good. It's just that that world depends on a lot of factors that probably won't happen. But technically speaking, Windwalker could be meta. No, there is a world. It's just that the world is not really structured like that, but it could be structured like that. All right? That's all I'm saying. It's not technically impossible. It's just that it could happen. Does that make sense? Okay. So last question before we get started. If people were to come into the stream in the middle of this tier list, do you think that they would understand what we're doing? Or should we... Like what? This is what I'm saying, though. Just rank something? No. First of all, I don't know what your name means. Normally, wait, why is there two boys? But anyways, the point is, this will not be Swift. I'm not milking tier list content, trust me. There's a very specific way I'd like to do this. And the second I get started, you're going to be like, oh. Trust me, I have a very clever way to do this. And the cleverness of it is not some sort of milking a tier list thing. Because I'm actually trying to help people understand, all right? Why not 2? Because it's not 3. If you're going to do 2, you might as well do 3. And if you're going to do 3, you might as well just stop counting. What in the retail WoW is happening here? A lot. It's not a WoW without cheesecake and soup. It is this time so, because I don't actually want to rank anything in the terrible tier. I want this to help the WoW community, right? Jokes? No, you're fine. But the thing is, I'm trying to make this so that we can inform people. Like, a lot of people have asked me, like, what's prio damage? And it's like, okay, if you don't know what prio damage is or what funnel damage is or what this is, then you're not really going to understand, right? What timestamp for the first rank is going to be? Well, no, I mean, I'm going to cut something here. Well, we have to explain it. First of all, we're all hanging out. We got Halo Lo-Fi in the background. If you are looking for a very, very quick explanation, then you should come back in approximately 7 days. We should be finished by then, too, boys, probably. This sounds WoW educational. It is going to be, yes. Oh, I know that one. Arcane Barrage is funnel damage. I heard someone say that. It must be true. So the question is, why? If an Arcane Mage does the same overall damage as a Destro Warlock, which one is more valuable? Let's discuss. That's basically what's going on. And I will talk about the changes going into Midnight and also some of the history of the spec, because there's a lot of things that people forget. Like, for example, let me ask you a question right now. Is Shaman valuable for Mythic Plus? Yes or no? Would you say that Shaman is likely to be valuable for Mythic Plus? Just in general. Would you say yes or no? I'm right in time. Thought I'd oversleep the stream. Yo, what's up, Throm? Yes. Today, the answer is yes. But do you remember that it did not always have Sky Fury? And so the answer used to be absolutely not. Like, it was basically unheard of for you. Like, if you were playing a DPS Shaman, it's like, what were you doing with your life? For a while. It was very rare that spec was good. What about Frost Decay? Unholy used to have a niche, but what about Frost Decay? It had a glow up when they introduced the talent trees, but the history of that spec was really tough. Like, it was just always slept on because it never had value. But now it has value, and why? What changed? And it was like, well, you know, Wind Fury Totem, but Wind Fury Totem used to be very, very, very specific, Basil. What about Windwalker Monk? Before all the healers had kicks, Resto Shaman also. So we're not going to go back that far, and again, I will clarify when we actually start the list that I can only reference the history from the start of Shadowlands, because that's when I came back to WoW. I had taken Legion and BFA off when I moved to Thailand. I did not have a PC. Also, hi, Basil. So we're going to, by the way we're ranking this is that we are going to spin a wheel. I don't know what we're starting with, but that's basically the play. All right. Does everybody understand? We're all on the same page here. Shall we get going? Basil, this is going to be awesome. I am excited. I'm very, very excited. Now, in terms of this Halo Lo-Fi and we have in the background, if it auto-plays to something really weird, you have to tell me, okay? All right. Yes. Yes, basically, this is the time. If you want to say hello to YouTube, this would be the way. The wheel of average performance. All right. Okay. I'm going to give a little intro because I will just cut and paste this whole video to YouTube after, though. I'm going to do some beta keys. Oh, yeah, healful. Not today. We are going to be, we're going to be here for quite some time. Don't you die. Yeah. Hey, Vito, first time here. Oh, this is going to be a good stream. Yeah. We're not in a rush. Don't, yeah, this is, well, we're not doing keys today. This is the whole stream. We're gonna be here for a while. Oh yeah. You said what? Oh, I like how you were like, what? When are you gonna be done? Are we doing keys? No. This is the whole stream. Sorry, I'm laughing. I don't know if you know me that well, but I have a lot to say, and I'm kind of a yapper. So we are going to yap. Here's what I can tell you: we are definitely gonna yap. All right, there's gonna be a lot going on here. Oh yeah, there's wake up to 3 specs on the board. Yeah, yep. This might even be a 24-hour stream. No. I'm gonna be reasonable about it, but it'll probably be a few hours at least. It's a conversation. I don't just want to rank it. I don't like it when people just rank things without actually giving a thing, you know? Should have born a hot cam girl. Dude, Nacho, I know. I think the same thing, by the way. I agree with you 100%. I feel like, yeah, that's what I think too. Right? That's what I think. Me, yap, never? Yeah, I'm basically like a little Pomeranian. And I just can't shut up. Unless I'm in public, and then I'm very quiet, actually. You hear Warlock is going to be the meta top best. Yes, but why? Because most likely it won't be, Mr. Deg. That's the problem. You say Warlock might be top right now, but it's actually not going to be. Probably. And I'll tell you why when we get there. All right? Okay. All right. Let me get a little intro here, and then we're going to get started. And let me just pin. I think that here we are full discussing every single spec. I just want to pin something a little bit more than just the Discord link. You guys can do exclamation Discord throughout stream today if you want to have people there. But honestly, what I'd actually like to have pinned though, I am giving a full explanation on each spec, right? When yours comes up, tell me about it. How about this? This is the idea, right? This is kind of what I want to have pinned because this is a little bit more of a conversation than it is just a full rant. Does that make sense? But I love a tier list, so I'm tuned in. Well, King Barrel. This will be very educational. We need bear/prez category, best specs in the game. Well, the end. It would be cool, but unfortunately not. Nope. So the idea basically is just this. This is what I'm having pinned here. So when we get to yours, when your favorite spec comes up, let's have a conversation. Just note that your Twitch chat will show up on the YouTube video, so my mods will probably be very swift if you say something that you're not supposed to say. Be respectful, please. Y'all have been in my stream, and if you haven't been in my stream before, then we don't really tolerate any sort of actual, we're not actually 15 anymore. Halo 2 came out a very long time ago, all right? Something that you're not supposed to say. Cheeky, I see you have earned your name. All right, sound good? Will there be a fun aesthetics tier? No, I won't rank based on aesthetics. I don't think so. The only thing I will note for aesthetics is that the monk tier actually is probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I would say that the monk tier set is actually very, very cool. I have noticed that. That would be the one thing that actually stood out to me. Of all the tier sets coming up, I think that monk has probably the biggest glow up for their tier set. It is very cool. If you haven't seen it, yeah. The actual monk tier list is like pretty fantastic. You guys want to see it real quick right before I have it loaded right here. I have my beta open in the background. Okay, you have to ignore the staff. The staff sucks, but the actual tier list is awesome. Here, let me show you. Ignore the staff. Let me just turn off the. I'll show you real quick, and then we get started. Yeah, here, window capture. That's the tier list from. Ignore the staff. The staff is just I'm using the staff from the PvP vendor, but the actual tier list is badass. I mean, this is like a full on. It's a cool looking set. Like I don't know why that vibe really goes with me. The plunger weapon is really undermining this. It's super, but it's the actual thing is really cool though. Actually, I think it's like some cool samurai type stuff. All right. Played Monk for 3 years. I had to leave it to love it myself. So just these calling tier list. Dude, that would be crazy. What I was thinking about doing I was going to say, I was kind of debating on doing a tier list, ranking every other tier list, but I wasn't going to do that because that's a bait content thing. But it would be funny. Somebody should do it. It won't be me because I'm not that sort of person, but it would be hilarious to have some WoW creator go rank all the other tier lists in a tier list. But then you would have to call people out, and I don't want to do that. It would be kind of funny, but no. Trust me, this one is going to be interesting. I have a very specific way I'm doing this today, and I think it's going to be hopefully very educational, hopefully very helpful to the community. All right, shall we get started? Let me run an ad real quick so that we don't get any while we're actually doing the list. Let me do this here, though. Shadarak already did it. Oh, I didn't see him do it. I saw him on the Brutal thing, though. Doesn't need to be done. Exactly. Now, that is hilarious, and I am using this system high grade. So we're going to decide, but this is only using to decide what spec. So we are going to spin the wheel to decide what spec we are going with first, by the way. That's how we're deciding which spec to start with. But his tier lists are certainly, I will never copy that. Those are absolutely goated. If you don't know now, obviously famous now from all the guilds at this point. But basically, he makes tier lists by just ranking it. And he goes, yep, that's the one. Yep, that's the one. Yep, that's the one. And people will take it seriously, which is the funniest thing about it. People really like tier lists. Okay, let me run an ad. I'm going to run a long one so that when we get started, we won't have any ads for a while. Sound good? All right. I am very excited. This is something that I have been wanting to do for quite some time. Ooh. All right. Get your sweet drinks. Order yourself some ice cream. We're going to lock in. No ads? Yup. And Twitter threads under them. He is very funny. The one thing... Again, as we let this ad finish here, right, coffee is ready, let's go. Here's the thing, right? Yeah, want to buy ice cream, paying 50 gold? Hi, Lona. So the idea is, what people do with tier lists, and you know that you're guilty of this. Just listen to me and tell me if you've never, I don't do this, but you probably do. You watch a tier list video, but you're not watching the whole thing. You fast forward to the end of the tier list, and then you look at what the tier list says, and you have zero context of why things were ranked there. But you know it, as well as I know it, that is what most people do. They don't actually sit through the whole video. They go to the end of the video to see where the rankings are, and they go, and then tune out. Or maybe they'll go back and watch it. But that is actually what they do. They go look at the end. And the problem with that is you lack the context of like, well, this was put here, but it was put there for a reason, and no one, right? No, everybody does it. That's the thing. Like you're like, oh, I want to know what he thinks, but you're like can't watch the whole video, so you go to the end. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And then so that happened to me once. The one funny story I'll tell you as we let this ad finish, that happened to me last PTR cycle, which, by the way, I rechecked my tier list, and I was pretty spot on, by the way. I predicted that the top specs would be Resto Druid. I put Prot Warrior and VDH. That was the only thing I really got wrong, was I put Prot Warrior and VDH like this, and it should have been like this. But otherwise, my spec, if you go look at the Season 3 tier list, that what actually happened is I put Arcane Mage, Havoc, and people were like, Havoc isn't good. We actually did see Havoc being played, and Frosty K. Like, I had put that there. I think Unholy was right below. It wasn't perfect. And then Ellie Shami was like an A, but it got buffed after that tier list. So I think I was pretty good. I think I did actually a pretty good job on that one. But what happened was, as I was making it, I made a joke where I was like, dude, imagine if Hunter was like this. So I put Hunter down for a second. And then somebody screenshot that exact moment of my tier list and put it in Azertharian's Discord. Do you guys know who Azertharian is? He's like the hunter, right? And somebody screenshot it out of context and put it in his Discord. And all the hunter players came for me. They were out for blood. They came for me and they were like, why did you do this? That's not accurate, blah, blah. And I was like, whoa, like that's not what I you didn't even listen to the video. Like that's not what happened. But yeah, I remember because somebody pinged me that my tier list was being shared there, and I was like, I had to go in and defend myself, and it was pretty funny. Yeah. Dude, Banchers came to raid me the other day, and it was my first time ever meeting him, and I totally fucked up that introduction. I got nervous. I was in the middle of a key and I was tired, and I fudged that introduction. I hope he still likes me well enough. Yeah. Okay, ads done. Shall we get started? Let's do the tier list. Okay, this is the time to flood the chat because whatever the chat says right now is actually going to be what comes up. So if you'd like to say, hi, YouTube, this would be the time. All right? This is your moment. You might as well seize it. All right? Mom's spaghetti. Knees are weak. My palms are sweaty. That's because I live in Thailand, and it is very hot here, though. All right. We're going to see what ends up being up here. All right? We're going to see. I don't know what the first spec will actually be, so we're going to just do this here. All right. Here we go. Okay. All right, let me see the timestamp, and then we'll over the timestamp. Great, 51 minutes. Okay, let's go. Let's go ahead and get started, shall we? Let's go ahead and get started. This will be fun. Cool. Here we go. All right. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Hold on. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I am extremely excited to make this list. Now, this is going to be quite a long video, so feel free to check the timestamps and go ahead and look at your favorite spec. We are ranking them completely at random in terms of the fact that a wheel will decide what order we are going to rank them, but feel free, I will put timestamps when I actually post this. Now, before you skip ahead, please listen to the context of this list. I have a very specific idea, and I am extremely excited to make this. What I am going to do is give an explanation as well as a ranking of each spec. I'm not just going to put a ranking of power level going into Midnight, but I want to give you some of the history of the spec. I want to tell you why it may or may not be meta. I want to give you the full explanation. So this is going to be a long list, but hopefully this will help educate you about the state of World of Warcraft. I've been playing this game for a very long time. Some might even say too long. And I will attempt to share all of that knowledge with you in this list. Now, obviously, you can see we have Twitch chat rolling in the background, so this will be fairly interactive. I'm not going to ignore it. When we get to your favorite spec, by all means, tell me what you think so that we can have a conversation about it. I don't just want to tell you where the ranking is and move on. I actually want to give an explanation of the spec. So that is how we're doing it today. Without further ado, let's get into it. Our very first spec that we are ranking is going to be, click to spin. Please don't be Arms Warrior. Please don't be Arms Warrior. What is going to be the first spec that we rank? What is it? It is going to be, Subtlety Rogue. Okay, Subtlety Rogue it is. All right, so the history of Subtlety Rogue is a very interesting one. Now, Subtlety Rogue, where should we put it? Okay, this spec has really changed quite a bit over time. I would put Subtlety Rogue under, this is a tough one. Let me think about it. It can't be best for Mythic Plus. This is actually a great spec to start with because it lacks something fundamentally. It lacks something. Do you know what it lacks? Because it cannot be the S tier. It can't be best for Mythic Plus. What happens is that Subtlety Rogue probably goes in very dependent. Because I think that this spec is 1,000% dependent on its tuning. It is either relatively unplayable for the meta comp or it's good. And the reason it is good is because of how it deals damage. But Subtlety Rogue last had its glow up at the end of Shadowlands, okay? The end of Shadowlands, it was doing a lot of damage. Yes, and let's go over what the tiers are here. So nothing is truly unplayable in World of Warcraft. Nothing is ever actually that bad. But what happens is, that's a good point, before we actually rank the specs, let's go over the categories. Best for Mythic Plus is basically most likely to be meta. Good point. This is most likely to be meta. These are really good options for Mythic Plus and oftentimes will see play. This is just going to be, hey, these specs might not be seen at the highest level, but I think they're fantastic for the 3K IO and kind of lower key, weekly key type range. And then these specs are very, very dependent, as in they don't have a particular reason to be brought, and they are either entirely dependent on tuning, like if they're overtuned or undertuned, that will determine their performance, or if there is a particular reason to want them. One of the problems, and these are just basically great for raid, as in this category, I'll explain why they're here. You will notice a trend with these specs, and you will automatically learn quite a bit about World of Warcraft from this tier list, okay? You will actually learn quite a lot. Here's the thing with Subtlety Rogue. It does actually have a damage profile that is good for keys. But does anyone here play Subtlety Rogue right now? Are there any Subtlety Rogue enjoyers in the chat? And the reason I ask this is because I have a question for you. If you're in an AoE pool, let's say that there are 10 targets in a pool, okay? And then, right? Yeah, there's one big target that needs to die. Are you pressing Black Powder or are you pressing Eviscerate? Let me just ask you a question. Here's the thing. I'm going to ask you genuinely what you're going to press in that scenario. Because technically speaking, the reason you would bring a Subtlety Rogue is because it has excellent funnel damage. As in, you get more resources when there are more targets so that you can do more single target damage. However, recently in WoW's history, they have tuned the game quite tightly. DPS don't tend to be 30% ahead anymore. But it used to be that way back in the day, rogues were either very good or very bad. So back basically around Shadowlands still, we had this situation where certain DPS were actually just doing so much more damage than everyone else. This is the end of Shadowlands. But ever since Dragonflight rolled around, they've been a lot tighter with DPS tuning, which means that DPS specs that do not have a group buff most likely are not being played. Because now all of a sudden that 3% or that 5% addition is actually problematic. Whereas before, you would have some specs that are just doing 20% more, so you would play 2 Survival Hunters and a Destro Warlock or 3 Destro Warlocks at the end of Shadowlands because they just did that much more damage. It didn't matter whether they had a group buff or not. But now all of a sudden, it does. Because specs are actually tuned much better. Because it is tuned much better. So rogues have no offensive group buff, but they do have a defensive group buff. That was added more recently. They didn't actually always have that, okay? So, here's the thing. Subtlety Rogue right now is actually in a pretty decent spot going into midnight. It appears to do a very reasonable amount of damage, but it does suffer from the fact that it kind of has to choose whether or not it does that prio damage. And therefore, it is very, very dependent. This is a super skillful type spec. It's a little bit simpler now. I've heard, actually, that it is mostly 2 buttons, and I will clarify. I, myself, did not get a chance to test my rogue in this beta cycle. The last time that I truly played Subtlety was at the end of Shadowlands, where you could just perma-funnel a target. And it does still kind of have that niche, but mostly it's overshadowed because other specs do it better, and there are specs that do it better but also have more to offer your team. So I would say that Subtlety has to be doing incredible amounts of damage for you to want to play it for Mythic Plus. Does everybody agree with that? Does it look good numbers-wise? Yes. Like currently, in a key, it will match the top overall if you're playing it very well. So if you play this with like something that is quote-unquote meta, you can do competitive damage. But if somebody is doing, if you do within 1% of the top damage dealer, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are doing the top, you are valuable, because let's say that you as a Subtlety Rogue, and I'm going to give some random thing that won't happen, but let's give them some time of day, an Arms Warrior in a key. So you, the Subtlety Rogue, and the Arms Warrior, for example, you both do equal damage. Who does way more damage? Because one of those is more valuable than the other. And the answer would be the Arms Warrior, because the Arms Warrior is providing Battle Shout, which is a group buff. So technically speaking, it's about, I think, 4.7% of the Subtlety Rogue's damage plus whatever other specs you play and the tank are getting buffed by that Warrior. But the Rogue does not offer that group buff. So in order for Rogue to truly be meta, it would need to be the top damage on bosses. Or it would need to be the top damage on those big important targets. And if it was the top damage by more than 3 to 5%, then you might play it. But that is why it is very, very dependent. Does that make sense? Okay, let's move on to the next spec. Because as we get more specs on the board, then you will actually understand kind of what's going on, if that makes sense. All right, so we roll for the next one. Here we go. We're just going to be random. I don't know what we're doing. This is actually the Wheel of Fate. We have no idea what is coming next, but we're going to find out in 3, 2, 1. Please don't be Augmentation Evoker. I want to do that last. Okay, we have Arms Warriors. Speaking of which, great. An excellent next choice. All right. So what I'm going to do for Arms Warrior is exactly what Blizzard has decided to do in the recent tuning, which is remove it. Here we go. So Arms Warrior is going to be in the exact same category as very, very dependent, all right? It is 100% just... It's in a tough spot right now. They will buff it, but here's the history of Arms Warrior. It used to have a niche. It used to have something very unique, okay? Which is that nobody could match it on 2-target cleave. That used to be its thing, right? The problem is that the more that they've homogenized specs, the less that certain things that had that, oh, I'm the best at 2 targets, I'm the best at 3 targets, I'm the best at 5 targets, that situation exists less and less and less. But the whole point of Arms, it used to just be the literal best 2-target cleave spec. And it was also that melee 2-target cleave. So there were other specs that kind of did okay with that, but that niche has actually been really taken away from it over time. So there were certain raid fights in particular that you were like, man, that Arms Warrior is going to be topping the meters because there are 2 targets and they're stacked. Right? Not spread cleave, but now they're stacked because of how sweeping strikes work and because of how Arms was designed. But there's been a shift over the last few years of what Arms Warrior is meant to do. It's not that super crazy niche 2-target specialist anymore, but now it is expected to just do a good damage overall. So they've attempted to give it more options for mass AoE, and technically it has an advantage over its competitor, which is Fury Warrior, in the fact that it has more of that uncapped AoE because Fury is still technically capped, but it is completely dependent on tuning. Because it doesn't have that niche, that specialty of why you would bring it, ultimately it just becomes if this does very, very, very good damage, then you're like, sweet, let's play Arms Warrior. But if it doesn't, you're like, I don't know why we would bring that. And that's the problem with Arms, is that it finds itself basically without a certain profile niche, and it's just like, well, I can kind of blast, maybe if I'm tuned well, but there's probably an advantage to bringing anything else. It's not the tankiest melee, it is plate and it's a warrior, so it's not the squishiest either, but it used to also have a little bit more tankiness, and in the pruning in Midnight, now Arms is in this kind of weird spot where it has to do just big overall numbers. Like it has to do something in order for you to justify bringing it. The alternative, by the way, is that you really want a warrior buff. Like for some reason, the physical comp, like not physical comp, remember, but any sort of melee comp is incredibly valuable, and you can't play a war. Like you don't want to play Prot Warrior, and let's say Fury is not tuned well, then Arms could see a lot of play because Battle Shout is a lot of damage. Like just based on its group buff alone, Battle Shout is a lot of damage. So if they were to tune this higher, then technically speaking, it's actually surprising to me that I wouldn't put it in the A team, as in it's a very possible meta spec. The problem with DPS Warrior is, let me give you some education. In keys, oftentimes there are certain melee mechanics and certain range mechanics. So the problem with that is that the melee spot in keys tends to be way more competitive than the range spot. Like oftentimes it's way easier to slot in 3 different range DPS, or a caster comp, a magic comp as we call it, versus slotting in 3 melee DPS. That can sometimes be very toxic depending on the encounter. If you think about, there are certain strategies to mitigate this, but it can be very tough. So the melee spot is more competitive. And when you compare the Arms Warrior or the Subtlety Rogue, you also have to compare them against what else you could bring, okay? This is the thing. You have to compare them to what else you could bring, all right? And that is basically comparing it now to the Enhancement Shaman or the Frost DK or the Unholy DK. If you are tuning in, by the way, in the middle of this list, this is going to be a long one, but remember, you have to go back and listen to the context of why I put something where it is. Because tuning numbers will change a little bit. They're almost certainly buffing Arms. Everybody knows they're going to buff Arms. So it's not, I can't put anything in truly trash tier. But the explanation of why Arms Warrior would or would not be brought is more important to understand. If you're trying to get an understanding of the possible meta of what's going to be good going into Midnight, you also have to hear the context. You can't just say, because they could all of a sudden overnight be like Arms Warrior buffed by 40%. Now remember, it's still, that niche is not quite there, so it really needs to be really pumping in order for you to actually want to play it. If it did the exact same damage as an Unholy DK or something that's a little bit higher right now, you could see play if you really want the Warrior buff. But what it has available to it going into Midnight is a little bit more than it has ever had, because it still does have some meaningful CC. It still has some meaningful contribution to your team. But again, that melee spot is very competitive. It's not like it has nothing, by the way. It's not like it has no stun or no CC, because that used to be what Warrior is. But remember, a lot of specs have gotten quite tuned in terms of what CC they can bring. And so I think that Warrior actually, technically by that logic, should be a little bit better for keys. DPS Warrior is not as bad as it used to be in terms of like it has kind of nothing. But that's Arms is a numbers thing right now. Because it has no niche. Subtlety Rogue, as an example, has way more of a niche than Arms in terms of its ability to do that funnel priority damage. However, this is still, again, tuning because it has no group buff. Atrophic Poison doesn't really count as a group buff. All right, so let's get more specs on the board, and then we can really start comparing. Let's go to the next one. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's find out what we're ranking next. Ooh, okay. All right, here we go. Demonology, the ranged caster DPS. Demonology Warlock. Now, the history of this spec is quite funny. All right, Demonology Warlock it is. So, when you're thinking about Demonology Warlock, technically speaking, this spec should be kind of dependent. It should be ranked here, but its damage right now is very high, but I cannot put it in the best for a Mythic Plus team. Warlock brings quite a bit to a Mythic Plus environment, but it technically has no group buff, which means it goes into the A team. As in, if this spec is pumping, there are many reasons that you would want to bring it. However, it does not have a group buff, so it cannot be best for Mythic Plus. But there are many aspects to Demonology that make it quite valuable. Number one, it has very consistent damage compared to what it used to have. It used to be that you would need to ramp properly into your Tyrant, but going into Midnight, they have really simplified the rotation and basically the damage. Now, they also gave Demonology one of the really shadowy glow-ups. There are two things that this spec got, that Warlock got in general, in particular Demonology Warlock. One thing that Lock used to be able to do is provide a second magic dispel if you were playing your Imp. However, you did not have that option as a Demonology Warlock because you had to play with your Felguard. They have now given you that option. Not only that, but you technically have two kicks for the same reason. That's actually incredibly valuable, especially with the removal of healer kicks going into Midnight. There's that. So you actually have two kicks as a Demo Warlock, even though one of yours is technically still a stun. Now, there's even more. Did you know that Warlock now has an AoE curse? Now, I know you all are going to say B-Res, it's tanky, Hellstones are giga underrated. I know. And you can tell me what else you think about Warlock, but you're missing one of the actual biggest things that Warlock got going into Midnight. Warlock is one of the only DPS specs that could actually save your tank from death. This is an underrated fact that you are not considering. But I can tell you, playing all these Midnight dungeons, your tank is going to die in a lot of pulls. The specific reason why your tank will die is because mobs right now are coded to do additional effect on hit. And that means that an AoE Curse of Weakness timed well will actually save your tank, because that would be massive. Everyone assumes that you're automatically going to be taking your AoE Curse of Tongues. I don't necessarily think, if I was playing in a pug, I would heavily consider, depending on the dungeon, not playing that. In particular, Nexus. In particular, Algathar Academy. Because those two dungeons are not going to have that many pulls where I need that AoE Curse of Weakness. Explain the curses. Okay. So traditionally, Warlock has always had curses that they could apply to their target. But right now, the curses are basically Curse of Tongues. You have Curse of Exhaustion as well, which is a movement speed slow. Curse of Tongues is something that will make the target cast at 100% delayed cast rate. So effectively, you have twice as long to kick the cast. You can apply that, by the way, but most Warlocks don't because it's a DPS loss. But Warlocks have always had the ability to curse one target. So if there's that caster that you're really worried about, a Warlock can technically delay that cast and make it significantly less dangerous. But they've never had that AoE curse used to be kind of locked behind some things. But now they have it way more accessible. So for example, if there's a pack with 3 casters and your Warlock has it, you can do, it's on a 2-minute cooldown, but yeah, 10 seconds, you can AoE curse the mobs. So that means that every mob in that pack will cast at half speed. So you have twice as long to kick it and they just get twice much less cast off. Does that make sense? So originally it was a single target thing, but something that I'll talk about is that how impactful that could be. People misunderstand the value of kicks and keys, where not every pull is equally as dangerous. Not every pull actually needs all of the kicks. But there are some dangerous pulls where you really want that coordination, that really want the CC. Warlock can provide that, especially Demo Warlock having 2 interrupts is even more important. So you also provide, of course, the health stones. You're quite tanky right now, and your single target damage is very high. If they nerf it, which they will, you got to understand there's no way they let the single target basically stay. So they're going to nerf this. Then it would technically be more comp dependent, but I think that you can do a lot for your team. You still have Shadow Fury, which is technically better than a Stormbolt because an AoE disrupt versus this, you have to cast it. You still have Mortal Coil as a single target stun. You have your actual stun, which is a kick. You have a second thing. You have your AoE curse. So all of a sudden, this is providing a lot more, and its range, which is a lot easier, again, to slot into a comp. It's also less cooldown reliant than it used to be, so you have a lot more consistent damage, which is important because that is a factor in keys, especially with the new pacing of Midnight Dungeons. And kind of as the game has progressed, we've really moved away from this 3-minute cooldown-based pull to a you need more consistent damage-based pull. The problem with Demo is it actually doesn't have incredible prio damage. Your damage is kind of split. So profile-wise, if its single target is not that high, it doesn't have the best damage profile for keys, to be fair. It's just that it's tuned quite good right now. So yeah, consistent damage. You don't have to worry as much about like setting up a perfect tyrant. So you're far less punished if you have to move for mechanics or if you can't be planting and casting, right? Okay, so that's basically Demo Warlock, is that AoE curse, do not underestimate the value of it. Again, Curse of Weakness can really save your tank. There are very few DPS that have the ability to save their tank. And that it'll kill your... How many times have you lost the key because your tank dies? That's like one of the biggest things that happens in Pugs is your tank doesn't understand, especially going into the new dungeons. Your tank has never seen that, maybe never seen that pull, but you know it's very dangerous for them. So if you apply that Curse of Weakness AoE, you'll be like, whew, man. Rets can save. That's a good point. There are some specs that actually have abilities that can help your tank and your healer. And those two things are incredibly valuable and should not be underestimated. You could say that Rallying Cry technically exists there, but it's very weak compared to what this can provide. Does that make sense? Yes, so the enemy melee swings are more dangerous in the Midnight season than they have almost ever been. Maybe shy of Season 1 of the War Within with like Grim Batol and stuff. But those enemy swings, they're not tank busters anymore. They're just auto attacks that really clap. Think about Nexus, the Arcanist pull with this, with that, with the soldier, with the defenders that give you the healing absorb, the null sunder, etc. So this is actually has a lot more. But traditionally, there were pitfalls behind playing a warlock, right? This is the thing. There were issues with bringing this spec, but now there are much less of those things, okay? Cool. So that's basically covering the Demonology Warlock. Let's move on to the next spec, because as we rank all 3 of the Warlock specs, we can actually go for this, all right? Here we go. Next spec that we're ranking. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. What shall the Wheel of Fate decide? We are going to be doing... Oh, wait. Is it Guardian? Oh, it's Havoc. Wait, I don't even know where the wheel is spinning. Oh, it's here. I've been looking at the top. I've been doing this all wrong. Okay, Havoc, melee DPS. This one is going to be tough. All right, so we're going to rank Havoc. This spec has... Okay, so talk about specs that have had a glow up over time. Havoc has had a massive glow up, and then unfortunately has very much fallen from grace recently. I have to put Havoc in the very, very dependent tier, and the reason is Devour now exists. So previous to Midnight, Havoc actually had a very strong niche. I would put this spec traditionally in great for raid because you normally don't want a VDH. If you don't have a VDH, then you needed a Havoc because in a raid comp, you absolutely need a Chaos Brand. You need the debuff that Havoc applies, that Demon Hunter provides. You have to play a Demon Hunter. However, okay, yeah, we can add Devour. That's fine. We'll add Devour after this because it won't be in the wheel. Correct. So here is the main problem with this. Here's the issue. Devour exists. You know as well as I do, in the history of the game, if they release something new, they almost always make it incredibly powerful, correct? So we know that Devour is most likely going to be very good for all content. But Devour also kind of stole Havoc's niche. Now, we're going to talk specifically about Havoc. We're not going to go over the shiny new toy syndrome just yet for Devour. I want to tell you about Havoc. Havoc actually does decent damage on the Midnight beta. Like, I've played with a few really good Havocs, but it has a problem. It used to play Eldrachi, okay? It used to play Eldrachi, and Eldrachi has a profile of damage for keys that was very good. So when hero talents were introduced for Havoc, it basically got the Wounded Quarry effect, which was massive funnel. So you really wanted this because they could do their full rotation, not lose any damage, and slam down one big mob. I want you to think about Mythic Plus as a whole, and there are a lot of pulls where there's one big target that needs to die before everything else. So there's one big mob and there's a bunch of little mobs, but that big mob has twice as much health. There are some specs that can full send their rotation without losing damage, but do more damage to the big mob. And I want you to think about Floodgate as an example. So you have Big Mama. There are 5 targets, but Big Mama needs to die. I want you to think about the first pull of Floodgate, where you have the Shredinator plus all those little mobs. Havoc, traditionally, in this last season, in the last few seasons, has had that prime real estate damage profile with their Wounded Quarry and Mark from Eldrachi. Here's the problem. Eldrachi was heavily nerfed. So now Havoc is playing Fellscarred. Fellscarred no longer has that niche. It was delicious, but unfortunately now Havoc actually has lost that niche. It's flat damage on AoE, correct. That is the problem with Havoc. On top of the fact that it is overshadowed most likely by Devourer, it doesn't actually bring, technically speaking, that much to your team. The best thing about it now is the fact that it provides a Demon Hunter debuff, which is very valuable because if you don't understand how magic damage is coded in the game, when you bring Chaos Brand, you are not actually just buffing your intellect users, you are buffing all magic damage. Magic damage is everything. Like, almost everything in the game is magic damage. If you think about an Unholy DK, most of their damage is magic. If you think about a Frost DK or an Enhancement Shaman, a lot of their damage is magic. It's not coded as physical, so they would really benefit from that Havoc. Even most tanks are actually going to be benefiting from that Chaos Brand. So you really want a Demon Hunter buff. But the problem is, this will almost certainly be overshadowed by Devourer, as well as the fact there's also VDH to consider as well. You will definitely see a Demon Hunter in the race to World First and every comp at a high level, but like, come on, man. Like, I could put it as great for raid. Traditionally, that's where it is, because if you're not playing VDH as a tank, which you're normally not in raid, then this would actually traditionally be here. But because Devourer exists, now I have to put it here. And as well as the fact that it has lost its damage profile, I think that Havoc mains are certainly feeling a little bit left in the dust, you know? Does that make sense of why I would rank Havoc here? Like, it's unfortunate, but I think people who really, really enjoy Havoc are kind of like not very happy about the fact that Devourer exists. You know what I mean? Yo, Carlos, wait, I just saw your, thank you for the $5 donation. Much appreciated, man. Thank you. I saw that. Thank you. All right, so that's Havoc. Now, I don't think the wheel, I think you're right. I think it doesn't have Devour. So let's rank our first really, really big spec. This is the Devourer spec right here. Where do you think Devourer goes? I mean, if we're going to rank Devourer, Demon Hunter, I just started talking about it. Where do you think it goes? I think that everybody is going to be kind of on the same page here. But if you haven't played it, let me give you some information about this. Both Havoc and Devourer, right? You think it's A team? You think it's A team? I really think if you're a Havoc main, you'll put it lower. But realistically, this is definitely best for Mythic Plus. It also is great for Raid. So keep in mind that I would actually want to rank this both here and here. But let's just say if it's best for Mythic Plus, it'll also probably be great for Raid. But let me explain. All right. So the way that this does damage, okay, is that it has pretty consistently high damage. It does not have the best damage profile for keys, but it actually, by the way, it has a pretty poor damage profile for keys. In the terms of the very first pull, it needs to ramp up. Like, it actually has a lot of ramp up time. However, the one major benefit of both, this is also for Havoc, keep in mind. That's why very, very dependent, you actually have to listen to my explanation about it, because Havoc has pretty much everything that Devourer has in terms of what I'm about to talk about. This is one of the tankiest specs for Mythic Plus right now. It is incredibly independent because traditionally, Demon Hunter has always had incredibly high self-sustain. They have a lot of leech. They have a lot of self-healing, but they have kind of been susceptible to one-shots if you were not great at playing them. In terms of very high-level Demon Hunters would know to time their Blade Dance so they would get the DR from, and they would basically survive the one-shot by rotating their Blur, Blade Dance, etc., or Nether. But a lot of Demon Hunters, they used to get one-tapped because they were kind of squishy outside of playing extremely well. Now in the Midnight Dungeons, there are far less one-shots, right? There's far less one-shots. And so the ability of a DPS to just have very consistent self-healing rather than a bunch of active DRs is actually more important. So now that gets really interesting. This is actually one of the best tanky specs. It is incredibly self-sufficient on top of the fact that it has the Demon Hunter buff, as well as the fact that it actually has it's got a fair damage profile for keys. I have not played this myself. It's not a fantastic prio damage or funnel damage spec, but it just is tuned extremely well. Like, it does a lot of damage. Early on in the beta cycle, by the way, everyone was playing this. It was the new spec, the new thing. Everyone wanted to try it. It was really bad. Like, actually, originally in the first month of beta testing, this was the lowest DPS in effectively every key that I was in. But then it got buffed, and it got buffed again, and then it got buffed again. And now it is sitting quite pretty. It does a lot of damage. It could be a top overall contender for damage. The profile of it is not meant to be the biggest funnel, but it has a lot of great utility to offer your team. But it's brought a lot less about the utility and a lot more about the fact that it has a group buff. If it didn't, and this is, again, this kind of education, this point of clarification, if this did not provide Chaos Brand, it would just be in the A team. I'm serious. It would not be the best for Mythic Plus. One of the reasons that this is here and this is here is because this has a group buff. If they gave Warlock like a 2% haste buff or something to offer your team more than it already has, instantly best for Mythic Plus. But unfortunately, the group buff is really what makes the difference, because Warlock has a lot of the things that I was talking about that Demon Hunter also provides. So this spec, I think Demon Hunter, both of them, have gotten quite a glow up. Havoc in particular suffers from the fact that Eldrachi is very undertuned right now, so you're playing Felsguard, but this just has, it's going to be better effectively in every way. It is also ranged, so that matters a lot. Again, ranged is so much easier to slot into a Mythic Plus environment compared to this. It's also the shiny new toy. Blizzard really likes this. They will definitely buff it. So this is a very safe pick. Now, one caveat to Devour. Everyone is going to play it. Like, it's pretty easy to play. And so a lot of people are going to want to try the new thing. So if you do decide to play this, you will be competing against a lot of people, so it will be in very, very, very competitive, just so you know. It'll be kind of like a Ret Pally syndrome of, like, there are a lot of Ret Pallies. So you might have to be extra competitive, although I do suspect that you will want a Devourer in most Mythic Plus comps, because it will shine both in lower keys and higher keys. It has a lot of options, and again, it's just got very passive sustain instead of just requiring you to be perfect, all right? Yes, so I think that's kind of where Devourer stands. Let's go over the next spec. Here we go. Let's roll the wheel. What shall the Wheel of Fate decide we rank next? Okay? Yo, what's up, Storm? We're ranking all the specs in World of Warcraft, and we are going with which protection? Wait. Which protection? Wait. Is it which one? Wait. Are there two? Wait. Which? Wait. Both? Do we just rank both? Wait. This tier list was made by a DPS. Wait a second. This doesn't make sense. There's another at 5 o'clock too. Which one is this one? All right, well, I guess we're just gonna. All right, here we go. Prot Warrior. Okay, roll. Prot. It's not Prot Shaman. This is not a spoiler alert. All right. Prot Warrior. Oh, yeah, you guys choose. Is it Prot Warrior or is it Prot Pally? Which one are we doing first? We could do both. Class color. What is red equals war? Red is not warrior. Pally. Warrior. Oh, guys. All right, hold up. Wait a second. Wait. All right. Green for Pally. This doesn't make any sense. All right, here you go. You're welcome, Storm. Okay. Warrior, red for rage. Got it. All right, red for rage. I think that makes sense. I'll count red for rage. We're not going to flip a coin. We're going to do Prot Warrior first, all right? Let's go Prot Warrior, and then we'll go Prot Pally. I'm not going to open an incognito link. I don't want you guys to see my search history. All right. Prot Warrior first. Okay. Prot Warrior goes definitely certifiably in the A team. Wait, let me think about this. No. Let me think. No, Prot Warrior goes in best for Mythic Plus. Actually, Prot Warrior goes here. No, definitely. Prot Warrior goes in best for Mythic Plus. It doesn't go in A team, and here's why. It actually has everything that you want your tank to have. It does depend on tuning and what is going to be good, but technically speaking, Prot Warrior provides literally everything that you want your tank to provide, shy of a B-res and off-healing. That's the two things it doesn't have compared to other tanks. But you actually have an amazing utility package going in. You also have an incredible valuable group buff, because if you want Warrior buff, what do you think, guys? You think you'll play Fury Warrior or Arms Warrior? Let's be honest with ourselves. If you need a Warrior buff for keys, you're probably not actually going to play a Fury or Arms. Like, it does happen sometimes. And then in that case, you would play a Brewmaster tank or something. But in general, Prot Warrior is a very, very surefire way to provide Battle Shout when you want the Warrior buff. On top of that, at the moment, it has had a massive glow up. Back in the day, there was some weird stuff with Prot Warrior, where it didn't actually have, you used to play this weird Shadowlands Legendary, where you had to do some weird charge out, intervene type stuff to maximize your shield block, etc. That was some weird gameplay. But it's been simplified a lot since then. It is a very straightforward Mythic Plus tank, but Challenging Shout is the most OP tank ability in terms of CC that has pretty much ever existed. Like a very, I mean, maybe you can go back to Double Sigils or something, but it's incredibly strong right now. A 6-second AoE lockout for kicks is incredibly powerful. You also have kind of everything you want in terms of the fact that they're very sturdy. They're easy to heal because you know when you need to heal a warrior, okay? So as I say, from a healing perspective, this is what a lot of people don't realize, is that a lot of people play tanks or healers, but not both. And I like both. So when I'm healing, a Prot Warrior is incredibly easy to heal because I know exactly when they need me and when they don't. As a tank, I know exactly when I'll be in trouble, when I am not in trouble, because there are some types of damage I'm immune against as a warrior, and there are some types of damage that I am very susceptible to. But I have a full package on what to do in those circumstances, especially because CDR was taken away from most tanks, except warrior. You still get anger management, giving you cooldown reduction on your shield wall, and you have the cooldown reduction by playing Thane on Demo Shout, etc. You have a lot of tools to deal with damage and keys. Now, sometimes Warrior can suffer from a scaling issue where eventually, as keys get extremely high, we're talking really like pushing even beyond the title range of keys, it can have a small problem that sometimes your ignored pain just gets eaten through instantly. And therefore, it's like, it can struggle at that point. But realistically speaking, Prot Warrior is very sturdy in keys. It does depend on good play. It does not have a B-res, and it does not have off-healing. but you have Shockwave, Stormbolt, Challenging Shout, as well as the new Javelineer talent if you really want to go for that extra kick. You have a ton of CC. You technically still have Rallying Cry. You actually have quite a bit, right? This is your first time? Did I ruin your first chat? Ooh, hi, Cora. Hello there. So the idea is that Prot Warrior technically has everything that you want your tank to have. In general, you need your tank to have options to deal with the higher damage and keys. You need your tank to have a group buff. You need your tank to have some meaningful utility. If you can provide those three things as a tank, then the rest is up to tuning. If they gave Prot Warrior, the problem with it right now is that it has about 20% less damage than other tanks. If they were to buff that damage, which they might, Prot Warrior is instantly viable and competitive for meta. It's not bad on beta. If you've been watching tank tier lists, you'll realize that Prot Warrior is ranked not very high, but the only reason for that is because its damage contribution individually is low, as well as the fact that it appears that we're going to want a caster meta, but that could change. The best beta specs recently have not been benefiting from Battle Shout. That could change. Hence why there are some tanks that are going to be more valuable. But trust me, Prot Warrior can absolutely and should be in the best for Mythic Plus category. There are many things that you can do. Now, there's a big difference between a very good Prot Warrior and a very bad one. Go ahead and watch, by the way. I've made a guide now for most of the specs that are going to be on this list. You can find them on the YouTube channel or the Patreon. Prot Warrior, when you get good at playing it, you're effectively immune to damage on most pulls, which really enables your healer to help your other team members. Again, aside from the fact that there might be bleeds or some magic effects or whatever, you are very independent on this tank. So that is basically my thoughts on Prot Warrior. I think it's had a massive glow up. It used to suffer from a lack of utility because it did not have, at the time when other tanks still had their AoE interrupts, you didn't have Challenging Shout, and you kind of had a long cooldown Shockwave. The only thing I will say about Prot Warrior that's a negative is that hero talents are not viable. You kind of have to play Mountain Thane, and I sort of wish that all tanks had an availability to play both their hero talents. We're going to rank Prot Pally next because I still don't understand if this was Protection Paladin or Protection Warrior, so we're just going to double it up, and I guess if we get another Prot, we'll just remove it. So we're going to rank Prot Pally next, by the way. But basically, yeah, that's sort of the problem, I think, is that Colossus has the literal worst snap threat in the game compared to all tanks. Like, any other tank is better at snap threat, which is, to clarify what snap threat is, your ability to not let your squishy DPS people die. When you're going into a pull, you know all those DPS that really want to zug, they will zug, and that is the problem with Prot Warrior, basically. Colossus. Mountain Thane has much better snap threat because of how it interacts with Thunderclap. So that's what I would say. Yeah. All your DPS are going to zug. So Warrior, if you have to burn your Challenging Shout early, that feels really, really bad because you want to save it for those kicks. All right? I would say that Prot Warrior, though, you will notice something interesting about how I'm going to rank the tanks here, because Prot Warrior has pretty much everything that you want from a Mythic Plus in perspective. All right? Next, we have Prot Paladin. Where do you guys think Prot Pally goes for Mythic Plus? Remember, this is kind of more for Mythic Plus than Raid, but even in Raid, what do you think? Where would you guys think that Prot Pally goes? If we're going to go both protections, you have Prot Warrior and then you have Prot Pally. I just want you to guess. Just seriously, give me your best thing. I'll upload this whole thing to YouTube, don't worry. It's obviously going to be one of the best options for Mythic Plus. Now, interestingly, we have to have a conversation as to why. Why is Protection Paladin considered so good in keys? Because it is fundamentally lacking something. It is actually fundamentally lacking something. But you can make up for that. Okay? So, Prot Pally goes all the way up here. It brings a certain package. Let's begin. Okay? Let us begin. Yo, what's up? We're ranking all the specs, and I'm going to talk about Prot Pally. Now, obviously, we have a lot to say about this tank. Utility was mentioned. Correct. The reason that Prot Pally is just best for Mythic Plus, this is one of the more unique tanks, one of the more unique picks that will be in the best for Mythic Plus. Because although it does have a group buff in the terms of the fact that it has Devil Aura, It does not have an offensive group buff. In general, nowadays, the tuning in this season has been different. It is not the same as it used to be. Way back in the day, way back. Again, you had some tanks that would just casually do 30%, 50% more damage. I'm thinking back at the end of Shadowlands, we had the Blood DK era, right? Where that tier set was just monstrosity. And then back at the end of Dragonflight, we had the double sigil VDH. Unbelievably broken. Probably the most broken that any tank has ever been in Mythic Plus. But ever since the War Within, they've kind of done a much better job keeping tanks slightly closer together. So now, all of a sudden, what a tank can bring to your team matters a lot more. In terms also of survivability, there were some tanks before that would just be like 3 key levels above. But nowadays, it's actually a lot tighter than that. Even on this current retail season, most tanks can live up to a very competitive key level, but there is clearly a meta tank. Now, exactly. The problem with Prot Pally is that you might have to be playing Sentinel in the new season. To clarify this for Prot Pally players or people who don't play Prot Pally, one of the advantages to playing this is that it does massive damage. Like, it normally brings quite a bit of damage. It has to. It has to bring a lot of damage because if a Prot Pally and a Prot Warrior do equal damage, then the Prot Warrior is actually doing significantly more damage than the Prot Pally because your individual damage contribution as a tank is not as high as it used to be. Your group buff matters more. Giving your team attack power is a massive DPS increase, or giving your team Mark of the Wild is incredibly strong, whereas Prot Pally does not provide that offensive group buff. But that is basically the only thing that holds Prot Pally back. It is fully capable of living the keys. The only thing that Prot Pally does is technically add a small bit to your timer because you could be playing a tank that offers a group buff offensively. However, no other tank will make your key feel safer. A good Prot Paladin will make that key feel buttery smooth. There is no other tank that can offer what Prot Pally can in terms of its utility package. Now, I think that a lot of mid-level Prot Pallies don't even begin to make use of what they can do. I will give you a massive tip, okay? And I've gone over this with coaching before. Make a mouse over macro for your Avenger Shield. You get a ton of resets right now, especially going into midnight. You can fully lock down 2 casters pretty much permanently on a Prot Pally, maybe even 3. You just need to mouse over macro your shield. If you keep your actual target on one target and then you have your shield hit the other one, you can actually manually kick, hodge this plus that plus toll plus this plus that, and then you have Divine Resonance, which procs every 5 seconds after you cast toll. It is amazing what you can do. What people don't realize is that not all packs in Mythic Plus are created equally. You have some packs that you need the ability to lock it down. Prot Pally can offer that. Same with Prot Warrior, by the way. Both of these tanks can technically use their full utility package to effectively lock down that very dangerous thing. So your key will feel significantly smoother for having these. Even if Prot Pally is tuned a little lower on its damage, then it will still make your key feel incredibly safe if they can live. I suppose that's the big if, right? If Prot Pally can be tuned a little bit low because the way that it has been changed going into midnight is that it has lost its CDR. It does not have its CDR on its major abilities anymore, which used to give it perma coverage, as in you could always have a defensive rolling. Nowadays, you don't necessarily have as much coverage, even though it has been buffed, because in the original inception of beta, we saw what could happen to Prot Pally. When beta first came around, this tank was an F tier. I was actually borderline unplayable. I remember playing it week 1 and just being like, what is going on right now? I could barely time 12s. My other tanks were doing 15s, easy. This Prot Pally on week 1 of beta, I was in a 12 and I was just dying. I actually got to do a key with mode. I felt so bad. Mode was healing my Pally. We ended up timing it, but I was just straight dying like half the time. And I was just like, why am I dying through cooldowns? Like, I'm really confused about what's happening. But they have since buffed it massively, and now at least you have more coverage. The only thing you get CDR on, however, you don't get CDR on your Ardent or your Bubble or your Wings. You only get CDR on your Kings. And at least you still have that, but effectively, you would have to really map out your cooldowns properly, and you'll have a lot more gaps. So the fear of prop pally is that it might be a little squishy going into certain keys, but I would very much like to clarify, this is at the highest level. In the average mid-level of keys, like your 3 KIO or even 3.5 KIO, you are not going to get globaled if you just have a gap between your Ardents and your Kings. Like if you have a 5-second window there, you're absolutely going to be fine, and you have plenty of options to do that. You probably do have to play Sentinel as you get higher, because Sentinel will give you that coverage, and you can extend the Sentinel through Zealot's Paragon, which still exists. So you have extension that still exists, but you don't have the CDR anymore. The best thing about prop pally, though, is just how safe your key feels, because I have talked about its kicks, I've talked about its utility, but I haven't even begun to mention the fact that sack, off-healing, bop, spell ward, etc. is amazing. I will say this. A lot of the things I just mentioned are completely overrated for most prop pallies, because the average prop pally is going to go copy a build from Yoda or whoever, and they're going to have spell ward and not know how to use that button. They will use it once in a key on themselves. If you're actually not aware of how to use spell ward, just don't take it. I swear, like, it's a little bit of a min-max here, but just replace it with something else. Like, just take a different talent. There's actually another, it's not a very good talent, but you could just take something like Searing Sunlight or whatever. You could take the Searing Light or something else, because most people that I've played with, at least in the middle level of keys, when I'm healing or playing on an alt, they don't know how to use their sack. They don't know. They never ever bop anyone in the whole key. They don't understand that thing is a bleed and you can clear it with a bop. They don't use those tools. So prop pally is incredibly, the skill ceiling on prop pally is very, 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 very high. The better you get at it, the actual, like, you can plan and live anything, but you actually have to start planning, where you say, great, that very dangerous boss over there, I make a plan. First 25 seconds is Sentinel, then it's this, then it's that. I'm going to let that 5-second gap go in. Here, I'm going to think about maybe I lay on hands myself or this, and then I'm going to send Bubble in 3-2. Okay, now I'm going to Kings that mechanic and stuff, right? So what can actually happen is that you can start to develop that plan, but you'll notice something very interesting here, which is that I kind of need things to go according to plan. It's one of the problems with pallies at high keys is because I am so cooldown dependent and not very tanky baseline with the reduction of mastery and my general block chance and no faith in the light, so I can't even maintain 100% block anymore. Because I am a little bit less tanky baseline, we have a problem if my DPS are bad. It's something that isn't talked about enough, is when I play a tank. So Warrior doesn't have this problem. Like, I'm just going to be eternally tanky. I'm going to have constant DR in the pull. But this tank, if I do a big pull and one of my DPS messes up and they die, I might die, because I expected the pull to die in 27 seconds, but it actually lived for 39 seconds. And I didn't have a plan for coverage on the last 12 seconds. We have a problem, all right? So, right, we have a problem. If you are tuning into this tier list, I will happily acknowledge this. You have to listen to the context. If you want to hear what I am saying, and you must listen to the context of why we are ranking things, how I am ranking things. Because if you tune in and what you do, what normal people do with tier lists, I'm almost done with the prop pally. What normal people do is they will tune to the end and they will say, they didn't even look at the categories of which I am ranking. That is absolutely fair. I acknowledge your comment, Becco, but you must understand why I am ranking things like this. Yes. Okay, so, right, no problem. No problem. That it'll be a common misconception. We are happy. I will clarify with people. We will not yell at anyone, but I am sure I will get that comment a lot of why I am ranking things like this. So in terms of its current tuning, there is some fears for prop pally, but in terms of how it can just make your key, yeah, a very good prop pally will understand and how to save people. It's just like, wow. It is so beneficial, okay? It is super beneficial. How tanky is Prot Warrior in high keys? It is incredibly tanky. The moments that it will struggle, it can actually have a plan. You can make a plan because you still have double shield wall. You still have all the tools. Spell Reflection is a 25% magic DR for 5 seconds, even if you can't reflect things. And you can, worst case scenario, you can kite things out. You can do, like, there are tricks and tips for Prot Pally. There are certain things you can dwarf if you're ever in trouble like that. But for what it is worth, all right, be civil, guys, no problem. For what it is worth, Prot Warrior can live. It might struggle with certain mechanics. In those moments, your healer should be able to heal you because you won't get globaled on a Prot Warrior, but there are some packs that will shred you. that's okay because you can make a plan for those packs. That's kind of the important thing to know about it. There will be some moments, as always, Prot Warrior is immortal until it isn't. So it can live, but you might need a little bit of help with some of the magic damage in these keys. These keys do a lot of magic damage, right? So, yeah. Also, yeah, Dispel profile for Prot Pally, last thing. There are a few poisons and stuff that this will help with. It's not going to be a massive contribution this season. However, it'll be impactful to have a Dispel. Most importantly, though, I don't think the skill expression of this tank is very rarely expressed at most key levels. I played this in Season 1 of The War Within, and I cannot tell you how many times I went into a City of Threads, and I was playing with a Shaman healer. But we had Omni cooldown before, and I would just make these unbelievable plays because I would be like, great, Ascendances, because I play Resto Shaman and I know how defensives work. So I would be like, great, I see Ascendances on cooldown. I see that we have no Spirit Link. I see we have no Healing Tide Totem. My Hunter has no defensives. It's the last boss of City of Threads. Let me Spell Ward. And it would just be like, he was dead. Like 100% we were not. He was going to die on that mechanic. Spell Ward. It's like, okay, I have Spell Word available, but now I see Ascendances rolling. No Spell Word. Save it for the next one. Like, you can do things like that on a Prot Pally. You can't technically do as much because you won't have that Omni cooldown, actually. It's a good point, by the way. You won't have that Omni cooldown, so there will be less opportunity to make those plays as a Prot Paladin, but nonetheless, you can still do so much for your team, okay? I know that you can't track it. Well, guys, hold up. There is actually an add-on that somebody made to kind of do... There is sort of Omni cooldown now. I wouldn't say that there isn't any Omni cooldown. Well, I mean, we'll see. It could. Wait, there is some Omni cooldown, man. Here we go. You know what I mean? Yeah. What the point of this, I will reiterate as we go through here if you're watching, okay? All right. The point of this, I don't just want to rank it because tuning will change. Most tier lists are just going to be like this good, that bad, here's why. I've done beta testing, here's the log. I want to give you an explanation on why the thing is valuable or not valuable. I want to give you that, to understand the theory of it, you'll be way more informed about what to main, if you want a fodder reroll, what you should fodder reroll to, because at any point, like we know that what the best tuning is right now. We know that Demo Warlock, for example, is doing massive single target. However, it is almost certainly getting nerfed because anything that is winning on single target also means that it wins in raid. And if it wins in raid, it's getting nerfed. They will almost certainly not let Demo Warlock do 20k more damage than everyone else. When Demo Warlock gets nerfed, for all the reasons that I mentioned in putting it in A team, it won't be best for Mythic Plus because it does not have a group buff. If it had a group buff, it would be here, as I mentioned. But this is considering not the current tuning, but the theory of what it can provide. Does that make sense? So those are the explanations for Prot Warrior and Prot Pally. Let us move on. I believe I have talked enough about Prot Pally. Just know skill expression on this is infinite. And last glow up, Consecrate doesn't matter anymore. You can actually play almost without Consecrate. You are still playing those talents because it is best, but Consecrate only being a 5% DR and the fact that if you do play Sanctuary, you maintain that point after 4 seconds, you can move out of it, and it is more for damage and healing now at this point. Oh my god, huge glow up for Prot Pally. They've been asking for that for a very long time. Sanctuary is no longer like this optional talent point that you don't have to take. You now just have it. Very, 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 very good. Incredible change for Prot Pally, actually. But the problem with that is that they didn't compensate it for no longer having that master EDR. So that's the problem. All right, moving on. Remove. I guess we might get one more Prot, in which case we'll see. What does the wheel rank us next? Here we go. Moving on. We are going to talk... Oh, I thought it was going to say Augmentation Evoker. I'm so happy. Holy. Wait, which holy? Oh, again? Wait a second. No, which one? There are two holies. This is not a very good wheel. This is not a very good wheel, man. This is not a very good wheel. Wait a second. Wait a second. There's two. I guess you just remove all instances. Okay, so I guess we talk... It's yellow, so I guess we talk Holy Paladin and Holy Priest, I suppose? All right, well, let's go over it. Sure, I suppose that's what we're doing. Okay, so let's talk Holy Priest first. I would say that Holy Priest is probably going to be the thing. This is going to be the very first spec that I put in great for raid Holy Priest, let's talk about the history of it first. The history of Holy Priest is that it has always been the forgotten, overshadowed stepchild compared to Disc. One of the problems is that this is the only class that has 2 healer specs. So when you are playing this, you have a problem of the fact that you can always play Disc, okay? So this is the problem, all right? Here's the problem. You could always just change specialization. If Holy Priest was ever tuned kind of poorly, Disc Priest was tuned very well, why would you ever play Holy Priest when you could simply hit swap specialization on the same character? That is the biggest problem for Holy Priest in the history of Mythic Plus, is that normally Disc Priest provides more than a Holy Priest does. Now, I would say, going into Midnight, you have had a massive glow up. A Holy Priest is one of the biggest benefits of the pruning that has happened to healers. I will give you a bunch of examples of this. Number one, for a Mythic Plus environment, before we talk about the raid in particular, for a Mythic Plus environment, Priest was the only healer that did not have a kick for quite some time now. Originally, this wasn't true, but for the last several seasons, all healers have had a kick except for Holy Priest and Disc Priest, of course, right? So, yeah, let me play some other music here. What do we want to listen to? Let's listen to like this. This will be a good one. Okay, cool. So, here's the problem. Now, no healer has a kick except for Resto Shaman, which means inadvertently Priest got buffed. Because you're no longer just the only healer that doesn't have, right, a kick. So that's number one. Number two, it was always considered a very squishy healer. But every healer has had some defensive pruning. Technically some more than others. But for example, Resto Shaman loses Stone Bulwark Totem and a few other effects. Now Holy Priest still has everything that it did. All right? So now you still have Flash Heal. You have the 10% Flash DR and the Fade DR. Plus the fact that you still have Desperate Prayer. No, I'm still interacting. This is a conversation because it's going to be a long tier list. We're explaining the specs. We're not just ranking them. You have to understand the theory of where did Holy Priest go wrong? What is it about the design of Holy Priest that actually makes it poor for Mythic Plus? Okay? We rank it based on the wheel. The wheel says Holy, so I rank Holy. It's pretty random. We have to stick around. I'll obviously have timestamps when I post this. So Holy Priest. Okay, let's stay on track here, guys. Don't derail me too much. Number one, we have the kick thing. Number two, we have the fact that it is technically tankier by proxy because it didn't really get defensively pruned, whereas other healers got defensively pruned, okay? Number three, it has had a glow up in terms of how it heals an AoE. One of the problems with Holy Priest is that for raid, you could just bounce around healing and basically be the type of healer that did infinite HPS because of how you were designed. But in keys, you struggled on consistent AoE checks because you were meant to be a triage healer. Like you're designed to have these very powerful single target heals. Now here's the problem. It before was relying on things like Sanctify, on this or that, but now going in, we have this new talent for Holy Priest, which really simplifies it a lot because you don't have to play around Sanctify, which means that you don't have to actually play with your team in melee. Like you don't depend on this stacked cleave healing that you used to depend on. I would say that Archon has a much better healing profile than Oracle for keys. I actually played a ton of Holy Priest this beta cycle. Randomly, I really enjoyed it. It's simple, it's straightforward, you understand, you go, great, I'm going to bank Lightweaver procs. I basically just go. It is one of the biggest glow-ups, I agree with you, Love a Lot, shy of like a 15% buff. It has incredibly high damage for keys. It still provides PI and Fort. It's only missing some tuning. I would put this in great for raid, but I will mention the context of the fact I would not be surprised if you actually saw Holy Priest shy of like a 10-15% buff would be one of the best healers for Mythic Plus. It has the most meta viability since its dominance at the end of Shadowlands when it just did infinite damage with the Kyrian Covenant. I think that Holy Priest, this and Mistweaver, has actually had the biggest glow-ups going into Midnight. It is very strange. I was not expecting it. I wasn't expecting to thoroughly enjoy playing my Holy Priest. I just would still put this in great for raid right now because I think it's overshadowed. But you have to listen to the context here for sure, is that this is more traditionally has always been a raid healer. But alternatively, I would put this in the A team. I kind of actually wish, let's clarify right now. If I put something in great for raid, no, let me put this here though, okay? Right, here's what I'm saying. If I put something in great for raid, does that mean it's just one of those specs that wouldn't be good for keys as well? Because I would really put, let me think about that for a second. Holy Priest is actually in the A team for keys. As in, shy of a little bit of tuning, you could really actually want to play this healer in keys. I think it's missing very potentially just a tiny bit of survivability on itself. It's missing a little bit of something, but it's very close to being a very viable meta healer. I don't think you're going to see that because they would have to buff it to the extent, right? To the extent of this. Oh, what's up, Zorthus? Hi, Zorthus. Hello there. We are ranking all the specs, but what I am trying to do for all the people coming in right now, hello, we're not just making a tier list, we're having a conversation. I actually want to give an explanation of the history of the spec and have a conversation, right, about things. We are not ranking S or F, we are ranking based on explanation. So we're talking about the glow up that Holy Priest has had, okay? All right, now here we go. Yes, we have to clarify what we're doing with this tier list. We are making the ultimate tier list and we're having a conversation about things, okay? So what I'm saying about Holy Priest, the glow up, to reiterate for all the people coming in, we're talking about Holy Priest, we spin the wheel and we talk whatever. Holy Priest has had a glow up because traditionally it was the only healer that didn't have a kick, right? But now what happens is that because all healers lost their kick, Priest gets inadvertently buffed by that slightly for Mythic Plus standing. On top of the fact that it did not receive defensive pruning, whereas other healers did, so it is slightly tankier on a relative scale to what it was before, although still missing a little bit. On top of the fact that it is tuned pretty well. Like, Arcane has had a massive glow up in terms of how Lightweaver functions, where you actually have meaningful AoE healing. Plus, Ultimate Serenity allows you to not have to play around Sanctify, which gives you a much smoother rotation. So I really think that this is more of like it's shy of like 15%, like 10-15% one way or the other, and this has way more meta viability for keys than it has ever had. Shy of the end of Shadowlands, right, where it was dominant because Kiri and Covenant damage. So the idea is we have to talk about what Holy Priest actually provides and how it heals. Traditionally, for healing Mythic Plus, you do need literal coverage, but it's not just HPS that you look at. You also have to look at what you provide to your team. The main thing holding Holy Priest back is the fact that it was always overshadowed by the fact that Discipline provides DR and shielding, which helps you live one-shots. Holy Priest might have good HPS, but does not help you live one-shots. However, going into Midnight Season 1, there are less one-shots. It might be less important that your healer actually provides DR, whereas it's going to be more important that your healer just has raw throughput abilities, because that is what is demanded in this new environment of keys. In the new environments of Midnight Season 1, we need actual HPS. And so I think that Holy Priest's glow up is very real in terms of the fact that it has way more viability, all things considered. Yeah, I feel like I'm only going to put a few things in the great for raid. Like, there's a few things that I think are actually excellent for raid, but might not be good for keys. I think I'm going to put Holy Priest in the A team. As in, this is just shy of what it could be to actually be really solid. Either that or it's like great for 3k IO. I might have to change some of the rankings here in a little bit. We'll see how it all shapes out. Basically, though. So it technically does have a group buff. It technically does have what it would need to succeed in Midnight Season 1. It's kind of a sleeper pick right now. I actually think the Holy Priest is kind of a sleeper pick. Now, we have the next healer to talk about, because I don't know which Holy is actually referring to. So we're going to talk Holy Priest, and then we immediately go into Holy Paladin. Holy Paladin is the next one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Well, basically, I made this. Okay, so what should we change instead of great for raid? What would you recommend? Before we actually go into Holy Paladin, what would you say, Soap? Basically, I'm not going to lie. I was thinking very specifically Preservation Evoker. I was like, I didn't want to rank it as bad. I just wanted to rank it like it's good in raid. It's useful in raid because you need it. Like, it's probably going to be good in raid, but it's bad for keys. That's That's basically, it's like a, hey, I don't want to say that you're bad because you have, just leave it out. All right, bet. That seems reasonable. Honestly, I'm okay with that. That's fine. Yeah. That's fine. And just do it dependent. That's cool. I'm good with that. That's actually fine. Yeah, because I'm a Mythic Plus player. I'm not a raider. It was just, there were a few specs in my head that were like, yo, this is, you would probably see this in the Race to World first, but you won't see it in keys. And that's kind of the idea behind like Preservation Evoker, which, by the way, is my favorite healer. I have more time on Prez than any other healer. I really like it. It's super fun, but as I explained yesterday on stream, it has some problems. All right, I'm cool with that. I'm cool. We'll just do these then. We'll do this. That makes sense, though. Let's do it. Here we go. Could just be like raid only. No, this is a Mythic Plus environment in particular. I think that I didn't want to rank anything as F tier because what people do is they'll skip to the end and see it and they'll go, oh, I can't play the thing that's an S tier. I actually think that anything can be played. It's just that there are some things that obviously have some fundamental issues when it comes to keys. So let's talk about it like that. Effectively, though, yeah, it looks very nice and is very kind tier. Honestly, we'll see when we get there, okay? All right, so now that we've clarified that, let's go over Holy Paladin. Technically speaking, Holy Paladin is in an interesting slot for healers because it is one of two healers that technically does... It's one of two healers that does not provide an offensive group buff to your team. Now, it does have Devo Aura, which is valuable, and it does have a very strong utility package for keys, which is valuable. It does actually have some form of DR as well, but it does not have a true offensive group buff. You cannot compare what Holy Paladin provides to something like Mark of the Wild or Sky Fury. So what I would say is that Holy Paladins are in the A team. They're probably the only... It's hard to rank them lower because you can do a lot for your team. I wouldn't say that this is bad in any way. I would almost put it in very dependent, but I think that would be doing them a disservice. They have had a pretty massive glow up going into Midnight. I think that before I would have ranked them as very dependent because they were kind of niche in what they did. I would say the main problem with Holy Paladin is that it's kind of overshadowed by other healers. Most other healers can kind of do more than what a Holy Paladin can do for keys. You can play it and make it work, but I think that one of the biggest, most underrated parts of it is just straight up the type of healing it does can make certain things feel much safer. It depends, though. If you play something like Virtue, your tank can actually feel very mortal. Something I didn't talk about for Holy Priest as well is that the nature of how they heal can make tanks feel very unsafe because you have to be choosing to heal your tank versus just having passive effects that basically are always hitting your tank. So I think that Holy Paladin is in a similar boat. As far as I know, almost everyone is playing everyone's playing Beacons. But I find that when I play with a Holy Paladin, I don't feel as safe as some other healers. All that being said, Hodge is a massive cooldown right now. I think that people are very underestimating Hammer of Justice. You have it every single pack, and it effectively functions like a stop and an interrupt. This is just kind of an underrated piece of, since healers lost their kick, as a Holy Paladin, I effectively feel like I have a kick for most packs. Obviously, some things cannot be stunned, but that's kind of an underrated part of the fact that it's like, oh, I have this. Now, the other thing is that freedom is incredibly valuable in dungeons like Pit of Sauron, and I think that I really think that HPAL has very good utility for these new dungeon pools because freedom is incredibly valuable. Same with Tiger's Lust, by the way. Traditionally, something that was super niche and didn't have a lot of viability, but at this point, I would say it has an incredible glow up in that sense. Also, its fluidity is still there. I think both Lightsmith and Herald play a lot more straightforward than they used to play. I will say, and I'll admit, I'm not the biggest fan of HPAL. When I play it, I have a harder time understanding the differences between, hey, when am I supposed to be just slamming judgments, etc. in melee, and when am I supposed to be swapping to my Holy Lights? I can struggle a little bit to manage my infusion stacks properly. I can struggle a little bit to make those choices, and I think that if I struggle with that. A lot of other people will too. It's a little bit strange to me that you have to be weaving those things in, and that I think is a little bit strange for Holy Paladin going in. The nerf to Empyrean Legacy was a little bit uncalled for as well in the recent tuning of Midnight, but nonetheless, I would be remiss if I ranked this lower. I think that I would be doing Holy Paladins a disservice if I were to put them in like any tier lower than this. I would say here, though, I struggle just to clarify, there are 7 healers in the game and 6 tanks. They all play a little differently. Some things click and some things don't, all right? Some things click and some things don't. Hey, Lazy, I want to be real with you. Can you chill? Can you chill? We're having a conversation about the game. That's not the place for that. You're going to have to chill a little bit, or I'm just going to have to ban you from my stream. And you would be the 4th person, I think the 5th person that has ever been banned from my stream. You don't want that. You might not have realized, but if you watch Petco's stream, you've also watched my stream, because I've played with him almost every day of beta. Like, I'm his healer and tank almost every day. Like, if you've been watching his stream, you might recognize my name, by the way. So, just letting you know. Yeah, you might want to know that. I'm just saying. Your chat is coming up on this list. I haven't set right now. So, yep. To be fair, I will clarify. I have played with Petco. He's a very good DPS. He doesn't tank or heal, but he's a very good DPS. His tier lists are good. Okay. Yeah, but again, most people rank their tier list where they basically just go, this is good, this is bad, here's why. But they don't really give an explanation of the history of the spec and where it has traditionally struggled. I think that HPAL is always relied on its tuning simply because it does not have that sort of very valuable group buff. The problem with HPAL is that traditionally in the history of M+, if it's not over-tuned like it was in Dragonflight Season 2 where other healers simply could not compete, then it traditionally doesn't do that well. I would say that this is a pretty good state of HPAL, and you will see it much more because of the changes in particular to Light of Dawn being just omnidirectional. Unbelievable change. I mean, that was so toxic to do before, right? That's what, so I think that those are all my thoughts on Holy Paladin. I got a little derailed there. I apologize, but just so you know, I think I've covered Holy Paladin. Would you say that I've covered Holy Paladin? I've never healed in my life, but I really want to play Prez and M+. You're fine. For 3k IO, you're absolutely fine. Malnari, it is a harder healer to play. When we get to Prez, I'll talk about it. But just do note, go watch my stream from yesterday. I think I talked a lot about the differences between something like Prez and Mistweaver. I showed the same key. I think it was just a 15 Pit of Sauron. I did it on my Mistweaver, and I showed you the rotation and how much I have to think in game on that to heal that key. And then I did it on my Prez Evoker, and I was like, great. We finished it, double timed it, 0 deaths, like clean run. I showed you that Prez can totally do it, but just beware that you have to work a lot harder on a healer like Prez Evoker compared to what you might have to do. Like I am doing these combos and this, and I'm massively thinking on my Prez Evoker all the time about how to set up my healing, whereas on my Mistweaver, I am simply doing spinning crane kick, right? Like that, I'm literally pressing one button and doing more HPS plus more damage than I would be doing on my Prez. So you have to make that choice, but if you really like it, trust me, regardless of what I rank all these specs as, joy is the most important thing. If you love the game, you will spend more time playing the game. If you spend more time playing the game, you will have more mastery of your spec. If you have more mastery of your spec, you will get more out of it. And every class right now, that's why there's no F tier here, because Blizzard has done such a better job of tuning compared to 4 years ago, compared to 7 years ago. The game is way more tightly tuned than it used to be. So almost everything is viable, maybe not for the highest level keys, but you're probably not doing those. And even if you are, let's have a conversation about it, okay? Right. And I would say, yeah, there's a lot of people who actually intentionally like, for what it is worth, they intentionally like the fact that it's like they're hipsters in WoW, and they're like, I want to play the thing that's the worst, right? You want to be kind. So Arms Warrior is getting buffed, though. Like, clearly right now, based on tuning, as I mentioned when I talked about it, like, yes, it's F tier. But they're going to buff it. Like, this is not how the season goes live. I promise you, like, everybody knows Arms Warrior is going to receive a buff soon. Just like everybody knows Druid of the Claw Bear is getting nerfed. How much? is a good question. They could, if Arms Warrior, as I mentioned, just accidentally gets, you know, a 50% buff and they overbuff it, all of a sudden, boom, it's going to be really good because it does technically have that stuff. All right, let's talk. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We're going to remove, if we get Holy or Prot again, we will obviously remove it because I don't know which one was there. Well, yeah, the no tuning until March 17th is weird, man. All right, here we go. Oh, wait. Perfect. Nice. We're going to talk Preservation Evoker. It could not have been better RNG. Preservation Evoker is next. Great. All righty then. Preservation Evoker was the spec that I was going to put in the Great for Raid category because it has fundamental problems with Mythic Plus, and we had just been talking about it, so that is perfect. We will put Prez in very, very dependent. How about that? Prez definitely goes kind of toward the bottom of very, very dependent. Now, I love this spec. You can check my, if you would like to Raider IO me, you're more than welcome to. Go check my Raider IO for the end of Dragonflight when I actually played Prez and Keys. You're also more than welcome to check me on Season 1 or whatever, any season that I've had a geared Prez Evoker. I like this healer, okay? You can watch me play Prez Evoker and you can decide, okay? Here's the thing. It's not ever bad. It is always annoyingly okay for Keys. The problem with Prez actually suffers, kind of like some other specs, where it tends to be incredibly good in Raid, and they don't have separate tuning for Mythic Plus and Raid. So as long as it's overperforming in Raid, they will never buff it to the extent that it would be good in Keys. Prez has a fundamental problem as a healer in Mythic Plus, which is that it does not have a group buff. It's tough. A healer kind of needs to provide a group buff because individually healers are not tuned highly enough that they just simply do enough damage to compensate for the fact that they do not provide a group buff. By the way, PI is considered a group buff in this context because even with the buff to healer damage recently, which by the way, Prez received a more of a buff than other healers because they did not mitigate the fire breath damage when they buffed it, whereas all healers received a buff and a nerf, right? Prez does good numbers. You can again go check any of my keys that I did yesterday. I think I ended with some pretty solid numbers. I ended with like 37k, which is not bad for healers. But if you go into a key on a Resto Druid and you press Mark of the Wild, you are honestly doing the same damage by clicking one button at the beginning of the key. Group buffs matter more for healers than any other role because individually your damage and your numbers are tuned not so high right now. So 3% verse for your entire party, which is also a DR, but also let's just say damage, or Sky Fury is a better one, so there's no DR attached to it, is, okay, that you will buff your DPS and your tank far more, and that will lead to a faster key timer. So Prez has a problem, which it does not provide that. Technically, last season with its tier set, it kind of did through Threads of Fate, which was people didn't really know that, but it doesn't have it now. So the idea is that Prez suffers from the fact that it does not have a group buff. I would actually be willing to wager that if they gave Prez a 3% crit buff, let's just imagine they did that, you would automatically see it in Mythic Plus comps because it isn't bad necessarily. It's just that it's not represented because everyone knows that they're not going to play it. I think the biggest problem with Preservation Evoker is that it's the newest healer, and the only time that people really played it was when it was very, very, very OP on its inception in Season 1 because it was very overtuned. The second they nerfed it, people didn't play it. There were only a few dedicated Prez players that stuck with it in higher Mythic Plus, but everyone else stopped playing it and moved on to a different healer. So it has zero representation. There is really almost no champion for Prez. We have people like, Rai and people like Krive and people like Kig and people like, there's all sorts of cool things. There are certain people who really love it and can show that it does well, but the way that it heals is also a bit problematic because it makes people feel a little unsafe. Something that isn't talked about enough for healers is that if you are not doing consistent healing, then your team will feel more at risk. You see the problem? If your team is doing, if you have to let people drop low to burst them back up, then people tend to play worse when they're like scared for their life. If you let your DPS sit at like 20% health, even though you know they're not going to die, they start panicking and they'll just accidentally disengage themselves off a cliff or something. Like they play worse. So Prez has a kind of a fundamental issue with their way of healing properly oftentimes involves letting people drop a bit, and so you can feel very unsafe playing with a Prez Evoker. Now, that being said, they are also the healer that received probably the worst changes, in my personal opinion. This is a bit more of an opinion, going into Midnight. This is not so objective because some people like it, but in general, everyone was so confused about the Resto Shaman changes. You remember when Midnight was announced and they talked about the healer pruning and people saw Resto Shaman and they were like, what? A Flex Redeem. All right, bet. Ooh, nice. I actually meant to do laundry. I'm wearing a particularly small shirt. This shirt is like 6 years old, so ignore that. All right, here we go. So Preservation Evoker, all right, was actually, I think, in my opinion, in actual practice, the spec, everything got easier to play for healers. Prez got harder. The actual ramp, you don't have the coverage that you used to have because Spirit Bloom was a button that you could hit if you messed up. If you weren't playing ideally on Prez, at the very least, you could emergency Lifebind and Emerald Communion and everybody would be alive. And there were several times where you would mess up your ramp because it is a healer that requires very specific exact timing. So Preservation, I'm talking about Prez a lot and everybody's tuning out because no one really cares about this spec. Now, listen, Preservation is actually something that I think just doesn't have enough representation because a lot of people think, well, the problem with Prez is what? What's the problem with Prez, by the way? Everyone says what? Oh, it's got a range issues. It doesn't really have range issues. You can overcome all of those range issues quite easily right now. Like, it's not that bad. Dream Breath actually got the extra yardage already, and your TA is the only thing that is genuinely directional in terms of the fact that if your team's in Narnia, then your TA won't actually apply echoes evenly, but you can overcome that. You TA this one and you echo that one. Like, the range issue on Prez is not that much of a thing. You also have the new talent, which is a massive glow up. That's like the best thing they've added of the Dream. Oh boy, I don't know how to pronounce this. Simulacrum? Simulacrum? How do you pronounce that word? The one that basically makes it so that your VE doesn't actually teleport you to your target. But even Magister's Terrace, Simulacrum. There you go, that's the one. So the idea is even Magister's Terrace last boss, you can make a plan on Prez. I've shown it. Like I healed that key pre-scaling change, so we were lower item level on 15 just fine. Now, it was harder, and I was limited, but again, you TA, you can hit 2 targets with your TA, and you echo the other one, and then you just plan your VEs, and like, you can do it. So the range issue is not the problem, but the way it heals is a problem. TA getting buffed with the absorption is pretty nice, and I think the fact that you do have to spec into the Dream Summer Macaron, yep, that's a problem. I wish they would give that in the middle of the talent tree because I would rather take double VE, and you will see high-level Prez Evokers probably take double VE, unfortunately. But the Apex talent doesn't actually replace Spirit Bloom. I think that the Apex talent, whether or not you echo that compared to your VE, compared to whatever, that'll be a mathematical equation that Preservation Evokers will solve. Realistically, up to a very reasonable key level, both will probably work. But the way that you have to ramp, the way that you have to predict damage, the way that you have to play on a Prez is kind of toxic for Mythic Plus. I previously did not think it needed a redesign, but now I do. Because playing Prez on beta, again, it can do it. I've shown that it can do it. But the amount of effort that I have to put in is actually toxic. Like, straight up, I have to close my chat. I can't even interact with people while I play it because no matter how muscle memory it is for me, I just think that it could use a little bit of a look at. It either needs a group buff, it either needs something, it could use a rework. I just think that the removal of Spirit Bloom, as well as the fact that Lifebind ramps don't work the way that they used to, you just have to play even more perfect. It's even more strict to meet HPS checks than it used to be. You actually used to have more coverage outside of it. And I don't think that Prez is in a very good spot for Mythic Plus right now. I do think that's kind of a shame because it is incredibly fun. The best thing about Prez is that it is super fun. It is unique. No other healer plays like this. And I think that I wish more people gave it a shot, but I also wish that Blizzard gave it a bit more attention for Mythic Plus, okay? Yeah, it's a very punishing spec if you aren't very good at it, if you don't understand the interactions. I made a basic guide for this that hopefully simplifies it. Again, I have basic guides now for most things here. Yeah, I think that even if it was incredibly good, I don't think you'd see a lot of people play it. But at the very least, Destro Dude, I do believe people would be willing to try it if it was tuned to be the S tier healer. I think people would try it. It does provide lust. That's a fair thing, right? Like, it does provide lust. But in terms of me making guides for Prez, I found myself like, okay, there are certain core tenets that I can make for this and get you into the spec. But then I recorded the min-max guide for Preservation Evoker, and I was just like, all right, I had to spend 6 minutes talking simply about stasis. Like I had to spend 6 minutes talking about your cooldown, and I was just like, all right, this is it's a little bit involved. Like, no other healer has to think quite like this, and that's with the simplification too going into midnight. So, I mean, I think it could use a look at. That's basically my thought. Keep in mind, it normally is very good for raid because in very high level raiding, you can set up specific ramp times. Although I wonder if you will still see that going into midnight. I'm not sure. Lifebind doesn't work the way it used to. And one of the reasons that Prez was so good for raid was because of those ramps that it could create with both Consume and Lifebind, and both of those things have been changed. So I am not entirely sure exactly where Prez stands. I have not done raid testing myself. Keep in mind, I have only been testing Mythic Plus for the last 3 months. It'll be interesting to see if we actually see preservation. I wonder if we see 0 preservation evokers in the Race to World first, and then we see 0 in keys. I wonder if they will buff or take a look at it. I think the representation is too low for them to care. Blizzard tends to focus on specs that are more more playable. As far as I know, they're very good in raid right now. That being said, that worries me because if they're good in raid salt, then they're not going to be good in keys. You know, I think that actually bothers me a little bit. Is like, oh man, I don't think we're seeing this. I don't think we're seeing an improvement in raid. So unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, that was my Prez rant. Obviously, I had a lot to say. Let's keep going. All right, remove. We have a lot of specs to go through, so make sure you grab a snack, order yourself some ice cream. We are going to be here for a bit, but hopefully this information helps people. Frost melee DPS. Okay, now this is a spec that actually has really seen quite a bit of change. This was something that, again, people are going to have a really weird interpretation of what Frost EK actually is. Because Frost EK, if you've been playing the game for just a few years, like let's say that you're one of the newer WoW players, you're probably like, dude, Frost EK, that's a great spec, isn't it? But for a very long time, it was so bad. Like for a very long time, Frost EK was just a spec that was like, you're very niche for playing this, and it was not very well represented because it has no group buff, because it is one of those melee spots, because it didn't have, before the talent trees, back in your day, right? So because before the talent trees were introduced, the DPS DK did not have its glow up. But ever since it was introduced, we've now seen Frost DK receive a lot of attention. It has also gotten a lot of reworks. Now, there were some people who really liked the kind of old school playstyle with how to min-max. Not even that old school, they only recently changed it, of Breath of Sindragosa. I confess to you that DK, especially Frost DK, was one of 2 specs that I actually never played until very recently. I happen to know one of the best Frost DKs in the world. He is awesome. He is a very nice guy. And I asked him if he would record a basic Frost DK guide with me. He said yes. And I was like, sweet. I mean, this guy is one of the most competitive ranked Frost DKs. He's been playing this when it was bad. He didn't bottom reroll to it. He's actually just a Frost DK player. He recorded a basic guide with me. Ever since then, I have tried it and I go, I am spec. That is exactly who I am talking about. And I was like, okay, thank you for simplifying it. I understand there's a lot of min-max, but I feel like I actually could play this now. I brought it into some keys and I was like, okay. So I am not talking from my own personal experience, but just I'm talking in reference of I've been doing keys for a long time, but this is a spec that I myself did not play for a long time. So keep in mind that I am referencing my understanding by proxy. Does that make sense? Cool. But Frost Decay, obviously in the last few seasons, has received a massive glow up. I would say that going into Midnight, because it is a DPS DK, I will put this in the A team. It would almost go in best for Mythic Plus, but that is completely dependent on tuning. Because it does not have an offensive group buff, grip does not count as a buff in keys, I can't put it in the best for Mythic Plus. Seriously, I cannot. It would have to have a very, 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 very special, unique thing for me to put it here. But the reason I put it in the A team, okay, is because in general, the damage profile is very solid in terms of the fact that it will always have damage. 45-second cooldowns are much more valuable than 2-minute cooldowns. It used to be that this was a pure 2-minute spec, kind of based on the fact that you had to plan around your breath. And if you could plan around your breath and you could also extend that breath and you also didn't have to move or get any mechanics during that, then you could do good damage. But alternatively, it was rough. Nowadays, Frost Decay is a much simpler version of itself. Like I said, I did that one guide with Sam, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, this seems playable. Like, I understand, actually. I could do this. And I'm like, that doesn't seem so bad. There was some min-max that he taught me. There's a lot of great resources on his channel, by the way, if you do want to go check that out. The basic guide is on mine, and then go check out his channel. He puts a lot of cool stuff out. And, yeah, I was like, okay. So I kind of understand it now. But it's in the A team because it's a DPS DK. Both the DPS DKs will kind of be here because it just, the only thing I think it doesn't have is a particular niche of damage profile. It doesn't have the best funnel. It doesn't have the best prio. It doesn't have the best anything. It's just good. The main reason it's in the A team is simply because it's a DPS DK. There's so much that you can do as a DPS DK to help your team in terms of the fact that you have grip, in terms of the fact that AMZ is an actual cool mechanic, but it's simple fun. It's just baseline super tanky. I would say that if they removed AMS from DPS DK, please don't do this, but if they did, it would immediately drop down. Like, AMS is just so helpful in pugs that I would put it here. I don't think I could put it as Beth for Mythic Plus, but it's just a straightforward thing. We don't have to spend too much time talking about it. Just know that if you're newer to WoW, right? Yeah, if you're newer to WoW, there are two things I want to tell you about DPS DK. Number one is for a long time, they were in the bin, and it's very cool that they've had a glow up. Now they need to do the same thing, by the way, for Windwalker Monk and DPS Warrior. Both of those also need a glow up in the same way that DPS DK has now risen out of the ashes to be something that people are very positive about. The perception on DPS DK used to be very negative. It actually used to feel extremely negative. But nowadays, it is very cool. The other thing I will tell you is that as a healer, especially if you're a new healer in keys, most healers have decision making in terms of who you heal. If you have a DPS DK in your party, you can normally ignore them or at least heal them last. Sometimes they don't press any defenses, but baseline, they're very tanky. So for what it is worth, you could actually just, if you're triage healing and you're a resto shaman and you have a choice of, hey, my totems are out, but who do I healing wave when all the damage is happening? It's probably not your DPS DK. You could choose someone else. That alone makes it very valuable for keys. Cool. I think it's important to know what DPS specs are just naturally tanky. This is one of them for sure. And that's kind of why it's here. All right, next. Let's see what else we got. Hello there. Let's see. Devastation Evoker. Oh, wait. Enhance. Oh, nope. Devastation Evoker. This one's a tough one, man. This one is a tough one. I think that this is going to be the very first spec that I kind of just put in great for 3k IO. It is great for 3k IO. It was looking so powerful, man. It was looking so powerful. All right, so basically, here's sort of the history of Dev Evoker. When Evoker came out, Prez was unstoppably good. Like, way too overtuned. They nerfed it once, they nerfed it again, they nerfed it again. And then it was like, okay, so now all of a sudden Evoker kind of faded into oblivion. Because when it originally came out, remember, there was no AUG, there was only Prez and Dev. Dev was never that good in keys. It was always annoyingly okay, but again, the fact that it doesn't have a group buff really held it back. And the type of damage that it did also really held it back. Since then, Dev has received a lot of changes, but it has never really seen the spotlight until this beta cycle. Early on in beta, Dev was just tuned really well, and it was doing incredible damage. And you were like, wow, keep in mind, I have gotten to play with some great Devastation Evokers in my time, okay? What is that first spec? Oh, I'll tell you, this is Devour, by the way, sorry. So back to Devastation Evoker. I've gone to play with some incredible Dev Evokers. They're excellent players, and they tend to do great damage, man. They tend to do amazing damage, but it is technically less valuable at the highest level. Unfortunately for Dev, the type of damage it deals tends to be pad damage. They've never really had that niche of like prio damage. They just blow up mobs in AoE, but their damage is cleave split. Now, originally this beta cycle going into Midnight, they had a bug with their Consume Flame where it was deleting prio mobs. And all of a sudden, everyone was playing Dev because it was that overtuned. But it got nerfed. Okay, it got nerfed once, and you said, no problem, it's still pretty good, right? Unfortunate, because it got nerfed again, and you were like, okay, well, now it's just okay, but at least it's like A tier. Like, at least it's kind of decent. But then it got nerfed again. And now at some point you start wondering, why did this get nerfed again? Unfortunate. So basically, Dev does not have a group buff. Defensively, it's okay. It is a range, but it doesn't really have a niche. So the type, one of the best things about it is that it's very simple. And for this type of spec, it's incredibly good for that 3 KIO type range of like, it should always blast. It's kind of hard to not do damage on a Dev Evoker. So yeah, we don't count Blessing of the Bronze. Blessing, no, it doesn't have a group buff. It does not even, you can't even say it has a group buff. I don't even want to hear that argument for Evoker. Blessing of the Bronze does not count as a group buff. No. It just functionally, it doesn't have a group. We're just going to say it doesn't have a group buff. Well, wonderful technicality there, but no, it does not. All right, here we go. So basically with Dev Evoker, I think that this is actually one of those specs that's just very good for the average key level because it will always do damage. At the 3K level, you don't really care so much about prio damage. You don't care about funnel damage. You don't care about some, like these things that exist at the highest level of keys. You just want specs that blast. Like if you do good damage, you do good damage. Your group buff is less valuable because you don't even know if the people you're buffing are going to be that good. So what you basically want is, yeah, you want good this. It does have some threat issues. Yeah, it still does, actually, especially if you're playing the Consume, although most people are playing Scale Commander now after the massive nerfs to Flame Shaper consistently. So Scale Commander is a little bit less threat than Flame Shaper, because Flame Shaper just has, the change to Consume was just like, boom. Firestorm is questionable whether or not you do or do not play it right now. That would be a downside of it if you do have to play around Firestorm. Okay, but the idea is, okay, Dev Evoker, it's not bad, it's just annoyingly okay. The problem is it doesn't have a niche. It's not the tankiest, it has Lust, and that's pretty much all that it really has. It has Rescue, which no longer gives a shield. It has Zephyr, which is really nice. Zephyr, to be fair, again, could save your team if played well. That's really important for a DPS to have some sort of group utility, so it does have that. And I think the biggest thing is that it has Cauterizing Flame, which is very helpful in some particular niche scenario. So it's not that it has nothing, it's just it doesn't quite have enough to really for me to say it's in the A team. I think that if you're looking at meta viability, it's just good, but it's not great, okay? So you cannot put Frost or Unholy lower than the A team simply because of how independent they are. Like what I would say if you're thinking that it's not, then what you should think about is this, all right? You cannot die on a DPS DK. And for most key levels, even as you get into higher keys, it is so critically important that you are just so independent. Something that isn't talked about enough is that pugs are not that good. Like coordinated team, everything's going to be fine because guess what? You know, that squishy DPS, when you're an elemental shaman, you just say, hey, healer, external me. But in pugs, you don't get to do that. So you can't do damage if you're dead. And Frost DK doesn't die. So even if it does 5% less damage than another spec, even without a group buff, it's still valuable because of how much you can solve mechanics with it. So like it's just that valuable because it is incredibly tanky. Look at Zorthus's Zorthus just came in to say hi. Look at his last video. Check the defensive part of it. That was just by numbers alone. But in practice, the actual practice is that this is so valuable in terms of just that. Remember, most tier lists are thinking just at the top level. But for the average key, just being tanky is so important. Lazy, I don't mind you criticizing the tier list. That's absolutely fine. We can have a conversation, but you got to listen, right? You got to listen to why we're here. I will happily back this up with logs or testing. You can watch me play it. You can watch any of the runs. But what's the more important thing is to think about the theory. Lazy, if you apply that mentality of thinking, well, no, this person said S and that person said this, you're actually going to miss the plot because tuning will change those numbers, but it doesn't fundamentally change the spec. We're not actually going to get any sort of redesigns most likely at this point, right? Like we're not gonna actually get a lot of spec redesigns, I think, until way later into midnight. So for what it's worth, right? That's the important thing. Cool. I think Lazy, that's fair. I actually think that's fine. It doesn't really bother me too much. But yeah, that's the important thing, right? Cool. All right, so here we go. Moving on from this. Now we talked about Dev Evoker. Yeah, there's some niche things that Dev can do, but I think again, if you gave it a haste buff, if you gave it a group buff, it would just immediately go into A or best for Mythic Plus. But that's kind of the problem with it. All right, here we go. Remove, on to the next one. That's absolutely fine. Again, I don't mind criticism because these opinions that I have, they're not unfounded. So anyone can check anything. Oh, wait, Arcane? This is a good one. Great, now let's talk about Arcane. Now here, this is the thing. Boom. This is going to be a fun one to talk about because now we get to really discuss what really makes a spec actually meta. But again, you can check me on anything. I have no problem with that because my opinions are not founded randomly. Yup, here we go. Here we go. Arcane. Let's talk about it in a second. But once again, I will happily talk about anything because these opinions that I'm saying, they're not based on some random ideology. There's a reason I'm ranking things like this, so we can have a conversation about it. You can absolutely come in. Let's talk about it, okay? I'm serious. All right, Arcane Mage. Where does this go? Everybody knows? Again, where does Arcane Mage go? Let's just guess. What do you think? If you've played World of Warcraft for any amount of time, there's a particular style of damage that matters, right? Exactly, Deco. Correct. Arcane is proof that damage profiles can make a spec meta basically by itself. Because even if Arcane does 10% less overall than other specs, it will still probably be one of the best specializations for Mythic Plus. And the reason is because of how Touch of the Magi works. Again, there are very few specs in World of Warcraft that can execute a full-on single target rotation and delete one of the mobs while still doing good AoE damage. There are a few specs that excel at this type of damage. However, most of them have been nerfed or changed. For example, the Havoc Aldrachi nerf no longer gives it that wounded Cory. However, because you're playing Felscard. Arcane, however, has 2 hero talents, and both of them are not actually because Arcane does not depend on its hero talent. It depends on its kit. Fundamentally, Touch of the Magi is one of the most broken abilities and keys. It just is up every 45 seconds. You're not even depending on Surge to truly blast. Every 45 seconds, which effectively means in higher keys, every single pack, you can delete one mob from the pool. And almost every pack has one mob that has more HP than everything else. There's a bunch of fodder mobs. There's the main mob. Arcane excels at this. It has the damage profile. On top of that, the nerfs to Arcane have accidentally been buffs. How did this happen? How did this happen? I don't understand how they keep getting away with it. Mage has received a ton of tuning in beta. Probably more, I think. Actually, if you take a look at all the notes combined, Mage has had more notes than everything because this is Blizzard's favorite child. This is the first Mage spec we're ranking, and God, Blizzard loves mages. They just really, really love them. Here's the thing. Every time a mage has been overperforming, Blizzard nerfs them by compensating them. Every single time. They basically just go, hey, we know you're doing a lot more. So, unfortunately, we're going to give you a small single target nerf. But don't worry because we're buffing something else. Come on. Every single time. Here, it's okay. I got you. You can go ahead and ban Lazy Leaf, by the way. You'll be the 5th person ever banned from my stream. That's actually an accomplishment, by the way. Yeah, I was about to say, you can ban him now. We've talked enough. That's fine. Thank you. So, yep, that's absolutely fine. Fair enough. Your hammer, let's go. That's like, have you ever actually had to do that in my stream? I think, yeah, that's absolutely fair. I think that's is that the first time I've ever asked you to ban someone? I'm pretty sure, by the way. I think that was actually the first time I've ever had to ask that. Not to an actual person. Yeah, damn. All right, bye, Lazy. There you go. I was about to say. We engaged enough. That's fine. All right. That was really, like, I was at that point. Yep. No, don't ask to get banned. They might do it. My mods are trigger happy. They might do it. Be careful. What's up, Dabsy? Okay, so now here's the thing. Well, no, here's the thing, actually. Did you know that they nerfed resonance? No, that's a good point. Let's go back to Arcane, actually, because you're saying something very true here. Fitz, they nerfed resonance, but did you see that in the last set of notes they buffed it back to 8%? Did you notice that? This is one thing about Arcane. In their attempt to nerf its damage, they accidentally rebuffed resonance to 8%. So it is somewhat nerfed, but the Apex talent of Arcane gives it a longer, stronger touch of the Magi. So it actually still has that very, very niche profile of, I'm going to do all my damage to one big mob. That is actually one of the very interesting things that happened. In their attempt to balance the spec, they accidentally doubled down on its prio, or its funnel damage. If you can pull funnel on a boss, you still get this massively strong benefit from Arcane. And I think that that's important. And we'll talk about what the difference is when we get to Fire as well. So Arcane has that amazing profile. Now, there are some problems with Arcane going into Midnight, but it does still have incredible niche of just that massive prio damage, okay, because of how Touch of the Magi works. There are a few other specs that also do, but tuning is dependent because even if it has one of the best damage profiles for keys, to be honest with you, okay, if it's tuned poorly, it won't do any damage to begin with. Just because you have a good damage profile, if they accidentally tune you bad, unfortunate, you will get your spot taken because you still have to do some damage overall. But currently Arcane not only has that, it was bugged, remember? And then I played Arcane a few times since they bugged it. You weren't casting missiles at all. But nowadays, I think that Arcane still has that profile with their new Apex talent and the buff to resonance. Now, that being said, Arcane has some problems. It was doing the highest keys on beta when it was bugged because you really wanted to bring it. However, okay? Yeah, exactly. Okay, exactly. Thank you, Nins. I appreciate the fact that you understand this. Correct. And remember, we're talking about not necessarily based on current tuning, but kind of based on meta viability. If they were to tune everything fairly, you would want these specs, and these specs would be solid, but realistically, you would want this. You know what I mean? Because group buff. Now, Arcane Mage provides Arcane Intellect. Arcane Intellect is not just the damage amp. This is something that I guess a lot of people forget. It's not just a damage amp. It is also a buff to your healer. 3% intellect for your healer means that your healer heals more, which is very important and very impactful. If you've ever played healer before in Mythic Plus, you're always kind of secretly hoping that you have a mage. However, interestingly enough, that might be different because now we'll talk about the problems with Arcane. Arcane is very tuning dependent right now. And number two, I think it's 3%. Do they rebuff it to 5%? King, why are you saying 5%? What do you mean 5%? It's 3%. They nerfed it. They nerfed it a while ago. It's all 3%. It's not 5% anymore. It was the Chaos Brand and Arcane Intellect went to 3%. What do you mean 5%? 5% in pre-patch. No, there's no way they buffed it back. No, why are you saying 5%? It's 3% still. Wait, now you're making me second guess myself. Can somebody confirm this? What do you mean? Did somebody confirm this? I looked. Am I? No, hold on, wait. Going into midnight. No. There's no way they put it back to 5% and I somehow just missed that. I mean, you press it, you don't think about it. It's 10%. No. Here's the thing with Arcane Intellect. Buffing your tank and your healer is incredibly impactful as a DPS player. It's 3%. I was about to say, why are you making me second guess this? Oh, I was about to say. No, right. No, okay. No, thank you. I was like, wait a second, King. I see that little green check mark next to your name. Right, okay, no, the personal buff is different. It's 5 on the mage. Right. Okay. I'm glad we're clarifying this. Fantastic. Listen, buffing your healer is a massive bonus because, again, remember, you don't need to survive one-shots as much. You actually need to be able to do... Okay, gotcha. Thank you for the clarification. You need to be able to survive rot damage. Rot damage, like self-sustain, is way more impactful. This, of all the specs that I will put in the best for Mythic Plus category, is the actual weakest of all of them. You do still have some good abilities to provide and to help, like Altar in particular for rot damage. A very well-timed Altar is still impactful. You do still have your barrier, but that's kind of it. Aside from your Ice Cold, there are some mechanics that you can mitigate through Invis, but Mage is kind of squishy now. They recently did get a buff to their passive skills, right? Yes, they did recently get a buff, but Arcane, out of anything, also doesn't have Cauterize and also does not have the Frost Mage. So you don't have double Ice Cold. You will notice, and any healer who has played beta can confirm this, it is kind of problematic to heal Arcane Mages. Unless you are very good and have things planned out, they are kind of toxic to heal. They are super squishy right now. Now, you have to be proactive with your Mage defensives, which not everybody is. And I think that is the biggest downfall of them, is that they are actually kind of sort of glass cannons at this point, though. Yo, what's up, Iman? Hello. So, yeah. I think that is kind of the biggest thing. Anyone who's played beta for any amount of time would actually be able to understand that, right? That's like the biggest thing right there. Okay, that's Arcane Mage, though. Also, they don't have Mass Barrier anymore, so for what it is worth, it's the reason that this is an S tier is two things. Let's keep this real simple, okay? There's actually two things. There's only two reasons why this is here. Number one, Arcane Intellect. Number two, its damage profile. Everything else is actually not quite there. That's it. I'm serious. Those are the two reasons. There's no Mass Barrier. It's not very tanky. It's not like incredible. I guess it has Lust as the other benefit, but it's got no combat res. It's literally Arcane Intellect and its damage profile. That is what creates the A tier. That's it. That's why it would be best for Mythic Plus. Cool? All right. Moving on. We have Arcane. We have a lot of specs left, so we will be here for a second. You ever just watch your Pug Mage alter time to help the heal? Yes, they do. They do also alter. And sometimes they alter at 20% health, and then I heal them, and then they alter back to 20% health. Oof! Fury, melee DPS. Here we go. Yeah, Bozik, if you want to get exit lag working on beta, obviously, right, I have to play with it. If I don't have my exit lag on, my ping from Thailand will just randomly spike to like 20,000. So yes, you have to. You have to do there's two versions of WoW on exit lag. Okay? Yes, Mo, it is. World of Warcraft UAE. Look for World of Warcraft UAE on exit lag. I am not sponsored by them, but to be honest with you, they should sponsor me considering how much I talk about them all the time. I forgot to remove Fury, so we're gonna have to do that later. All right? It's okay. Oh, fuck, I spud. No, we don't know what's next. We're gonna find out later. Fury Warrior. Every mage should have a cancel alter macro. Yeah. All right. So yeah, look, Bozik, UAE. That's the way to get exit lag working. All right, Fury Warrior. Very, very dependent. Obviously, this goes right next to ARMS, basically. Both DPS warrior specs. If you want the full explanation for why Fury is very dependent, you have to kind of go back and listen to ARMS. Now, traditionally speaking, Fury used to have a niche. And this is the same thing I talked about with ARMS. In its original inception as Mythic Plus was developing, there were a few different types of damage patterns. Fury was the absolute, one of the kings of this consistent damage. World of Warcraft specs used to be way more dependent on 2, 3, or even 4-minute cooldowns. We used to have these massive, big cooldown windows, and a Fury Warrior excelled not at this big burst of damage that it could do, but rather the consistency of its damage. Because it was one of the old specs which just had damage pretty much every single pack. So, originally, years ago, Fury really provided that niche of just like, I'm just going to always do some damage. I will always be valuable. I have my group buff. I'm still going to be able to contribute to my team. But now, not so much. It kind of has lost that niche because more and more they have pushed other specs to also having 45-second cooldowns. And so Fury has kind of lost that. On top of that, it's target capped. So there's a lot of things working against Fury Warrior in terms of the fact that when tuning became tighter and the specs became more homogenized, all right? Now, this is Outlaw Rokrim. When specs became more homogenized, the specific niches of something like Arms Warrior being the king of two target cleave kind of is not so much true anymore. And Fury Warrior being, hey, I'm one of the best specs for consistent 5 target damage is kind of not true anymore. And so when it lost that identity, it really became do we need a warrior buff? And the way that Warrior works, DPS Warrior is currently like this. They're not the tankiest melee. They're not the melee with the best utility. They have some utility, and they have some ability to help your team. At least Fury is a little bit tankier and more self-sustaining than Arms. Although, once again, if you watch the Zorthus video on defensives, it is weird that it is a damage loss to take your Enrage regeneration. DPS Warrior needs a glow-up, because the only reason that you really want to play it, it's, again, I would say that this, by the way, both Fury in particular, both of these are fine for 3k IO, but effectively for the actual comp, though, it is going to be meta, right? Well, Punker, this is a great chance to educate. No problem. Punker, attack power is not physical damage. It's attack power, which means that any spec that is not intellect-based benefits from this. And this is the best way to understand it. If your primary stat is intellect, you do not benefit from attack power. If your primary stat is strength or agility, you benefit from attack power. So just to clarify, it is not physical damage that a warrior provides. That is the spec we haven't gotten to yet. It is actually, yes. And so it's I think the translation is 5% AP, and it's still 5%, not 3%. So it's about 4.7% damage, as far as I know, for most specs. It's about 4.7% damage, which is a lot, by the way. Yes, correct. Now, here's the catch on that. The only reason, and the reason that Warrior is very, very dependent, is that in general, its damage is normally not tuned to be the top overall performer in keys. The reason that you would play a warrior is this. Is Prot Warrior the meta tank? If no, do we need warrior buff? Yes, play Fury or Arms. That's it. Which one is tuned better for this key? Sometimes they're tuned so similarly that you actually choose depending on the key. That key, I need more mass AoE Arms. This key, I need more this, I play Fury. But the idea is you choose, but it's the only reason really that Warrior is being brought is this. Do we need the warrior buff? Is Prot Warrior playable? If the answer to those questions are yes and no, you bring a DPS warrior because their group buff will carry. But it feels kind of bad, no? Like if you're a DPS player and you're like, I am literally here to support. Like I'm not playing a support spec. I'm playing a DPS warrior. I'm here. I have 2 fucking massive 2-handed weapons. I want to zug. I want to just rampage the mobs. Like, Argh! If that's what you want to do, you're not there to be a support. You're there to be the DPS. And so I feel like Warrior does need a glow up because it absolutely does feel like you are being brought for your group buff, not for your individual contribution. And that feels bad. There's another spec like that too, which we'll talk about later. I do feel like that feels bad. It doesn't really have a niche of like, this isn't necessarily the top single target. It's not necessarily the top AoE. It's not necessarily the top this. It's just like it exists. You know what I mean? Well, you see Mystic Touch as a group buff? It is a group buff. In the same way, it's a dependent group buff, but yes, Mystic Touch is. Now, there was a comp, like for example, the quintessential warrior comp is Brewmaster Warrior plus XYZ, right? You play Brewmaster. If Brewmaster is the meta, if you play Brewmaster tank, then you want a warrior to buff whoever else you're bringing. In that sense, it would be a combination of, is Beastmaster Hunter the play? Is Outlaw Rogue the play? Is Feral the play? Is Resto Shaman good? Or is Resto Druid better? Like, who are we bringing? Yeah, because you want Sky Fury then in that comp, etc. We'll make comps another day. Okay, so that's my thoughts on warrior. We have now ranked all of the warrior, okay? Cool. Unholy is next. Great. Unholy is here. Here we go. Unholy. Yeah, perception matters a lot, and I think the perception on warrior is pretty rough, man. Yeah, it's really tough sometimes. The target cap is really what holds this back. I think it's sad. Overall tends to be all right, but it feels terrible when you go into first pull Algothar Academy on the target cap spec and your tank out DPSs you. You catch up, of course, but it does feel bad. Okay, Unholy DK. It's basically the same as Frost. Tuning-wise on Unholy, it is dependent. But Unholy really has changed so much over the years. It goes straight into the A team. This is not, by the way, ranked in order. If anything, I would put these above the Demo Warlock because they're very valuable. But the reason they're valuable is the same exact reason the Frost is valuable. Here's the weirdest thing about Unholy. We're talking about niches. Unholy used to have such a niche. Unholy was the uncapped AoE spec with Festermite, with this, in every iteration of this spec, it was, hey, my Army of the Dead is an 8-minute cooldown with some CDR, but I do the most damage on mass AoE. It was seen kind of in the MDI briefly. It was seen but it was the only thing that did that much AoE, right? However, not so much anymore. There are other specs that also do mass AoE. Yeah, so it has lost its niche in terms of that being the thing. It also is not that dependent. You used to have some very complicated play way back in the day where you had your Swarm, your Unholy, if I'm remembering the names correctly, it's been a while, Unholy Blight with 45 seconds. You had your Dark Transformation on that with the Shadowlands legendary. But then at the same time, you had your Unholy Assault on 1.5 with your Apocalypse. And then on the other time, you had your Army, which you wanted to sync with this. And then you had the Trinket. And it was like, there was some you had big, strong cooldowns. And if you timed them all perfectly and you did it all correctly, you would do pretty consistent damage on a 45-second window or a 1.5-minute window, etc. But you were very cooldown reliant. Nowadays, the glow up here is that Putrefy exists and that you have much more consistent damage. It does still feel a little bad right now in keys when your cooldowns don't line up, even more than Frost, in my opinion. Where, like, if you kind of go in and you're like, oh, I'm holding for a second, are we chaining here, are we not? I want to hold my Dark Transformation. Oh, I held it too long. I held this, whatever. But you basically sync up. The biggest thing is that the niche in the old school mentality that Unholy is now, you only bring this for the mass AoE. It still has that, especially with the new Apex talent. However, it is also just consistent damage now. You have amazing single target as well. You have really good AoE. I did a guide of this with Obli. Obli is an amazing DK player, and I did a guide with him. And in that guide, we also got to talk about the current state of Unholy. That is for free. By the way, all those conversations I have with really cool players, they're for free on Patreon if you so desire it. You can just access those. They're not paywalled whatsoever, so just feel free to access those if you so desire. But basically, in talking about the current state of Unholy, one of the things, right, about it is that it doesn't actually change builds. Like, your build is very much oriented toward being very strong AoE and very strong single target. And that is always a huge benefit to keys. If you can play a very strong DPS build that still does excellent boss damage, but you also get the benefit of having mass AoE, excellent. Now, that has changed, Punker. Correct. That was one thing I wanted to talk about. It was already the tankiest spec, and then the Zorthus video came out, and they nerfed Apocalypse already. So now it has lost that extra 18% DR. Oh well, it's still the tankiest spec, no problem. It's still gonna be just you don't really lose much. Defensively, I am actually shocked, by the way. I am genuinely shocked that they did not prune DPS DK further with the pruning going into Midnight. You have everything except the Lichborn DR. But Deathstrike is it's like super broken that you have AMS, IBF, and Deathstrike. Like, you have so much, and just all the passive notes in your tree. It is pretty insane, right? DPS DKs, I mean, there have been times where my tank has died on beta, and I'll just straight face tank the boss or a mob for a few seconds while I B-res them. Like, it's pretty crazy. There are some mechanics that you can just completely avoid. Yeah. Lichborn doesn't provide DR anymore, it just provides Leech now. And I think you can still do some weird thing where you death coil yourself if you so desire, but yeah. Now, they're still kind of slow, except the fact that if you play Rider, especially Rider Unholy, you might play Deathbringer Frost, but if you play Rider Unholy, you still have a lot more mobility than you used to have too. So Unholy, I think DPS DK in general has seen a massive glow up. The reason, by the way, that it isn't immediately best for Mythic Plus, I'm tempted to put it here, but it has no group buff. So it's very tuning dependent, as in let me put it this way. If Arcane Mage was doing 7% less damage overall than most specs in the S tier, like let's say Arcane Mage was doing 7% less overall damage than a Devourer or Demon Hunter, you might still play it because Arcane Intellect will buff everything else if you're playing caster comp and your healer, as well as the fact that you will have the absolute best damage profile with Touch of the Magi, etc. So you will still play Arcane Mage. Whereas if Unholy is doing 10% less than these specs, you won't play it. Does that make sense? Because you don't have a way to compensate for that. Like, you're not providing a group buff here. You're not actually doing that. Warlock is here simply because, not because of current tuning, but because I will reiterate what this tier list is for. This is talking about the specs viability for these higher keys and providing context for why they're here. Because if Warlock gets nerfed, the second that its single target gets nerfed, it does not have a group buff. Again, as I mentioned earlier, there are so many things that Warlock has going for it compared to something like a Dev Evoker. In particular, AoE Curse is a massive benefit and can really save your tanks and pugs, as well as the fact that it can save certain pulls if you are playing Curse of Tongues. So Mage does have the squishiness problem, as I mentioned earlier, and we will talk about continuously. The reason that DKs are not just great for 3k IO is because they're functionally immortal. They're not really dependent. Because they don't have a group buff, they're not dependent on what's meta. Like, let's say that you have a comp with Arcane Mage and Devourer Demon Hunter, you could just slot in a DK. It might, like, let's say you had let's just, for example, just say, no, they're not in order. These are just all, it's interchangeable. We're ranking based on this wheel, so they're not in order. But basically, let's assume that your comp was Resto Druid. Bear with me here for a second. Let's say that you were playing Resto Druid, Arcane Mage, Devour Demon Hunter, and your tank was a, I don't know, Prot Pally. Okay, let's assume those are your 4 locked-in slots. Technically speaking, the thing that would actually do the most damage, can you guys guess? Think about those for a second. Let me write it down here. This is going to be longer than that, 60. Okay, so hold up. Think about this comp right now. Resto Druid, right? Arcane Mage, Dev Demon Hunter, like this, okay? Plus Prot Pally. What would be the highest DPS you could add to that? Think about the general tuning. There are 4 specs I just listed. I want you to think about it. What would you slot in as the last slot there for the maximum DPS? No, no, Og would not be it. It's not tuned like that. There's something you guys are missing. Nope. Okay, no, it's not Og. Let's say that Og does this much damage to everything. No, Shaman, correct. Shaman, mastery buff. Shaman, you're missing Shaman buff. Technically speaking, Shaman buff would actually be, like, let's say that they were all tuned relatively individually. Elemental Shaman would actually be the right choice in that comp. Technically speaking, Ellie Shami would benefit from both the Devourer, Demon Hunter, and the Arcane Mage, and then would provide a Shaman buff, which is 2% mastery. You're not really thinking about the Sky Fury element of it, you're thinking about the mastery. Shaman would be the absolute best damage, assuming tuning is relative. However, there's a world where you might not be able to play Shaman in that comp because then you would be playing Elemental Shaman with our... Oh, shit, I already started ranking. I can't put it there. But basically, you would have 2 squishy specs. Could you play that? Would they both be able to live? Because both of those specs need babysitting. And you can normally only play 1 spec like that. Maybe you can make it work, but that could be complicated. So even though that would be the technical max damage comp, it might not be practical for high keys. So instead of thinking Shaman in that comp, what you could do instead is just slot in a DPS DK. You could just put a DK in or a Demo Warlock. Like these are the options. It's gonna be technically speaking 2% less damage or 3% less damage. But you could just put a DPS DK in there for grips and a melee, or you could put this in there for extra range. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, Silver, I think that's capped because Arcane, even with the squishiness that it had before the defensive buffs recently, was still doing all the highest keys on beta. So, we'll see. We'll see how Arcane ends up being. All right. And that was before the buffs. Okay, so those are my thoughts on DPS DK. Now, we continue. We have many more specs to go through. Because surviving the pull, yeah, you can't do damage if you're dead. It's gonna be a massive thing. What is this? Survival Hunter? Enhance? Oh, it's enhance. Okay, enhancement melee DPS. Here's the thing. Pre-group buff, this thing has the history of something like Enhancement Shaman, is one of the most forgotten specs in WoW. It, technically speaking, without Sky Fury, is relatively garbage. However, it does have Sky Fury. Now, Enhance, what it actually provides to your team comes from the fact that it is a Shaman. It does not come so much from the fact that it is actually Enhance. Enhance... this is such a tough one. Sky Fury is so good for keys. But going into Midnight, you lost a lot. Like, you lost a fair bit of what Shaman can provide. I am debating on Enhance in either the A team or best for Mythic Plus. If everything was tuned fairly, Enhance would be very good for Mythic Plus. Just by nature of the fact that it's Lust plus Shaman, like, it doesn't necessarily have the best damage profile, and one of the most random things about Enhance is that sometimes you see some people play it, and you're like, why are you doing literally 0 damage? Whereas some other people play it like Zorthus, and he does massive damage. So it seems to me that the skill parity on this spec is still incredibly high, or at the very least, the RNG nature of the spec is incredibly high. But I confess to you, of every single spec listed here, aside from Devour, which I did not get to play, every single spec, I have never played Enhance. So I might ask the team, where would you put Enhance? I have never played, it's one of the only, it's the literal only spec that I have not done a single key on in the course, in the entire history of me playing World of Warcraft. It is the only spec that I have not done a key on. Everything else I have done several keys at the very least. The skill requirement almost makes me want to rank it in the A team. Something feels off about putting it. Something feels off about putting Enhance, even though it's a Shaman, right? This is the thing, but like, it's a Shaman. So I feel like it has to be up here. It's technically comp dependent, but like, this is the thing. Like, it's somewhat weird, man. Leave it off the list? Well, no, I'm going to have to rank it. I mean, it's going to go somewhere. But I confess to you, I can see an argument for it being very dependent. I can see an argument for it just being a tuning thing, basically, where you put it down here. I could see an argument where you put Enhance over here. It's the opposite of good for 3K. It'd be bad for 3K. I could see an argument for here. I could see an argument that it's actually best for Mythic Plus because it's a Shaman, right? I don't think it's good for... any RNG spec is not good for 3K. Enhance is too squishy. So the squishiness of it can be overcome because, for example, Enhance and Arcane Mage are pretty similar on their defensive right now. Like for example, you can't put Arcane Mage here but not put Enhance here because of squishiness. This is the thing, though. It's so weird because it really is just so dependent on who's playing it. Like for what it's worth, though, it's really, really, it's extremely dependent. It's so weird that that's true because technically speaking, it has the recipe of it got Sky Fury, it's got Lust, it has not the worst damage profile for keys, not the best, but it's like, it shouldn't be independent, but it kind of is, isn't it? I sort of agree. Is it actually fun? Some people really love Enhance. Some people love it, Brenny. It's some people's, like, it's a very unique spec in World of Warcraft, so some people super, super likes it. Yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting to me. Yes, so the people who like Enhance love it. It's a very polarizing spec, though. Like a hero? Yeah. Both Ellie and Enhance win on class fantasy as well. I'm really torn on this, to be honest, though. Is it fun and effective? I cannot express to you that a bad enhancement shaman is literally. A bad enhancement shaman does less than the tank, and a very good enhancement shaman is great. But it's just, I don't know if it's just the RNG or the skill. I don't know exactly because I haven't played it myself. Everything else I can at least tell you it's like, oh, well, when I rank Shadow Priest, I can tell you why. But this one, I don't understand it well enough. I know it's melee. Yeah, you get so man, it's such a tough one to rank. It's so tough to rank this properly. I'm really torn. Just know that I am extremely torn about this one. The context of enhancement shaman has got to be super weird, man. Like that's the thing. I feel like Ellie over enhance would technically. I'm gonna put enhance here mostly because yeah, that's what I'm saying. The variety, but also the fact that it's a shaman is still over. Okay, let me put it this way. What we'll do is we'll do this. I'm gonna ixnay. I'm not gonna roll the wheel. I'm gonna talk about Ellie Shami next. Here's the problem. At the moment, enhance does not provide anything that elemental does not. Whatever enhance can do, Ellie can do, but Ellie has slightly more to offer the team, in my opinion, compared to enhance. Would you say that that is a fair representation? Right? Maybe new needs more testing. Well, I'm not going to end up testing. It's the last day of beta pretty much today. I would say that Ellie, if for example you have both shaman specs, right now Ellie would be sort of over here. So I put it independent. That's fair, but I want to clarify this is only independent because of that sort of RNG nature of it. Otherwise, it has everything you want for Mythic Plus in terms of the fact that it has a very valuable group buff. It has lust. It has some. It's got fair damage, etc. Yes, right. I'll take that. I take it. Okay. So the next, I'm just going to talk about elemental then, because elemental's got to go up here, right? Probably best for Mythic Plus. As strange as it sounds, the only problem is the damage profile. There are two things holding elemental back, but otherwise you want to put it here. And the reason you want to put it here is because shaman buff. Shaman buff is way too valuable for me to not put it up here. Its individual tuning can often be a little bit off, but now it's super weird because in particular, you don't have the same niche that you used to have, which is that 3-minute Ascendance gave you just this incredible burst potential of like, yo, when you press this, you're going to do so much damage. It is not that much squishier than Mage. In fact, because of the recent buffs to Nature's Guardian. I don't play Shaman very much. I might get the name wrong. Is it Nature's Guardian that procs at low health where you heal back up? That's a massive heal now. It's not a small one. And also the recent passive buffs have made Shaman, it's still squishy with only Astral Shift as the true DR, but you also have Earth Ellie, and that would be kind of similar to saying what Arcane Mage has. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would argue that these two are pretty similar. Now, Earthquakes have a very advantage, because of the way that Earthquake works. Now, the issue with Earthquake, you can occasionally get interrupts and stuns with it. The problem with Earthquake is that it is location dependent. So in your cooldowns, you could put down Earthquakes, but if your tank is constantly kiting out of them, you will do much less damage. That is one of the downfalls of it. I would say the main issue is that it can't really compare to Arcane. The main reason this is here is simply because of its Shaman buff. Without Shaman buff, this goes like this. Seriously, like the Shaman buff is really what carries this, because even if you don't play a melee comp, you still want the Mastery buff. Mastery buff is big. Group buffs are so massive that it would literally carry. Like, it's very weird that you wouldn't have a Shaman now, okay? Yeah, you can ask questions, that's fine. How is Demo not top tier? Because it doesn't have a group buff. It's just because of group buff. Utility is amazing, however, it doesn't have a group buff. That's it, Ancient. Because if they nerf its damage, although its utility, and I mentioned specifically Warlock utility is at the all-time high, not low, it's at the all-time high. It's very tanky. Yeah, Devour is basically just, it's shiny new toy. It'll certainly be tuned well. Its damage is very good. It'll always have damage except for the first pull where it's kind of ramping up, and it provides the group buff. That's the main reason. It's also incredibly self-sustaining. Like, when I'm healing keys, right? When I'm healing keys, it's just, I don't really have to worry about my Devour. They are incredibly self-sufficient with how much leech and passive stuff they have, right? We're going to rank. We rank based on this wheel, by the way. So we're ranking based on the wheel. I just want to compare. If Enhance is here, it's because Ellie is the premier Shaman spec. That's the reason Enhance would be here. The only reason Enhance can be ranked as very dependent is because Ellie exists like this. That's just to clarify that. If, again, tuning can very much swap it. It could look like this, by the way. It's just one Shaman spec has to be up here, and right now I think that Shaman spec is Ellie. I think Ellie is just the fact that it's range but still has the same kick, the fact that its damage profile is a little bit less dependent on cooldowns than it used to be, and the fact that its single target is actually decent right now. Like, I've played with a few Ellies that actually do very good damage, and it's far less RNG. I've played with a few that do no damage, but I have not seen as much variance with this as I have with this. This is so much variance, man. It's literally crazy how Enhance can either be one of the best specs in your keys or literally the worst spec you could invite. Like, it's just so much variance with Enhance, right? Frost versus all. These are not ranked in order. These are just here. If you see like this, it doesn't matter which is better. It's just this would immediately be best for Mythic Plus if it had a group buff. That's the main thing holding this back. Okay, so that's my thoughts on Shaman. I think we've covered it. Let's go on. All right, remove. And remember, if we get Elemental or whatever, we've already covered it. Enhance, I wouldn't say Enhance was... Oh, wait, which one? Oh, we've already done Prot. So we did... This is the other Prot. We're already going to remove it. We did both Prots already. All right, reroll. So, yeah, 3 dashes and sweat. And it also has double blur now. So, actually, Demon Hunter is incredibly tanky. Ah, Mark Spin. Wait. Augmentation support class. All right. Honestly, can I tell you what Blizzard should do to this spec? I'm going to be real with you. This is what Blizzard should do to augmentation. Remove. All right. Let's talk about Aug. Aug technically goes in very, very dependent. It has fundamental issues. It's got so many issues. I want to talk about Aug. It definitely goes in very dependent, but obviously, depending on the tuning of how everything lines up, it could be best for Mythic Plus. But the answer for where this actually is definitely under very, very dependent. But I have to provide context because if everything lines up for it, it's going to be best for Mythic Plus. But it has at least changed a lot. Let me give you some history about this, okay? When augmentation came out, this was one of the worst things, I think, that happened to the game, actually. Okay, let's go over it. When augmentation came out, it was literally doing more damage than everyone else. On top of that, for a long time, and I cannot believe they let this happen for so long, it was the only DPS that actually made your team significantly tankier. And what I mean by that is that your tank got primary stat and your healer got primary stat. I'm not talking about blistering scales. I'm not talking about Source of Magic. I'm not talking about Zephyr. I am talking specifically about the fact that primary stat scaling was wild. If your tank gets more primary, a lot of people don't understand. That means that every one of your tank's abilities just give you more armor, which gives you more DR. It means that your tank now is healing for more. It means your healer is definitely healing for more. It was unbelievable that Ebb and Might actually affected the tank and the healer. The best change that they have made for Aug, and the thing that immediately nuked it out of meta viability immediately, was the fact they tried to nerf its damage, people still played it. They tried to nerf its damage again, people still played it. In the war within Season 1, it was not the highest DPS spec. By that point, they had already nerfed its damage quite a bit. In most of the keys, it was doing less DPS than your second DPS. It was actually a DPS loss to take Aug, but you still had to play it because it made keys possible. You literally couldn't do them without it. Like, your tank would just fall over. Your healer would just not be able to actually carry that. Like, there were so many problems with Aug, okay? Now, what they actually changed, if you're wondering what happened to it, because it's not meta anymore, the thing they changed with it is this. They made it so that your tank and healer don't get primary stat anymore. That's a massive shift in the mentality of what Aug is. It is no longer a support spec. That's the main thing that people are still getting wrong about it. If you haven't played beta, it is no longer a support spec. It is actually a DPS now. It is just a DPS because it doesn't buff your tank and healer nearly as much. It gives your healer source of magic, which is 3% damage and healing. Guess what else does that? Mage. Mage also gives your tank, it also gives your healer 3%. So it's not that different. Like this and this buff for your healer is exactly the same. Okay? Now, it gives your tank blistering scales. For some tanks, that's about a key level of armor, and for other tanks, it doesn't really matter that much, but it doesn't give them primary stat. It does still have its mastery with shifting sands, and remember, I mained AUG for a while. But this spec is so problematic because it actually, what happens is, oh, hi Mavina, it happens like this. AUG is not good for the game. It makes it so that you can't identify if you're doing well or if your AUG is doing well. Are you doing good or is your AUG doing good? Are you doing bad or is your AUG doing bad? You can't figure it out because especially with the new details, with the new damage meters, you can't see anything. You have no idea how AUG is actually affecting your key in the middle of a key. You have to log, and most people don't log. And I think it really takes away from the fact that you can't adjust your performance. Night, Mavina. You cannot adjust your performance. And I think that that really holds AUG back a lot right now in just terms of the fact it's not good for the game. Now, if you have heard that AUG might be meta, can I tell you where this comes from? It comes from the fact that we had 2 DPS specs that were actually broken, okay? It was actually broken on beta, where you had Demo Warlock and Arcane Mage were bugged and doing significantly more damage. Well, Arcane was bugged or whatever. Demo was just tuned at high. But they've been nerfed now, so they're not crazy ahead. Now, AUG, when you play with 2 broken DPS, is going to do more damage. So that's where this myth and all this information that you think you've heard of, AUG is that good, it's going to be meta. It won't be, okay? It probably won't be. So what happens is when you have 2 DPS that are broken, AUG does significantly better. However, most likely that will not stay. I don't think you're actually going to see it. The main thing that AUG provides to clarify nowadays, and we've gone over the history of it and why it was so dominant, is that it doesn't make your tank and healer that much tankier. There are other things that would. Like, for example, a warrior buff for a tank or a shaman buff for a tank might actually be more value for your tank than AUG blistering scales. That's actually a point to consider. But what it does do is provide a lot of CC. Your ebb and might uptime is ridiculous right now. Even without the massive amounts of secondary stats you normally need to maintain like 90% ebb and might. When I was playing my AUG on beta, I think one fight I had 91 to 94% uptime or something crazy like that. It was a particularly good, I got a lot of procs, but the idea is your Apex talent really gives you massive uptime, but remember it only buffs your DPS. And I was top single target damage on that fight. They have, however, nerfed AUG in its original inception by 22%. It still does good. It was looking extremely good, but I don't think you're going to see meta. In order for AUG to actually be meta, here's what would need to happen, by the way. You would need to have 2 DPS that are overperforming. However, you would need to not want a third of them. That's a weird ask, by the way. So you would need to have something like Arcane Mage and Demo Warlock, but not want to play a second Demo Warlock. And you would want to play AUG instead. Because remember, your AUG buffs them. But why, if something is tuned that high, it would be you could just play 2 Demo Warlocks. And their damage profile is not, you could just play 2 Demo Warlocks. 2 Arcane Mages wouldn't work, but 2 Demo Warlocks would. So it's a little bit weird of exactly how AUG would fit into meta. The factors that would have to go in for that to happen would mean that AUG is tuned a little bit too highly, most likely, and there are 2 DPS that are a bit broken. And on top of that, it doesn't actually, it's not the tankiest range. It's not super squishy, but it's not the tankiest range anymore. Rescue doesn't provide the Twin Guardian effect. You still have Zephyr, but overall, you have a lot of CC that you can provide with upheaves, but that's it. That's actually, AUG is really fallen from grace now that it doesn't technically make your team tankier. You are, in fact, just a DPS. You have a lot to offer, but you are just a DPS, so it lives or dies by its tuning, which is weird for AUG. All right, those are my thoughts on AUG. I don't think it's good for the game. As much as I actually think it's very fun to play for what it's worth. I like playing it. I used to main it in Mythic Raid Prog and in Keys. Like, I used to main AUG, and I wasn't bad at it, but it's a constant mini game, and it can be quite punishing if you do mess up, but it's less punishing in Midnight. All right, so here we go. I'm onwards and upwards. I'm going to need to hydrate, by the way. We're midway through the list, guys. Oh, I'm excited about this one. Yes. Yes. Yo, Smack, thank you for the 14 months resub. It is crazy I have been streaming for that long now, by the way. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm seeing some people resub for more than a year, and I'm just like, what? Really? Have I actually been streaming at this point for more than a year? Stretch, thank you. Yep. Yeah. Mistweaver is super sleeper. I have some thoughts about this. Oh, yeah. Let me hydrate real quick, and let's talk Mistweaver, because I am excited to tell you about this. Here's the thing. I'm going to take some salt because I have pots. This is super awkward, but trust me, when I open this bag and take this white pill, it is salt, I promise. I need to take some salt. Here we go. It's salt time. 1 second. Yeah, a reminder, if you're watching this whole tier list at this point, you should also just quickly stand up. This is my hardcore bottle. Yeah, this is how I get IO. Why do you think I'm qualified to talk about this? It's because I put in the work, man. No, it's electrolytes. I have pots. I have pots in EDS. Kind of random. Look at the video. Burp, burp, burp. All my joints do this. It just basically means I have certain genetic conditions, and I just need to make sure I have salt while I'm sitting down and streaming for a long time. Well, yep. I know. Move around. I know, Wisdom. I know. You always tell me not to do that, but I think it's funny. Let's move around a little bit. Yep. Does that increase APM? It decreases APM because I'm terribly uncoordinated. I have the coordination of this penguin. You see this penguin? Don't ask me where I pulled him out of. But basically, you see this right here? This is the level of coordination I have. These muscles, they are for show. I have marked muscles. I'm not that strong. You see this guy? Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Yep. Okay, let's talk Mistweaver. I am excited to talk about Mistweaver, and then maybe we will even take a little bathroom break after this. Mistweaver is going to be an awesome... Okay, hold up. Let me gather my thoughts. 3. Yeah, we got this? Here we go. Yes, they did. This healer, more than anything, has received such a massive glow up. OMG. I can't believe I just said that. I'm old. I'm sorry. All right, Mistweaver. I cannot technically put it in best for Mythic Plus, although I want to. I will, however, put it in the A team. It has definitely gone up. It used to be very, very dependent. But in Midnight Season 1, and this one I will veto my own rankings here. In Midnight Season 1, this has actually received a huge glow up. A team. Now, Mystic Touch is not really an effective group buff. But to clarify, if you are concerned and confused as to why Mistweaver is actually being valued and ranked high, just know that I recorded a basic guide with Megaset recently. It is not live on my channel, but I will upload it in a few days. If you are curious, go try it. You have to actually watch me play it, watch somebody play it, look at the gameplay, and try it yourself. It is so much fun to play this healer right now, okay? So if you've never played it before and you've been scared to try it, if you're a healer and you're like, nah, I've always seen this, I haven't uploaded the guide just yet. I can put it for early access, like if you remind me tonight on Patreon, no problem. I can put it for free. It will not ever paygate that. But I'll upload it to the YouTube channel at some point. Okay, Mistweaver has received a very massive glow up, okay? You're right, Nish. I don't actually want to talk about it too much because I don't want them to nerf it. But I also don't want to sandbag it. Here's what's up, okay? Here's what's up. Mistweaver is now very straightforward and very simple. One of the problems with it is that if you weren't an expert on this spec, same with Arcane Mage, by the way, then you couldn't really get the most out of it. It was very niche. It was very nuanced. It was complicated. It had like 37 different modifiers for just your renewing mist, let alone everything else. But now, the pruning and simplification, at first, Mistweavers were a little concerned, but actually in practice, I think this healer is very fun to play and also the most approachable that it has ever been. I am extremely excited to actually have more people try playing Mistweaver. In fact, there is a certain level of meta viability if Mystic Touch is desired. The problem is that Mystic Touch is super dependent. Like, technically speaking, for this to be meta viable, it actually goes down here, right? Like technically speaking, you are brought as a healer, as I mentioned earlier, based purely off of what you can offer your team. But for what it's worth, if you want Mystic Touch, I really think that Mistweaver is a great way to get it right now. On top of that, the main reason that Mistweaver is so good for keys is because there are some pulls that are nearly enabled by Mistweaver. There are a few pulls. In particular, I'm thinking, let's say, pulling 3 different chain dudes in the first pull of Seed of the Triumvirate. Other healers are going to panic and really have to start gaming even a Resto Druid, because you're required to do something like 200, 250k HPS on higher keys, maybe even 300. Like it's really pushing your capabilities. Mistweaver presses spin to win. You press Chi-Ji, Combat Potion, and you spin to win. And you can do massive HPS. So I do not feel like any other healer makes me feel safer on a tank is awesome. It's actually, as a tank player, I want a Mistweaver in my team. And I have never said that before. It has never been a thing where I've always been like, man, if you play with a Mistweaver, you have to work much harder as a tank player. But not anymore. You have infinite HPS in AoE. On single target bosses, you have to game a lot harder, which is why a healer is fun. It's not boring because there's actually a lot of gameplay decisions and skill expression in more actual healing checks on bosses. But in AoE, I feel very safe. It makes me feel safe. It makes your whole team feel safe when you have a very straightforward healer who can just blast numbers and do fair damage, okay? Now, your utility package for keys has also received a glow up. Again, everything else kind of losing some stuff, but you still have Tiger's Lust, you still have Ring of Peace, you still have Leg Sweep. These are all very valuable tools. You can also even in-cap something. You can para, right? If a cast is about to go off. So you technically have a few ways to help your team, where some healers don't really have those right now. Now, yep, it is actually, if you are good at using those things, you can save your tank with a really good Ring of Peace. There are plenty of mechanics where just getting your tank away from the mobs for a second can save his life, because, again, most of the dangerous things for tanks right now are just straight up melee hits. So giving your tank a bit of distance is massive. Also, Tiger's Lust and keys like Pit of Sauron can completely mitigate some mechanics, where you don't have to worry about dispelling one and healing the other, but you can actually just straight up go and just Tiger's Lust one, dispel, and that's very easy. On top of that, you have keys like Windrunner Spire, where the first pull or different spider pulls in that dungeon, you can revival completely off all the debuffs, okay? There's so much that is actually going for Mistweaver right now. The main detriment is very simply, you probably don't want Mystic Touch. The specs that seem to be doing very well don't seem to really benefit from Mystic Touch. In fact, I happen to know what team I'm playing. Like, I know what comp I'm playing going into Midnight because I have some friends and we want to make a little Mythic Plus team. We're probably playing a Mistweaver because our healer happens to like Mistweaver. However, none of our DPS will benefit from Mystic Touch. So technically speaking, if we were playing a different healer, we would have more damage. But nonetheless, I think that healing right now, although he may not provide a useful group buff, if he can keep us safe and he can heal everything, then we're chilling, and he can. Mistweaver actually makes keys feel very safe. In fact, I would argue that pure output, Mistweaver is higher than both of these. But it doesn't, that group buff is a little bit rough though, right now, you know? I think Mistweaver's output compared to HPEL is way higher. Like this has infinite output. As long as you can pull funnel on a boss, you can't die to HPS. You will never bleed out as long as there are multiple targets as a Mistweaver. You can't, like, it's like physically impossible. Maybe at like the highest level keys or something, but it is incredible how much output this healer has right now. And that is, to be fair, the problem with Mistweaver is that it is an output-based healer. Any healer that is based off of HPS lives or dies by that tuning. So it is completely different in Raid, by the way. Yeah, it's completely different in Raid, by the way. This is for keys. That being said, if they over-nerf Mistweaver, immediately comes down to you just play for Mystic Touch. Right now, it is actually good enough where you don't rely on it providing Mystic Touch for it to be valuable. It is just straight up valuable. It's just actually good, which is surprising. I think that always it's been a little bit niche. It doesn't have a ton of representation, obviously, aside from like Megaset, Ordomist, or a few other people who really like it. But I'm telling you, this is actually very decent right now. Again, The reason that Holy Priest is in the A team is because it actually has everything. You has a very powerful group buff. It has PI, which is effectively a DPS group buff because PI does quite a bit over the course of a key, and you have a bunch of things to offer your team with very powerful cooldowns, etc. But tuning right now, it's actually like this. Like tuning is Mistweaver is much higher than H Priest. H Priest is here simply because of what it provides, technically speaking. If it got that 10%, it would be really good. At the moment, though, Mistweaver is just straight up tuned higher. It doesn't need 10% else. It needs to avoid nerfs. If Mistweaver avoid nerfs, it's really good. So we'll see what happens with Mistweaver. I'm excited to keep talking about that, though. Yeah. Yeah, I know his Pres Evoker, actually. I'm familiar with him. That Pres Evoker is really good. Okay. Whew. Let me take a breath. We might actually need to, we just need to stand up. I'm going to do like 10 squats real fast, I think. Because we have a lot more specs to rank. We're not through this yet. This wasn't intended, but out of curiosity, what is the longest tier list that somebody has ever done for WoW? Because I'm pretty sure we're pushing that ranking right now. I'm pretty sure this is competitive tier listing, and I might be rank 1 world for how long this is actually going to be. But hopefully, again, the point of this tier list is not just to rank things, but also to have a conversation about why it is good or bad. My plan here is to talk about it and give you a conversation. Like, tell me what you think about the spec. Let's go back and forth, right? Like, that's the whole thing, though. Which tank you think goes best? The combination of tanks and healers, actually, is a lot less critical than it used to be. There are still some interactions, like Druid of the Claw Bear really wants Sky Fury, or Prot Warrior really benefits from Mystic Touch, because well, actually, no, not as Mountain Thane, but the idea is, there are some tanks that technically have these minor interactions, but much less than they used to be. So tank and healer combinations, I would say the only thing that matters is that Brewmaster and something like a Holy Priest is kind of rough, because your Holy Priest doesn't have trickle healing. They would need to actually heal a Brewmaster, so a Brewmaster that requires a lot of healing might not prefer certain healers. However, otherwise, everything works together. You could play Prot Warrior, Mistweaver, Guardian Druid, Mistweaver, Prot Pally, Mistweaver. Mistweaver heals tanks ultimately kind of the same way, and you get a lot of tank healing just by nature in AoE, so for what it's worth, though. Yeah, I'll upload this to YouTube, don't worry after. But the idea is, the old school mentality is a little bit, though. How about Guardian Druid? Guardian Druid and Mistweaver work just fine. Again, not all of Guardian Druid's damage is going to be buffed by Mistweaver, depending if you're playing EC or DOTC. DOTC does get buffed by Mistweaver, except for Moonless Night and Moonfire from Galactic Guardian in your tier set. But technically speaking, Guardian Ravage is physical, so you do that. Which tank is best for... If you want that, Cappy, can you link the best first tank video, Wisdom, if you find it real quick? Link that video, the best first tank, because I actually made a video talking specifically about what tank would be your best option for the first tank, as well as best first healer. Both of them I have made on the YouTube channel now. You can go watch those. All right, Mistweaver. DOTC is better with Shaman, correct, because you really want that extra auto attack to proc extra ravages, but also Prot Warrior has effects like that too. So it depends. You get more shield slam resets and stuff. But technically, those are all niche things. It used to be that like Guardian Druid and Resto Shaman worked really well together because Guardian Druid lacks a certain amount of AoE CC, whereas Resto Shaman provides that AoE CC. Does that make sense? So it used to be more like that, if that makes sense. Also, before we go into the next spec, if you are new to my channel, first of all, thank you for hanging out. I hope you like my content. I have a goal next season. What I'd like to be able to do, by the way, before we go into the next spec, is I want to make, especially tanking and healing, I want to make really cool masterclass dungeon guides which go over everything you need to know as a tank player, literally teaching you everything. When to pull, the pacing, the this, the that. I have already 5 out of 8 made. And then I also want to make the same things for healers. I just really want to help people feel more comfortable in their keys, because when a tank dies, it feels terrible, right? Like, that creates a lot of toxicity. I have all my routes will be in Discord 100%. I haven't finished them all because I unfortunately have a real life job and other things to do. But yes, everything will be in Discord just for what it's worth, though. What is your favorite class? Yeah, if you are new here, hello. I really like talking about the game. I have a lot to say, but I also don't believe that the game should be made for only the competitive level of gaming. I actually think that World of Warcraft is always at its best when everyone can enjoy it and the meta is not the absolute dominating factor for whether you should play something. I think that if you miss something, by the way, you can find it. I will post this whole thing to YouTube and you can go. I'll timestamp the specs after, right? So in case you miss something though, does Brew need more heal or Bear? Oh, Brew for sure, 100%. Brew still needs external healing, but as long as you have trickle healing for Brew, it won't have a problem. But we'll talk about that when we get there. Remove. Yeah, so I hope I can make tanking and healing just feel a little bit easier, to be honest. I find it to be so toxic when those things are hard. Ooh, Marksmanship Hunter, easy. This one's an actual easy one to rank. So Marksmanship Hunter traditionally, again, used to have a niche, but its niche is no longer a thing. The problem with marksmanship is this. It used to be like, yo, when I get that beautiful combination for trick shots, I'm going to blast at that sort of 5 target count. Man, nothing can beat me. 4 to 5 targets, especially when they're grouped enough for the trick shots, nothing can beat me. I go in with full cooldowns, I am topping the meters by far. However, it has lost that niche. There are other things that absolutely do beat it at this point. I have a lot to say about S-Priest, interestingly enough. You'll be surprised where I put S-Priest. But marksmanship now does not have that. It is simply not the strongest, even at the thing it's supposed to be the best at. In fact, it's not the strongest at anything. It doesn't have the best prio damage. It doesn't have the best AoE damage. It is target cap still. It doesn't have the best boss damage. It is very tanky. Hunter, in general, going into Midnight, received a glow up defensively. Defensively, Hunter is actually quite tanky now. But you have a ton of defensives as Hunter. You also have now the fact that Marksman can technically provide lust without losing damage. Big glow up as well. And you have Hunter's Mark, which is an actual buff going into Midnight, which is also very nice because 3% damage taken is simply way better than what it used to be. So that's very nice. However, it is just good for 3K. I think that this spec its raw damage numbers and the fact that it doesn't have a niche basically just is great for 3K. However, its damage is very easy to do. So I think that Hunters tend to perform extremely well in more weekly key based content. I think that Hunters in general have way more viability in kind of just like this mid-range of keys, but it's very, 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 very wrong to rank them as trash. In terms of the 4K IO world first keys that might happen, you're probably not going to see a Marksmanship Hunter, pending massive buffs. But that doesn't mean they're trash, because in a 3K, basically in a plus 12 or a plus 15 in the season, I wouldn't be surprised if a Marksmanship Hunter out DPSs an Elemental Shaman or an Arcane Mage. I think that this spec is extremely good for this level, but you're just not going to see it at the highest level. So that's basically my thoughts on Marksmanship. We don't actually need to talk too much more about it. All I can say is that what I've heard about Marksman, I didn't get to play it myself this beta cycle, but keep in mind, when I came back to WoW after moving to Thailand and getting my computer in Shadowlands, I mained a Hunter and I mained Marksmanship. So I really like the spec, but it is kind of a shadow of its former self. Also, it was nerfed recently, so it was doing pretty decent damage until recent. Well, you'll play one Hunter in the Race to World first. In terms of what spec of Hunter depends entirely on what you need on that fight. Whether or not you need a melee ranged, and if the fight has high mobility or not. That'll be the thing that determines it. So I like Marksman, but as far as I know, people are very unhappy with the changes. It doesn't feel great to play right now, and overall, not a huge fan, right? So that's the idea behind Hunter right now, being it's a great spec for 3K, but kind of lacks what it might need for the highest key levels. Yo, hold up. I'm just gonna go get a quick little bathroom break. I'll be right back super fast, okay? What? If you want, by the way, you can check this out. All things will be here. Yo, thank you for the sub, by the way. I appreciate it. I hope this information helps people. That's the whole point of me doing this, is I really hope that it helps people understand why things are good or bad. I will. Yeah, thank you. Let's do it. Okay. What are we ranking next? All can greatly improve a bear's survivability. Nah, no. I would rather literally... Okay, so the whole AUG improving tank survivability is actually just fundamentally wrong and false. It's actually not true anymore. Yeah, I went over that when I talked about AUG Wizard. It doesn't... That's not true anymore. Actually speaking, interestingly enough, if I was playing Guardian Druid, I would so much rather have a Shaman. A Shaman would give me way more survivability than an AUG would. Or... Yeah, because I reach armor cap anyway, so blistering scales doesn't do much for me. What I would say is that if I was a Guardian Druid, the things that I would want to improve my survivability are a Mistweaver Monk or a Shaman or something else. Actually, AUG is not what I would look for. AUG and Brew sort of work together because of how blistering scale calculates itself, but overall, I would highly recommend... I would say that actually I would prefer something other than AUG, believe it or not, to improve my tank survivability. That's one thing I would do. Yo, thank you for the sub on YouTube. I saw that. Brew versus Bear survive in high keys without a healer? Without a healer? Like you're soloing a pole, Caspian? Bear. If you're without a healer, Bear, but with a healer, probably Brew. All right, here we go. Next spec. Armor and main stat. AUG does not provide main stat anymore, Wizard. No problem. I understand the confusion, but Augmentation Evoker no longer provides main stat to your tank. It now specifically only provides, yeah, and the armor, but the armor doesn't matter for Bear because Bear reaches armor cap anyways through Iron Fur. Although right now, the way that Bear is playing, you're not stacking Iron Fur, but still. Yeah, AUG has the old school mentality of like, well, augmentation definitely helps tanks, right? Not anymore. There's actually other things that I would highly recommend. If you want to improve your tank survivability, there are other things that would help your tank more than an augmentation would. It's counterproductive to AUG in there if your tank is the thing that needs you, shy of maybe Brewmaster and Blistering Scales interaction. Okay, shall we move on? What is the next thing we're ranking? We did marksmanship. Bam, let's go. We're making our way, by the way. We're getting through it. Again, if you want any of the routes, let's see where we go next. Ooh, spicy one. Oh, wait. Oh, it scrolled over. Art, Retribution, Paladin. Easy. This one's a super easy one to rank, actually. Yep, here we go. Ready? Retribution, Paladin. Where do you guys think this is? You guys know where this is, right? Like, this spec, it's very clear. I think everyone who's watching right now would kind of know where Retribution, Paladin is ranked on a tier list like this. In terms of, well... Guys, I'm not... everybody is correct. Yeah, no. Wheeze, I'm very happy that you think it might be in the best. I appreciate you trying. No, Ret Pally is not the best for Mythic Plus. It is, in fact... You're coming back? No. I appreciate it. It's just... Yeah. Here's the thing. No, Ret is here. It is good for 3K. It is an incredible spec for 3K IO. Now, I have been playing recently with Melee. Melee is like one of the best Ret Paladins in the world. We will also be making a Ret Paladin basic guide soon, okay? That is not currently on the channel, but soon I will be making a how to get into Ret Pally guide with him. That will be awesome. However, at the moment, okay? At the moment, Ret Paladin is just very, very solid for 3K IO because it always has damage. The biggest thing that really matters at the 3K IO level is very simply how much damage are you providing consistently, because your tank is not going to be doing some advanced route. Your tank is probably not doing some advanced route, by the way. You guys got to tell me if the music changes. Let's go back to this. I love this playlist right now. His best playlist at the moment. Okay. Yo, is he video yapping? No, I'm chatting today. I'm chatting. Okay. And also keep in mind that if you say something, it will be here. Okay. So, Ret Pally has consistent damage, which is one of the best things. It is also fairly tanky, and technically speaking, utility-based. It has amazing utility for keys. Although, the vast majority of Ret Pallys do not use their utility. If you ever figured out how to use your utility, you are massively beneficial to a key. Good morning, guys, by the way. However, Ret Pally, I think that it's just a very solid spec for 3K. If you see a tier list ranking it low, you got to remember this is probably one of the best specs that you could invite for your weekly like push to 3K. Between plus 10 and plus 13, this spec dominates, okay? Yes. Yes, I specifically, I will upload this after with timestamps if you want to go back and watch why I said AUG. AUG is, I talked about it a lot. You'll hear it exactly and you'll be like, oh, that makes sense. So here, basically, where Ret Pally, it has actually, technically speaking, it does have a defensive group buff, but doesn't provide an offensive group buff. However, the major thing about this is that its damage profile isn't the best for keys. It doesn't have a strong niche. I think its niche is that it's just very consistent and it's awesome. It's easy to play. And the fact that it's easy to play is actually a pretty solid niche because, again, what I would say, I would say this basically, okay? Yeah, here's how I would put it. At a 3K level, your tank is not going to be pulling very big. The route will be all sorts of messed up. There's probably going to be butt pulls. There's going to be this. There's going to be that. A lot of mistakes will happen. A spec that's good for 3K will be able to overcome that mistake and still do great damage. I would say, for example, that Ret Pally, Devastation Evoker, although they might not perform fantastically at the highest level of keys, they're great for those types of situations where your route gets all sorts of messed up, etc., etc. So that's basically my thoughts on Ret Pally. I would say, surprisingly, I know this spec has a history and sort of a reputation of being an incredibly face roll spec. Exactly. I would say that's exactly what I believe as well, Madagascar. Exactly. Ret is a fantastic spec for your weekly keys. It might not be the best for the highest level of keys, but what I will say about Ret is that the reputation that it is simply face roll easy is actually not true. The skill ceiling on this is quite high because knowing and understanding exactly how to use all of your utility is pretty massively important. Like, there's so much that you can do in terms of even your ability to off heal, even in terms of your ability to really help your team. You just have to know when and where to use those things. And I think that that's not always super straightforward on a Ret Paladin, right? Okay. I see your point, Basuna, and I kind of want to base purely off of class fantasy, but I have explained my reasons as to why Warrior is down here. Okay, here we go. Next spec. I would say don't sleep on Ret Pally a little bit. All right. Oh, Feral. Feral. Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. Feral goes here. Feral, this is exactly where Feral goes. Well, hold up. I'm thinking about it. Feral kind of goes in the A team. It's based on tuning right now. Yeah, I was about to say, based on tuning, you might want to kind of put it independent because technically, historically, it has been. But the biggest thing is that, actually speaking, you kind of provide everything that you want out of a spec. If anything, based on the fact that it's a Druid, you almost want to put it in best for Mythic Plus. In fact, no, hold up. Let me think about this. I'm going to think about this for 2 seconds. I'm not even kidding. If tuning was relatively... I just don't think it's going to happen. But technically speaking, it would actually be best for Mythic Plus by the criteria of the fact that it has literally everything you want. It's just that it's... It's got actually everything. All right, this is technically capped, but... Your chance to ask, could you explain what you meant by damage profile? Of course, yes, of course. No. A good question, Supreme. Let's talk about that right now as we talk about Feral, because damage profiles really matter. I can't believe this, but technically speaking, it should be in best for Mythic Plus. But this one really needs context because somebody will send this, somebody will screenshot this, and really misunderstand what's happening, okay? This does need to be clarified heavily. It is actually better than Boomy. Feral is specifically better than Boomy right now for keys because of its damage profile. So here's what's up. Damage profile basically means, Supreme Ash, did you play this last season of Mythic Plus? Do you know, for example, Floodgate? I was about to say, let me clarify. Do you know Floodgate? If I talk about Floodgate, do you understand what Floodgate? Like you know that key, yeah? Okay, yeah. Let me cook here and let me explain. The only thing that is wrong about Feral and why it isn't normally in this absolute S tier kind of slot is because it gets overshadowed based purely off of tuning. But technically speaking, you are way tankier than you used to be because the new Heart of the Wild is a massive cooldown in your addition. You're also tankier than Boomy. Boomy just tends to overperform because it is tuned incredibly well, because the Boom chickens are incredible sandbaggers, and they are very good at basically baiting Blizzard into buffing them until they're overperforming. But actually speaking, Feral has a better damage profile because right now you're playing a Loon's Chosen Boomy, and you have effectively no prio and no single target. You are actually pad damage. Whereas Feral still has your old Shadowlands legendary, and you technically do funnel. Like, you can funnel on Feral. You're not just padding on AoE, although you can, of course, but you actually have a fair damage profile. I'm a returning player, started playing again recently. I'm a pro pal. Okay, got you. So if you played the recent season Supreme, let me answer your question. In Floodgate, you have the first pull. You know how you have the big Shreddinator in the first pull, and then you have all the little guys around it? Hold up. Is the cam still repositioned a little bit, though? It'll just come up. It'll scroll up, basically. So you have basically the Shreddinator on the very first pull, okay? Now, you need that Shreddinator to die before, or ideally at the same time as everything else, because you can't actually move on until the big guy is dead. All dungeons kind of have this, where there's a prio mob. The prio mob is the more important one. If somebody just hits all of those guys in AoE evenly, then the little guys are going to die first. But there are some DPS who actually do their full AoE rotation, but drive all their damage into a single target, and then that target cleaves out. So that's priority damage. So an Arcane Mage, when they full send cooldowns, is actually going to be hitting the first big target, and then their damage will basically explode onto everything else, which means they have more priority damage because they're going to do more single target. Or, as an example, Big Mama in Floodgate, there's the big boss and there's the 4 little ones. There are some DPS who will be sending an AoE rotation, and they'll basically just be hitting like Divine Storm, like Ret Pally, on that fight. And therefore, they're going to do less boss damage. Whereas other things will do the same overall damage, but all their damage is going into Big Mama. And that's priority damage, is basically hitting the big target in a pull, because that's more important. Right. Now, there's also funnel damage, which is that some specs do more single target when they have more mobs to hit. Right? Arcane has both. Whereas something like, there are other specs that have neither, right? Havoc no longer has that. Havoc used to have that with Eldrachi, but in its base kit, the only Havoc had that because of its hero talent. Arcane has that because of its base kit. So it doesn't matter whether you're playing Sun Fury or Spellslinger. You will have that as Arcane. Havoc needs to play Eldrachi to have it, and Eldrachi is very tuned low right now. And therefore, you basically are going to have an issue where if you're playing Fellscarred, your damage is flat in AoE. So Supreme, if you think about what spec you're playing, you have to think about how you deal the damage. And so Feral compared to Boomy right now, Feral has a better priority damage because of Apex Predator, the old Shadowlands legendary, where you can actually slam technically bites into the primary target. Now, you're not really going to be doing that much more prio. It's not actually comparable to Arcane. But the reason that Feral is up here is because Mark of the Wild is incredibly valuable. On top of the fact, so by the way, this is not based on current tuning, but what this is based off of is technical theory. We're talking theory about World of Warcraft. I am basing this going into Midnight, kind of what we're seeing, but a lot of this is a little bit more theory based of like, hey, if we understand why things are brought to Mythic Plus, then you'll understand why things slot in the way they do. You want basically almost nothing up here. There will not be a single spec in the best for Mythic Plus that doesn't have a valuable group buff, because tuning might change. But Feral is tanky, has a fair damage profile, does actually provide a very valuable group buff. Mark of the Wild is the most valuable group buff, arguably, on top of the fact that it actually does what it needs to do. So I would say that technically speaking, Feral has everything that it could use, right? This is not pretty. It's both. It's a combination. Basically, when I'm ranking every spec in WoW, I also want to use this as an opportunity to explain every spec of WoW. Because for what it's worth, though, right? Okay? For what it's worth, if you just look at a current tier list, that could change instantly. You know, what happened to, for example, Evoker? If you don't understand how Evoker actually plays, then you're going to make the mistake of saying, well, Evoker is doing really well on beta, I should totally main it, without realizing that this is based entirely off of tuning. And tuning was, and then it was nerfed once, and then you get, okay, consume flame nerf by 25%, no problem, no problem. And then it was nerfed again, and all of a sudden, now you're doing no prio damage and lower overall. And then you don't have a group buff, and you think, well, how do I do damage? And maybe you swap Scale Commander, but it kind of defeats the purpose. Dev was played early on in beta in every comp because it was just overperforming based off of tuning, not based off of the fact that it's one of the best specs for Mythic Plus. Does that make sense? Does that kind of answer the question of how we're ranking this? So it is based on what's happening right now. Same with Demo. Based on current tuning, Demo is obviously best for Mythic Plus, but it doesn't have a group buff. It does have very valuable utility, as I talked about. However, if it gets nerfed, then it will drop a tier because it doesn't actually just immediately belong in best for Mythic Plus. Does that make sense, how we're ranking this, for anybody who is new and listening and wasn't here for the beginning explanation? I think that's important to mention. Cool? Okay, that's kind of how we're doing it. Now, Joy, in the recent change to Arcane Mage, they actually gained some of it back. Now, it's very interesting, right? Yeah. They buffed Resonance back to 8%. They had nerfed it, and then they buffed it to 8% in their attempt to balance it, which technically gives it that funnel profile yet again. And also, it still has Touch, and Touch is further buffed by its Apex, so Arcane still absolutely has this, by the way. And guys, thank you for the subs. I appreciate it. All right, moving on. So that's Feral. I do actually think that Feral has what it takes. The only problem with it is that it is melee. And again, those melee spots and keys are way more competitive. And if you truly have a caster comp, then most likely you want the mage to be buffing things. And that doesn't get buffed. They're a little bit counterintuitive. So, you know, no, it is squishy. But to be fair, Finsby, that was dramatically overstated by the mage community. Like, dramatically overstated by the mage community. Unbelievably overstated, because Arcane was in literally every single top key on beta. If you are absolutely feel free to look and argue with anything that I talk about, okay? However, just note, do listen to the explanation. Yeah, the mages were really sandbagging. They were in every high key. They were quite squishy, and they are quite squishy, as I talked about. I think that Feral it's a weird perception problem. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be that good. I think that the main thing, by the way, that Feral lacks is AoE, CC, and utility. Vortex Typhoon is awesome. In-cap Roar is awesome. But unlike some other things, it does not have a massive, very valuable AoE stun. It does not have a massive amount of self-sustain, although it does have pretty fair self-sustain, actually. Okay? But it has a lot more value than you think it does. It provides combat res, it provides Mark of the Wild, it has a decent damage profile for keys. With the new Heart of the Wild, it has incredibly strong defensives, actually. You have Bark, SI, and that, plus your regrowth procs. So you're not that squishy. You have some fairly passive heal. Like, you actually have the recipe for what you would need. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Feral with certain comps. So that's actually, I really think, again, when I started ranking Feral, I had half a mind to put it in very dependent because traditionally that's where it's been. But I actually think that going into Midnight, it has way more viability than it previously did. Now, this is not saying you'll definitely see it because obviously there's going to be several specs up here. But if you want it, I would say that it's better than Boomy right now. That's my thoughts on it. Okay, let's continue. Continuing on. What sort of comp? Technically speaking, one with, because their damage is physical, you would want a monk. Destruction Warlock. All right, bet. So, Destruction Warlock here. Here we go. Of all three Warlock specs, Destruction is the most problematic. If the other two Warlock specs go in the A team, it has fundamental problems for keys. It is entirely tuning related. It is very, 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 very tuning related. Destruction goes in very dependent easily. Destruction goes here. Let me explain. I know you're listening and you're like, wait, no. Listen. Okay, so its damage profile is not ideal for keys. That is first and foremost. Current tuning allows it to technically be up here. Yes, current tuning is here. No, listen. I know. Everybody's going to argue with this. Listen, of all three Warlock specs, it has the least amount of viability for keys. The best thing about it is that it has very high burst potential. But I am not here for making friends. Here's what's up, okay? Destro always ends up doing dog water, funnel, and single target. It also is fairly immobile in single target. So if you have to be massively moving, a lot of these fights, for example, I want you to think about Croth. At the end of Croth, for example, we're going to require, you're going to have lust, big cooldowns, the fire phase happens, you are constantly moving, okay? Exactly, I know, Sabrina, it's okay. That will clarify a lot, because normal people don't do tier lists like this. Yo, what's up? Thank you for the Prime sub. But the idea is, this is not an average tier list, but it's one thing when I was thinking about how I wanted to do this, this is my goal, because now we can actually have a conversation. Destro is only good if it does very high damage. Like, it has to have incredible tuning. Because of all three Warlock specs, it has the worst profile for damage. Technically speaking, it has the worst technical design. AF actually has much better prio and funnel, and Destro has much more consistent, good damage. Now, technically speaking, Destro doesn't necessarily have prio or this, right? Why is it different to AF? Because AF actually still plays. AF has I forgot the talent names, you're going to have to forgive me, but AF actually does have stronger single target and more flexible single target, and also it has more prio damage through the funnel of, not Rapture, but UA. Not a single Warlock wants another spec of playing Destro, nerf it to the ground. So this is saying Feral's a joke. I know, it's like, I'm not saying, by the way, I think that Feral might need a little bit more tuning. Remember, as we go back to Feral real quick, this is not me saying that current tuning will make this as the best spec. I'm just saying that it has the recipe for being one of the best specs if they do tune it high enough. I've not played the game at all for a few years, would like to make a fresh account. What would be good to play? I have a few videos talking about the best first healer and the best first tank if you want to go watch them. But otherwise, whatever you want. I would pick your favorite class fantasy and go with that. Don't think about tuning. Don't think about meta. When you come back to World of Warcraft, just play whatever you want to, go. Like, seriously, I want you to think, man, that thing looks super cool. Play it. That's the best way to decide, honestly. Seriously, everything is totally, you can level with anything. Don't worry about it. Just pick based on class fantasy if you're coming back to the game. Okay, so Destro is tuning dependent. The thing that Destro depends on is if you want a Warlock, you have to have a reason to play it. And the reason to play Destro would be that AF and Demo are lower. It has to be better than both AF and Demo. But I think that both AF and Demo have more value than Destro. In particular, the fact that AF has Dark Harvest, which is an incredible self-heal. Like, you are tankier on both Demo and AF than you are on Destro. Destro, of all three Warlock specs, is technically speaking the third ranking of the Warlock specs. Does that make sense? Are we all agree with that? That's my thoughts on Destro. So I know you're like, wait a second. This is dependent. Remember, read this again. Hold up. If we're all arguing about this, look. Very, very dependent does not mean very, very bad. It means that it's dependent on certain factors. It is not naturally good. For example, do you think Diabolus Destro is more prio than either AF tree? I'm gonna have to think about that. I don't know for a fact that that's true. I know that they've changed it. I played all 3 Warlock specs. I didn't spend a ton of time on Destro. I spent way more time on Demo and AF. Technically speaking, in AoE, AF with seed spam is certainly less prio than it had before. But I know that Arson was messing around with a few. I play with an AF lock. I play with Arson a lot. And overall, when I check the logs after and I check things, he tends to be performing pretty well on prio targets. It's not as strong as it was, actually, when he still had Rapture as a spender, because they had buffed that recently to 80% funnel. So you're right that AF has a little bit less value than it did in terms of its damage profile, but it is also stronger because it's a little bit more flexible than the others. That's what I would say for that. But let's get to it in a second. Okay, that's Destro. All right, here we go. That's fair, though. I agree with you, Ninx. All right, what do we got next? Fury. Wait, didn't we already do Fury? Oh, we ranked both. Fury melee DPS. We already did this. We already ranked Fury. Is there 2 of them on this? All right, remove. Easy. Oh, that's right. I forgot to hit remove after. All right, cool. Next. I will admit that I could be wrong on the Warlocks. I'll say that. I didn't do enough testing on it. Which one? God, this circle really... Hold up, wait a second. Which Resto? I guess we do both in a row. All right, Resto Shaman or Resto Druid first, because technically both of these, though. Yeah, I've played with Metro a fair bit, though. Let's see. Before we talk about the healers, Baby Rain's played a lot of Destro and Beta. His long show how bad single target and prio is, though. Yeah, it's overall Shaman first. Okay, we'll go Shaman first, then. That's fine. We go Resto Shaman, and then we go Resto Druid. Ninx, I have played with him as well. It's hard to examine each run, but I would not be surprised. I agree with you. Okay, now let's talk about Restoration. There's technically, yeah, we're going to play both Restos here. We'll do both of them. So we talk Resto Shaman, and then we talk Resto Druid. Resto Shaman first. This one is very interesting because when you rank healers, you have to think about their actual ability to heal the incoming damage types, and their tuning does matter, but also the way that they heal really matters, okay? So it's really interesting. The changes that they've made to Resto Shaman actually bring it down a tier. Ordinarily, Resto Shaman is like best for Mythic Plus. But I don't think that is true anymore. And that is very surprising because as a healer, providing both Sky Fury and Lust is incredibly valuable. You do still have an interrupt as well. So you technically have the recipe based on a surface level analysis for being one of the best Mythic Plus healers. However, the actual profile of healing lands it in the A team because without Whispering Waves, you do not currently have very strong throughput when you actually need it. Your throughput is a little bit too even rather than bursty. You have Healing Stream Totem. Let me talk about how this actually plays, okay? By surface level analysis, you would think. Here's why. When you play Resto Shaman, you can actually create the output needed for high keys. But the way that you do that is weird. Like, it's just a very, very strange healer. It's one of the only healers that has to make choices the way that it does. You currently don't cast Chain Heal. There is some logic that perhaps you use Unleash Life on Chain Heal because you have your tier set and you might be playing Unleash Life even as Totemic, not to summon your ancestors, but simply for an amp. However, okay, the way that you actively heal on this, you don't have the external. Your external is the fact that you still have Ancestral Guidance, and you might not even play Spirit Link Totem in a lot of dungeons. But what the problem is really is that you are depending on your totems to simply splash heal, and it is technically RNG about whether you proc them. You can force proc it with your Swiftness, and if you're playing Farseer, which I still think you'll play Totemic, but ultimately you can really struggle and fall behind if RNG messes you up. It is not the most consistent healer in Pugs. If you just happen to send a totem early and you don't have your Storm Stream out, and you're healing the hallway before the second boss of Magister's Terrace, somebody might just die. Because if you simply don't have healing stream, you don't have several cooldowns anymore. Like you really don't have a ton to rotate. Other healers still have more. This has revival, Chi-Ji, and even TFT as a mini cooldown, plus that you still have conduit. This has both apotheosis for 30 seconds and the fact that you can spam heal this and that, plus the fact that you have divine hymn in a pinch, plus the fact like this one, you're just kind of, you really can run out of steam depending. Disc would be similar in terms of that, but at least its healing is dependent a little bit less on you just having uppies. Whereas Resto Shaman, like, your healing stream is very powerful. Like, your healing Tide Totem, the second you use that cooldown, I mean, no one's dying in that window. But man, it's lacking something. I think it's lacking a second cooldown, to be honest with you. There are times where if you just fall behind, then you really fall behind. And I think that at most key levels, you're going to be feeling very confident. Borderline is basically great for 3K. You could put this as great for 3K as well as the fact that you could put it here, because in a 3K setting, this is going to be one of the most powerful healers. But you don't have Thunderstorm anymore, so now you just have Cap Totem, which means that your utility is not nearly as strong as it used to be. In fact, this is crazy, by the way. This is literally crazy. You know that Mistweaver Monk has more utility than Resto Shaman now, right? Aside from the kick, Mistweaver Monk, Leg Sweep, and Cap Totem are effectively the same thing, except that Leg Sweep is instant, but it's melee, so you can compare them. But now you also have Ring of Peace and Tiger's Lust, which are actually strong pieces of utility, plus para. Whereas Resto Shaman has just the kick, but no knock-up anywhere. You don't have Thunderstorm every pack, you only have Cap Totem. So what's interesting is Resto Shaman just has this weird play style now. No, Resto Shaman's the only one that has a kick now. I have played a lot of Resto Shaman. I think it was better before they nerfed it recently. And then when your Apex was actually really carrying your healing, it felt all right. And I was able to do big numbers. Like, I've been able to save some Mysara Cavern second boss, or I've been able to play it, and we still time the keys, but man, there are some damage patterns which just feel miserable on Resto Shaman. I'm thinking second boss of Skyreach as an example, right? Like, you don't have Thunderstorm anymore. So, like, second boss of Skyreach is a really good example of where my Resto Shaman is just like, cool, so what do? I can splash heal with my totems, but there are 3 beams, and there are 3 people are taking damage. So what am I supposed to do? It's like, well, I can try to triage heal, but I'm really playing catch-up depending on whether or not I proc Apex. Or the hallway before Magister's Terrace. I specifically remember the last time I did that, I let somebody die. We timed the run, but it was just like, I'm just sitting there and I'm like, healing wave, but without the proper amps and setup, I really was just falling behind. Like, my healing waves hit like a wet noodle, and my chain heal is nothing. So the only real options that I have are dependent on either my Apex talent proccing or me just getting kind of lucky on stuff. So it's like, yeah, it's really, Resto Shaman is in this weird spot where I actually do think it will struggle with healing, to be honest with you. Maybe not technical HPS, but the way that it heals, I think, is way better for the 3K IO. I think that this is the healer I would put here comparatively to everything else. I do think that, actually, though. Holy Paladin has way more options to deal with damage. Like, imagine if Holy Paladin couldn't heal anything outside of its wings. That's kind of what Resto Shaman feels like, but Holy Paladin can still heal outside of wings. Like, you have other little micro things that you can do to make sure that your team is alive without just having wings. Whereas, like, Resto Shaman is it's like, it still feels cooldown dependent. It just doesn't have the cooldowns to press now. So it's like, it just feels a little off. Now, technically, you have Sky Fury, which is the biggest thing, and you have Lust. No combat res, but you have Lust and Sky Fury, plus a kick. But in a weird way, I think that the design thing for Resto is just off. And if anybody has played Resto on beta, I'd love to hear your thoughts and if you think I'm right about that. It might be tuned high enough where you can still manage to just basically be a Giga healer, but I actually feel like I feel uncomfortable ranking it as like best for Mythic Plus just because it has a group buff and stuff. Like, I think it's a great first healer. I think it's really good for 3K because your passive healing will just take care of everything. But I'm actually a little confused about how you would make a plan at like 19 plus key levels and certain things you're going to have to be maybe asking for help from your DPS. So that's kind of what I think right now about Resto Shaman. Yeah. Okay, moving on. We go Resto Druid. Okay, Resto Druid, obviously this is best for Mythic Plus. This has everything you could possibly want and more. I don't even need to talk about it that much, but it's the exact opposite of Resto Shaman. It is the exact opposite, whereas you do still have these cooldowns, which are fairly impactful, but what actually happens, oh my lord, you just have infinite spammable healing. The problem with Resto Druid and why they're going to have such a hard time nerfing it, because it's been dominant since week 1 of beta, and it has been continuously dominant the entire time, okay? Like, it's unbelievably just so good because of how it heals right now. Yeah, I think I haven't updated it fully, but my Platinator profile that I set up is linked in my Discord. Everything's linked in Discord. I'll have routes linked in Discord for anybody who wants it, right? Yeah. We can just basically do this, though. Part due to dungeon. Correct. Let me talk about it because I will explain this very easily. If anyone is confused as to why Resto Druid is so good, give me a second and I will literally explain this super simple, okay? I'm going to make this very, very, very easy to understand, all right? Cool. First of all, though, just a shout, I will have all routes by the time the season actually comes around. I've been a little busy, but all routes will be linked in Discord, and everything else I'll have like full dungeon guides on how to heal and tank. I'm working on some DPS resources, but mostly I'll have tank and healer resources linked in Discord. If you are interested in that whatsoever here. Yeah. The Discord link is there for anybody who wants it. Right here, I'll have like routes and resources for season 1 linked here. Right, boom, there you go. We'll just pin that. Okay, so when it comes to Resto Druid, the reason that it is so powerful is because of what these new dungeons are demanding. Now, Resto Druid has always had this profile, but it hasn't always been what you actually want for keys. Traditionally speaking, what most people actually needed from a healer was the ability to prevent one-shots, because for a long time, Mythic Plus was moving in the direction where a healer needed to basically save you from getting one shot. That was the point. So things like Priest or anything that provided a DR or anything that provided externals, anything that was the key, because all healers could kind of do HPS, but what you really wanted was that burst cooldown. And it wasn't always about rot damage. It was actually about putting your information into not even close and saying, do I get one shot? How are we going to live? Now, that's not the case moving forward. Season 1 of Midnight is way more about raw HPS and just being able to heal very, very, very strong rot damage. So what happens is, there are certain healers that are throughput-based healers that basically get a glow-up, because if I told you that you have to go back and heal Kajin from Halls of Infusion, do you remember her? She's the 3rd boss of Halls of Infusion. Which healer, if you're a healer main, what healer would you like to play? There's a clear answer to that question. It's always been like this. Even if it's not meta that season, Resto Druid is the right answer because it is the best healer for rot damage, or Candle King as an example. Druid is the right answer for that type of damage profile. Well, in these new keys, especially with the pruning to healers, you have that exact profile consistently way more frequently. There are a few one-shots, but far less. Resto Druid does not actually provide DR to your team, except for Mark of the Wild. What you actually do is that you provide massive HPS. So you can consistently go boop, 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 boop. It's one of the only healers that has that constant ping-ponging of the health bar still. Whereas other healers now have to basically kind of work around their cooldowns. Resto Druid can do this on every 15 seconds, can basically just be boop, 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 boop. And so you still have Convoke, and if you mess up your ramp, you still have Trank, which is an amazing thing, okay? Yeah, we're pretty high. Zorthus came to say hi earlier, but also tier lists are Giga content, you know? Right, thank you guys. So, I appreciate it. But basically, Resto Druid has the perfect profile for healing the damage incoming in these new keys. That is first and foremost. It does not have the highest damage necessarily, and it actually doesn't necessarily have the highest HPS in AoE. It actually does not have the highest technical HPS, okay? But what it does have is the perfect profile for healing. It also has Mark of the Wild. It also has Decurse and Depoison, which are useful. It also has the ability to shift, which is very useful if a mechanic goes on you in, for example, Pit of Sauron. It also has fair utility as a healer, Vortex Typhoon, Incap, etc., but not the best, by the way. It just pops off in terms of how it heals. Now, if they nerf it, I would say you are in trouble. Actually, Dylan, Mistweaver. Mistweaver. Nothing touches Mistweaver right now. First pull, like think about the first pull of Seed of the Triumvirate. Mistweaver has the highest. Like if you pull like 3 of the chain dudes, Mistweaver AoE healing is incredibly strong because it's very simple, but you will literally do like 250k. Yeah. Amazingly speaking, it's actually Mistweaver. Very interestingly enough, like full on combat. Yeah. It's not just even Shaylin's. It's just straight up the Way of the Crane in mass AoE is just no consistent HPS across all forms of damage is Resto Druid, but in terms of just AoE, like total output is actually Mistweaver. As crazy as that sounds. Yeah. No, like seriously, like I think my Mistweaver on that first pull of Seed of the Triumvirate is casually doing like 250. Like if you pull 3 chain dudes, you combat pot, you hit Chi-Ji and you spin to win. It's actually like straight up. Like those healing absorbs go boop, boop, boop like this. Hero talents matter for Resto Druid? Yeah. So Wildstalker is definitely ahead, although recently with the buff, it's actually very interesting. If you missed any of the rankings and you want to go back and watch it, I will have this whole thing uploaded to YouTube after. We can't keep revisiting it because we won't actually be able to get through the tier list. So moving on, just continuing to talk about Resto Druid. There are a few problems. Number one, first of all, it's very tanky as well as a healer. You have the highest ability compared to every other healer right now with defensive pruning to just live your one-shots. Like you have Bear Form plus Heart of the Wild. It's amazing. You have Bark Skin, and technically Iron Bark is actually a weak defensive. People talk all the time about how like Life Cocoon from Mistweaver is very sad, but actually Iron Bark is also kind of sad. It's a 20% DR. It's not 40%. It's not comparable to like Pain Sup or even Guardian Spirit, as funny as it sounds. Like it is technically a tank external, but 20% DR is not that big for healers. It is technically valuable, but yeah, your external is not that strong. It's just that you have infinite HPS. So here's the problem with Resto Druid. If it gets nerfed, like if the healing output actually gets nerfed, it drops from S tier immediately. Like, it doesn't actually have the best kit for dungeons. It just has the raw healing. But if HPS was equalized, I dare say that this would fall from grace. I think it's very people are just assuming it's definitely going to be the best. But if they do find a way to nerf it for keys without absolutely inting it in raid, you might actually not see this as meta. However, it'll probably be meta because I don't think they're going to have an easy time doing that. I think that actually is going to be very complicated because in order to nerf them successfully for keys, they would probably have to over-nerf them for raid. And if they're not overperforming in raid, then that won't happen. So that, I think, is where Resto Druid falls in terms of this, right? Everybody agrees right now that Resto Druid needs to get nerfed. It is simply too powerful. In fact, as an example, right? Like when you are playing on beta, it's like not fun to play Resto Druid because it's too powerful. Like it actually is straight up just like too powerful. Like literally, right? It's just actually like that, right? Wouldn't they just nerf the bloom part? Not necessarily, because that's not actually what carries its healing. The problem is that Resto Druid doesn't have one ability that is simply doing way too much, right? Just got here. No, I'm not recording a video. I'm chatting right now. We're like going back and forth with this. Resto Shaman is really sad to me because the Farseer, I agree with you, by the way. It was kind of perfect, and then what they did to Farseer Resto Shaman is it's like an actual crime. Dude, Farseer Resto Shaman is so sad right now. Your ancestors do literally nothing for you, on top of the fact that you are literally playing Farseer without actually casting Chain Heal, and on top of that, you are actually just playing it to proc your Apex talent more often. It's very sad. All right, moving on from Resto Druid. All right. Here we go. We are actually over halfway. We're making our way through this. Nice. Here we go. Assassination Rogue. Okay. This is a tough one. Okay. So, Assassination Rogue is like this. I have played with a few Assassination Rogues on beta, and the current tuning on it I don't think is very solid. I've heard a few people say that it's sleeper. The only reason it's sleeper is because of the way it deals damage, but it's not good right now. I'm going to have to put this in very, very dependent. I think that pretty much every rogue spec goes in very, very dependent. It certainly isn't good for 3k IO because of its ramp time with its bleeds. And on top of that, it does have a technically good damage pattern in terms of its prio, etc., right? Oh, thank you, Miss Odesha. I just found your channel at the beginning of this tier list and been listening. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. So Assassination Rogue is like one of those weird things, right? It's tough. I know some people really like it, but I could not put it higher than very dependent. I'm trying to think of when would you want to play this? Like, give me a thought process. What comp do you put Assassination Rogue into? It's not pure physical damage. So it doesn't technically work that well with like a Brewmaster Feral comp. You would play it with a Prot Warrior maybe, but again, you're not playing something else to play Assassination, so why would you play it? Like, can you give me a reason why you would bring Assassination right now? You kind of play it because you like it. Still one of the massive AoEs in the game, but then you're going to compare this to an Unholy DK. Like you could, so anything here, you could play this, instead of that, you could have Unholy DK. Which would you rather have? Execute bosses in raid/high keys where packs live a long time. That's about it. I agree. So it has a good profile for keys, but it's just like, yeah, like without a group buff and without it being individually tuned like incredibly high for all forms of content, I just think that, yeah, the only reason to play it is that it would have to be overtuned. I would say that Iron Wire is actually a fair point. Like that is very powerful when you can use it. However, it's kind of niche, and I would say that it's less valuable in this upcoming season than it was previous, so I'm a little bit like meh on the Iron Wire thing. It's one of the most poorly played. I agree with that, by the way. It's not easy to play Assassination Rogue. I agree with that. That's true. That's true. It is actually very much not easy to play. But I don't know what they would have to do, because they would basically just have to overtune it in order for it to see play. Or I'm gonna honestly, they would have to get rid of group buffs. It's very difficult to slot a rogue into a key. You have to have a reason to play it. And it's like, it's very difficult to find a reason to play rogue with group buffs still existing. So yeah, that's basically it. Okay, now keep moving on from that. Next spec is going to be 3, 2, 1. Outlaw Rogue. Great. I would say that Outlaw Rogue, of course it's fine for 3k, but here we go. So Outlaw Rogue. All right, this is the last Rogue spec we have to rank. Now, if there was a truly physical comp, Outlaw Rogue is the Rogue that you want to slot in. You would go between Subtlety and Outlaw depending on tuning. So Subtlety and Outlaw, I think, are the two Rogue specs most likely to see play because of how they deal damage. There are a few fundamental issues with both of them compared to what I would assume for other DPS, melee DPS specs and keys. But again, Outlaw Rogue sort of has, in my opinion, the best profile for lower keys as a rogue, simply because your damage is incredibly consistent. You are not actually depending on your tank doing these massive pulls or a specific route. Like, as long as you don't die, you're going to be consistently having damage. And obviously, that's a strong contender for like a 3k IO. I do think that there's still a lot of skill expression with Outlaw Rogue because occasionally I see them doing no damage. Obviously, the thing that holds them back the most is just going to be the fact that they're target capped. Like, man, when you walk into the first pull of Algathar Academy on an Outlaw Rogue, it feel kind of bad, don't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it feel miserable? Like you would literally rather play almost anything else on that pull compared to an Outlaw Rogue. Like, it just doesn't feel good. Now, granted, you catch up over the course of a key, but man, it feels really bad. All right, the question is, where do we rank Outlaw Rogue? I would say that it has a lot more value than like an Assassination Rogue because tuning will most likely give Outlaw more play. And obviously it benefits more from a purely physical comp with Mystic Touch and stuff. But do we put it for great for 3k IO? Or do we put it in very, very dependent? What would you say? I would say I feel like 3k IO is kind of a fair place to rank Outlaw Rogue. I think that this is a fair ranking because if I saw, let me put it this way. Let's say that I was on an alt and I was trying to, I don't know, I'm not exactly trying to get 3k ever, but let's imagine that I was the type of player who was doing a plus 13 and I was going to invite somebody to that plus 13 and I saw like a rogue come in and I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw that they were assassination, I would be like, ooh, okay, we might be in for a wild ride. Or if I saw that they were subtlety, I would be like, okay, this is either going to go really well or really bad. But if I saw that they were outlaw, I would be like, okay. Like, I wouldn't really have a thought one way or the other. But you know what I mean? Like, you've had that thought, right? Like, you basically go in and it's like, yeah. It doesn't have the worst damage profile. I think, as far as I understand the changes to it, by the way, it does still have technical funnel through Blade Fury, primary target. I'm not 1,000% sure about that, though. Subtlety has gotten much easier, and it also does fair overall. I mentioned earlier why Subtlety was kind of in the very, very dependent, which is that you don't really have a strong reason to play it. Also, in Pugs, you're definitely hitting Black Powder and AoE, and you're not actually eviscerating. They don't have good solo target. They don't have good AoE, so just go. I think that Outlaw has fair single target, but I haven't really seen that too much. Traditionally, it is tuned to have it, but I haven't seen that many, honestly, in beta testing. Like, I would argue I could understand Outlaw being in very dependent, but I kind of feel bad ranking all three rogue specs down there. So how about we just put it in? We'll just keep it here. Yeah, I think I'm okay with one rogue spec being great for 3K. I would say that that's a reasonable ask here, right? Prior target is good for Outlaw. I didn't get to test it myself this beta cycle, and I do have a video planned with Shindig for literally tomorrow. Shindig is one of the best rogues on NA, and I'm going to record a basic guide. If you're interested in trying rogue at any point, I will record a basic guide with him for all three specs, hopefully tomorrow. I don't know when that will come out, maybe like a week from now, but you can join Discord and I'll keep you updated because I'm actually curious about improving my own gameplay on Rogue, so it'll be great if I could do that basic guide with him. And basically, we'll continue the beginner to advanced. Remember, one thing I want to do is do a beginner to advanced for every spec so that if you ever wanted to learn something, you can learn it. You just know that you come to my channel and it's like, I've always wanted to try Ret Paladin. It's like, great. Well, I've contacted Melee, one of the best Ret Paladins in the world, and he's like, I'll make a guide with you. I said, sweet. Or like Shindig for this. Or it's like, hey, we have one with Obli right now for Unholy DK. He taught me how to play it. I went into a key and I was like, cool, I'm top damage. I have one with an amazing Frost DK player, Sam. It's like, I kind of want my channel to have those resources because sometimes we get so caught up with min-max that we actually forget if you just understand something on a more basic level, you could totally like blast keys. Like, you'll do better than the tank at the very least. I recorded a Mistweaver guide with Megaset recently, and that'll be up soon. So the idea is, yeah, if I can't make a guide myself because I may not feel very comfortable on every single spec in World of Warcraft, then at least I know people who are, so I can ask them to help me out with that. I think that'd be super cool. All of that will be available at some point, though. I think I explained it earlier, but you'll have to go back and watch a Shell Shock. So, like, exactly. Well, let's let me see who I can find for that. Maybe I'll ask Banshers or somebody if they will come do a. Yeah, I don't know if you're joking about that, but the idea on that is the Unholy one out. Yeah, that's actually up a few days ago. Smack, try it. Listen to it. Great. Obli was perfect with that one. I think so too. Destro dude. In terms of the fact that Rogue should actually should have a niche, and it doesn't have a niche right now. But yeah, Smack, if you want to go watch it, I think the Unholy DK one is like rare. Where is it right now? 3, 2, let me just find it right here. I can link it for you in a second. Here. Yeah, it's right here. A few days ago. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the problem is World of Warcraft has 40 specs. You know, that's quite difficult to balance 40 specs, right? Like, it's very difficult there. Yeah. It's super cool. I know, Spec. I think it's amazing. I want to use my resource, and obviously Sam he was the first person I asked, and I'm glad that was the first one we recorded. I think I can improve the format of it even more, but that guide was perfect. Like, if you ever wanted to try Frosty K and you just watch the video that Sam and I made, it's like, great. That serves as a base, and then if you're like, I really like this spec, then you can go to his channel and find more. Same with the one with Obli. It's like, hey, that video right now, if you want to play Unholy, watch that first. And if you want more information, it's like, great, Obli is there. He has a channel with all these other min-max videos. You can go watch it. I think it's awesome. Blizzard doesn't want niches. That's the thing, Hiriok. I agree with you, but the problem is, this is one of the issues. When you homogenize DPS specs too much, you kind of lose the identity of having 40 different specializations in WoW. Obviously, some are tanks and healers. So they have to be careful with how much they actually choose to homogenize things, if that makes sense, right? So that's, I think, one of the problems with their current tuning choices. Okay, that being said, let us move on. Yeah, it's interesting the way that they've chosen to do things at this point. All right, what does the wheel say next? We are ranking, I believe we did both Shamans already, so Survival Hunter. Now, this one is interesting. I would say, I've been playing TBC. I don't play TBC, though. Raid buffs are niche, though, by definition, and Rogue is down bad. Correct. Here we go. Survival. How do we rank Survival Hunter? Interesting. Interesting spec right now. Now, Survival is kind of propped up by the fact that it is actually just tuned really well. Like, surprisingly, if you were going to play a Hunter spec in Mythic Plus right now, you know what? Survival is the best Hunter spec, I think, on beta. In the BM was doing all right, and then they nuked BM, and then they also nuked it again, and then they nerfed BM again, and then BM was kind of reasonable. So in the last set of notes, they nerfed it again, and then Marksman was kind of reasonable, so they nerfed it again. They have also nerfed Survival a bunch, but that is the thing. I would also say it's great for 3K if they took away its tuning. I'm just trying to think if there's a reason why I would rank it in the A team. Why would you bring a Survival to your team? Aside from the fact that they're all Giga Chad players, because anyone who actually plays Survival has seen darkness and faced despair much more than most other WoW specs. So I would say based purely off of their history, you would probably rank them here. But actually speaking, I think they're great for 3KIO. Hunter's Mark for prio targets is a loose argument, though, Boricode, and the reason is because the idea is there are other specs that would simply do more prio damage. Like, you would just do more prio damage if you played any of these. So a Hunter's Mark is like kind of okay, but it's a loose argument, I think, for Hunter. I would say Survival. I want to give the caveat of this is actually doing pretty well right now. Yeah, it has Lust. Obviously, it has Lust, but it has no combat res. It has no real group buff. Hunter's Mark is a better group buff than it used to be, but it's still kind of meh. What makes it the way it does damage? Survival doesn't have a ton of prio right now. And you'll have to correct me on this. I know that you have like Boomstick and Bombs don't necessarily do crazy prio damage. As far as I know, Survival just does good damage, but it doesn't have a specific niche. It'll do nice numbers, and it is very tanky. It is incredibly tanky, but aside from that, I don't think it really has a reason to be played. So I'm going to leave it in great for 3K. Yes, exactly. So yeah, and it's also full magic damage. That's a fair clarification that most of your damage is actually magic right now. So if you wanted to rank it, it would work well with the Demon Hunter. But again, if I told you, hey, you could have an Unholy DK or you could have a Survival Hunter, this is a melee spot. So would you rather have a Unholy DK or a Survival Hunter in your key? Which one? Like, which would you rather have? Like, the answer is fairly clear, yeah. You would rather have the Unholy DK, so hence why I don't think I could rank them here. Clearly, the answer is DK, right? It's not that it's bad, it's just that it's right. There you go. Correct. I think that I agree with that statement. Latest changes improve bombs on prio target. I still think that I know it has a little bit of prio target, but it's like a little bit less. Yeah, you would rather have these than this. That makes sense to me. All right, bet. Next. What else have we got here? Yeah. All right. Okay. So, do I let my own personal vendetta against balanced druids get in the way from my decision making on this ranking? Out of curiosity, can I make a new tier that just says, I would like to make a new tier that basically just says, this spec is so bad, never play it, never ever play it. This is soup tier. I don't like you. No one likes you. Please stop playing this spec, etc., etc. But let me tell you why I don't like this spec. It's because I play tank. Not only do I play tank, but I also play healer. Now, tanks and healers specifically do not like boom chickens. The reason that tanks and healers don't like boom chickens is because of their previous iterations. It is a little less bad now, but here is the issue with them. God damn it. They always take... Why are they always dotting and taking full aggro? All right? Like... Well, let me give you the problems with it before I actually rank it, okay? Listen. Okay, fox ears for a minute, bet. Here's the thing. When I'm a tank player and I'm trying to gather a pull, and I just notice that my Boomy has several stacks of Starfall rolling and has fully dotted the mobs because their damage matters, it's so annoying to me because, like, sometimes my threat is a little bit loose. Like, I've walked past, I've at least tagged the mob, but when my Boomy is full sending their rotation, it's kind of, like, really annoying. Now, so they take aggro, like, a ton, okay? So, yeah. The aggro is the reason I don't like them as a tank player, because they always have Starfall rolling as I chain, which means that I just have to work harder as a tank. So that is a problem. No, well, in the previous iterations, when they do a bunch of damage, they're always trigger happy, and so that is actually a thing, right? That's the problem with Boomy from a tank perspective. From a healer perspective, they're not exactly squishy. However, they are, because they don't use their biggest, most broken defensive ever. Are they going to bear form or are they not going to bear form? Somehow when you play with Boomies, it's always your fault as a healer. Like, they could have bear formed, and when they die, they just go, healer? Didn't Teddles recently make a video where he basically was like, hey, it's, the new Midnight Dungeons, I'm really worried about the rot damage, and he showed a clip of his Boomy dying in a key. And he just goes, but he had Barkskin, Healing Potion, and Bear Form available. And I was like, this is the Boomy thing. This is what Boomies do, right? This is what Boomies do. So from a healer perspective, I don't really like playing with Boomies. From a tank perspective, I don't like playing with Boomies. Now, granted, they've had a big glow up. Heart of the Wild is a huge addition to their kit, where that is actually a giga defensive now. On top of the fact, because you're not using it for damage on Boomy, you can use it as a defensive. On top of the fact that, with defensive pruning, you still have Barkskin, plus you have your regrowths. Like, you actually are pretty tanky now. All things considered, you're not a squishy spec anymore. But I still don't like you. That's a personal preference, though, for what it's worth, okay? I will just say that it's a personal reason why I don't like you. And if you think the tier list is bad, you have to reiterate and you'll have to watch the whole thing again. I have clarified a bunch. We can't keep clarifying that this tier list is not your average tier list. We are specifically explaining the specs in WoW. We are not just full sending a rank without an explanation. Okay? Right. Yes. So I would say that one of the problems, by the way, with Boomy right now is that it has no real prio damage. Like, your single target is bad, and your damage profile is actually not good. Like, if you have enough time to fully ramp in a pull, it's not that bad. But you surprise, like, especially if you're playing a Loon's Chosen, like, you really don't have a ton of prio damage. You are sending Starfall. Like, you are spending all your astral power on Starfall. It's really weird. You did have a niche when Keeper of the Grove had its massive tier set. You were doing major prio damage. You are still not as cooldown dependent as you used to be. Where do I put Boomy? It's not good for 3K because it has too much of a ramp and has some issues with that. Like, I don't think it's good for 3K necessarily. It's not that much of a ramp. Your dots are not super tied to your mastery as much as they used to be. Do I put it in the A team because it technically has Mark of the Wild and has everything you want for keys? I think I put it in the A team. I have to put it here. I want to put it lower, but that's my own personal bias getting in the way. The truth is, Boomies belong in the A team. Now, the clarification on this is that their damage profile is actually not that good, but they have had a glow up in terms of Mark of the Wild enhancing their survivability with the fact that everything else got defensively pruned except them, pretty much. Like, I think that they belong in the A team. They are, you might actually see them played if the tuning allows them to be. And if there's one thing that Boomies are incredibly good at, it is getting buffs when they don't need it. Blizzard normally doesn't like them to be bad recently. I don't know why they're so afraid of it. They could probably take a back seat for another season. However, Blizzard likes to buff Boomies. So, you know, I think that, I think Boomies belong in the A team. My own personal bias notwithstanding, yeah, Boomies belong in the A team. I actually think, though, if you were to compare the damage profile between Boomies and Feral, Feral wins. And Feral has an extra defensive, right? Yeah, I would say, but the thing is, we're ranking them individually. So just because, so you'll notice something though, right? So here's the thing, right? Yeah, if you play Weaver, but here's the thing. I'm not making an argument that only one Druid spec could be here, but you will notice something about this list, which is that group buffs are a huge factor in whether or not you end up here or not. You know, there are a few exceptions based on play styles or something else we've mentioned, but, like, I couldn't rank Boomy any lower. If anything, it should be best for Mythic Plus. I just think that maybe its damage holds it back a little bit, and the fact that a single target is low, so it goes here. But, yeah, it's just really impactful to have a very valuable group buff for your team, even if you may not be the best. So Boomy goes here. All right. That's also true. Solar Beam is either very good or very bad, depending on your pugs and stuff. Ooh, VDH. Okay, so this is another really good example where are we going to rank VDH as a tank? VDH has to be ranked very highly, even though we probably assume that Devour will take the spot of Demon Hunters and Keys, right? Like, most likely, Demon Hunter will be... The spot will be for Devour, but individually, VDH is in a pretty good spot right now. The only real question with VDH is this. Does it or does it not have a bug with Fiery Brand? They have yet to really confirm whether that is a feature or a bug, because if it's a feature, it's very tanky, and if it's a bug that they fix, it might have some problems. That's a really weird one. We just don't really understand what's happening. I think... based on the fact that they haven't mentioned it, it's almost actually like it's a feature. But if it isn't, then it's very tanky. So VDH basically goes best for Mythic Plus 100%. And here's why. As a tank, your job is to basically enable your team to do well. And this is something that a lot of people misunderstand. Individually, your damage is less important. What you actually want to be able to do as a tank player is ensure the success of your key. You're the leader, you set the pace, you need to be able to move fast, and also, as best that you can, support your team with any utility that you can do. But your actual first and foremost job is not to greed your own damage. You will never do as much damage as your team can do. So, VDH right now does enable that. Like, as a tank VDH, you can do all sorts of things for your team. It is a little bit troll, in my opinion, if you don't play chains. Unless you need the Misery Meld skip, it's weird to me that you might not play chains. That seems like a strange thing. But ultimately, you still have Chaos Nova, you still have Silent Sigil, you still actually have meaningful utility, but you don't have off healing. You do provide a very valuable group buff if you so need it and you're not playing Devour. You don't have combat res, but you have everything else that would make you a meta Mythic Plus tank. You are literally the meta tank. Your Apex talent is awesome, if not a little bit RNG. Darkness barely counts, but sure. I would say that VDH is in a really good spot. It's not about whether you play Eldrachi or not for your own Wounded Quarry funnel damage. That's pretty lackluster, and you're clearly playing Annihilator right now. The cons of VDH are the skill expression is pretty high. It doesn't actually struggle with snap threat, but to understand your threat on VDH is a little bit of a nuance. I made a video about it that will literally solve your problem. If you ever wanted to play VDH and you're like, man, threat is so problematic, go watch the video. I specifically made a threat guide video. I've made one for all the tanks at this point. I think there's a few that I'm missing. They're very tanky, they're extremely tanky, and they're tanky at a baseline. They have some issues, but really, they're just a very well-rounded tank. They don't necessarily struggle with physical damage. They don't necessarily struggle with magic damage. They don't struggle with self-sustain. They don't struggle with being one-tapped. They have a really good kit for keys. I think that VDH is in a solid spot. It just might be overshadowed by maybe they don't do enough damage individually to be played on a meta level. And on top of that, you're probably going to lose out to playing Devourer instead for your Demon Hunter buff. I think that is important. No, Wind. And the reason that I am not is because, obviously, if I was going to be having a drink, it would be a milkshake. I don't understand why people are always so hyped on this whole alcohol business. Nah, I like milkshakes. If I was going to order myself a drink right now, it would be a milkshake. Probably a dulce de leche milkshake. That's what I really want from Haagen-Dazs. I want like an ice cream milkshake. God, that sounds delicious. Now I want that. Thank you, Wins. Now all of a sudden I want them. Maybe I'll order ice cream right now. Should I order ice cream? Yeah, that sounds delicious, doesn't it? God. Yeah, I never understood that. If you're like, well, imagine that though. Wait a second, what's this? Subs. Yo, thank you. Wait, you're gifting subs? Thank you for the gifted subs. Yo, much appreciated. Does this mean I can order ice cream? Oh, damn. I was about to say, I'll order. All right, bet. I'll do it right now. Yeah, easy. Okay, great. I'll order ice cream right now. Easy. Do we want McDonald's Sundays? Do we want McDonald's Sundays or do we want Swenson's? What do you think is the right option here? Haagen-Dazs is good. You can't actually order Haagen-Dazs in Thailand, unfortunately. I have a few options, basically. I have, we could do McDonald's Sundays as one option. Or we could do, or Swenson's. Yeah, I have some Swenson's in the freezer already, but I honestly wouldn't mind ordering more. That's fine. Yeah, sure. I appreciate you supporting my crippling ice cream addiction. This is good. Yeah. Any bits and subs basically just go toward my crippling ice cream addiction. I interrupt this very important tier list to order ice cream. That's actually good with me. Watch, if I order this right now, it would literally be here. You can just go to 7-Eleven and buy it. Yeah, but I don't want to walk to 7-Eleven. If I live you can order from Thailand. It's like 50 cents for delivery. It's just that Swenson's themselves is kind of expensive. But otherwise, yeah, I don't want to walk to 7-Eleven. Okay, here. Bet. What flavors do we want? I basically just like vanilla. I'm a big vanilla enjoyer, to be honest. So we have vanilla, maybe like a mint chocolate chip. What's the third flavor? What should we get? I'm thinking, but it's really the difference between tiers again. Yeah. So basically the way we're ranking this right now is like this. Which flavor do you have in the freezer? I have matcha in the freezer, actually. A strawberry. Could go strawberry. That's not a bad option. Yeah, could be. Here, make another. Here we go. Well, let me redo the options. They have some funny flavors here. We have Special Time Mango. I don't know if I want to order Special Time Mango. That seems like it could be sus. I don't think I can order Special Time Mango on stream. I don't know why they call these flavors like this. Like, what does this mean? Okay, so we got like vanilla, like a chocolate chip, Apple cranberry sorbet. That sounds kind of good. Turkish coffee. Ooh, Turkish coffee sounds good though. Don't take mango. Usually it sucks. Bet. All right, here we go. And mint chocolate chip. Easy done. Cool. All right, easy choices. Nice. Get lime. A lime. There's a lemon sherbet. Lemon sherbet. Special time mango with a weird hole. No, that's rough. I like a chocolate chip. I mean, you can't really go wrong with like chocolate chip. Okay. All right. I've ordered. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. All subs and bits basically just go toward this or working out. I'm going to decide here, basically sending it. Bam. Oh, shit. No. Oh, I almost ordered two. I almost double ordered it. That was really close. All right. I've only received enough gifted subs for one order of ice cream. Okay. Back to the tier list. Here we go. The way that we're ranking this right now is the whole purpose of this tier list is basically to do this. Okay. We are ranking not just based on the current tuning, but also using this as a way to give an explanation of why a spec is good or bad. And its meta viability more as a conversation than as just a current ranking tier list. We're actually using this to talk about the specs and why they may or may not be meta, instead of just ranking based on current power level. Because Demonology Warlock is clearly, right? No. That's not the case at all. Now, Demonology Warlock technically is tuned right now to be best from Mythic Plus. But if they tune it to be just average, then it will only provide what it provides. Does that make sense? So I think that is important to realize. All right. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. VDH. We did VDH now. Let's keep going. Thank you for the ice cream. What's next? Holy Healer. Oh, we already did Holy because we had both Holies earlier. All right, bet. We did Holy already. Keep going. All right, what's next? The Wheel of Fate says that the next spec we are ranking is excellent choice, Blood DK. All right, so here is exactly when we get into what the difference is. Not every tank is actually in Best for Mythic Plus. Specifically this one. Blood DK cannot be in Best for Mythic Plus because what you want out of a tank is a good group buff, a good piece of utility, as well as the fact that it needs to be able to live, obviously, and individually, as a cherry on top, it should have good damage. Blood DK has a few of those things, but not all of them. You want stability, consistency, and pacing on a tank. Your individual damage contribution normally doesn't matter that much, but since all tanks tend to be tuned much tighter than they used to be, then we have this Blood DK situation that happens. This tank is great for 3k. It's extremely good for 3k. It is immortal at a plus 10 to plus 15 range. If you play it well, you cannot die, no matter what. Like, very, very good. But individually, your damage is currently not that high, as well as the fact, although you actually have amazing utility with Gorfine's Grasp now being an AoE silence, you don't play Abomination Limb probably, which is sad, but basically, you're immortal. You don't have good off healing. You do have a combat res, which is very valuable for a tank to have. And you have good pacing, but you're a little slow. There are a lot of detriments to this. Its problems, however, don't really start until you get to a high enough key level, which most people won't get to. So Blood DK starts to really fall off around like a plus 19, like a plus 20, like world first keys, those title level keys, Blood DK can struggle just a bit. But overall, right? Overall, I mean, good for 3k, as in around, this is anywhere between plus 10 to plus 15 range. So it's like basically between 2.8k and 3.3k, basically. This is like good for 3k IO, right? No, like Blood DK, it only has problems as keys get extremely high. When anybody ranks Blood DK lower, unfortunately, they are not accounting for the fact that people aren't always taking their Blood DK to plus 20s. It does not do as much damage as some of the other tanks right now, but whether or not you do 90k overall, 100k overall, or 80k overall doesn't actually matter for the success of your key until an extremely high level. Now, the history of Blood DK has always been that it has a niche. This is one of the reasons it isn't actually good for higher keys. Let me give you the lesson on Blood DK. Originally, this was the independent healer, the independent tank, right? Like, I don't need no healer. This is the tank that basically walks around, parades its, I'm going to stop myself, and basically just goes, I don't need no healer. Like, I am independent. But actually, over time, it has lost its niche because there are other tanks that are more independent than Blood DK right now. As strange as this sounds, like a VDH arguably has more self-healing than your Blood DK does. Like, this is more immortal on its own than this. It's very strange that Blood DK has kind of lost that niche of being the immortal self-healing god. Now, what it does actually provide is amazing utility for your team. You have Gorfine's Grasp can really enable certain pulls, but no different than your Sigil into Chaos Nova. It would be around the same. You have individual grips, which are great, but not that different than what a warrior could provide. Challenging Shout's even better because it's 6 seconds instead of 3. You actually have fair utility. I would argue that your utility is not bad at all. However, because the just consistency on this tank is a little lacking at the highest level, it oftentimes gets kind of people dislike it, and it almost has a bad reputation because, yes, at the highest level, you're not going to end up playing it that much. Does that make sense? However, for most key levels, it is an incredible tank. And in terms of carrying your friends to 3k IO, like, it's really good. It's actually extremely good for that. Your double grip into your AMZ, into your mass grip, into this, and the fact that you are still independent at that level is pretty valuable. The only times that Blood DK has really been meta, though, are the end of Shadowlands. The end of Shadowlands was when it had a tier set that was legitimately broken. Like, unbelievably overtuned, okay? No, because you would have to be playing quite poorly for your healer to need to heal you at all on a Blood DK at a plus 10, plus 12, or plus 15. Like, no mo. It's really just, yeah. You had Gavel back then. You had this incredible tier set. So you were just casually doing like 40 to 50% more damage than everyone else. So you were incredibly powerful, but you were overtuned. That season of Shadowlands was sort of the last time that anything was individually tuned that unfairly. We had the Destro Lock and Survival Hunter back then as well. Ever since then, they've actually done a much better job, aside from VDH double sigils and maybe Restload Druid dominance. But like, at that point, right, you don't even need that anymore. So actually, Blood DK is very, very strong right now. Yeah, but you shouldn't ever be runic power starved. Again, if you are misplaying your Blood DK, then yes. But if you really want to play Blood DK well, then you have to understand this. I made a guide for this of how to gather on a Blood DK. If you gather improperly, then you're in danger. But you also have, going into midnight, a huge glow up in terms of the fact that you don't have Shattering Bone anymore, and you don't have CDR on your Dancing Rune weapon. So you don't have to worry about this weird kind of awkward gameplay of setting up your globals to min-max your damage, but worry about threat. Right now, you walk in, you just get your bone armor up, and then you blood boil. And it's like you're kind of chilling. So this is the simplest version of Blood DK that has been around in a while. It's a lot more accessible as a tank. I enjoyed it from a min-max perspective, but for what it's worth, it was very anti-pug friendly on snap threat because you were really tempted to hold properly, except that you weren't able to hold properly because oftentimes you should have sent earlier for a snap threat. But now your snap threat is much different, by the way. And it's always impossible. Yes, Nilmo, the variance on pugs is huge, but I actually think that Blood DK, I could make a 5-minute guide for this to explain how to play it and give you 90% success rate with very limited information, because nowadays it's not that nuanced at all. You can honestly just weave in some death strikes, and you could just kind of you can go like alternating globals, borderline, and be just fine. It only is a problem when you try to death strike 5 times in a row. Then you'll actually lose your runic power. But otherwise, it shouldn't be that much of an issue, to be honest. All right. Okay, so Blood DK, basically, in order for this to be played and actually be meta, you would need it to be overtuned. But I don't think they're ever going to overtune it again, because right now they don't really separate, unfortunately, right? Raid versus Mythic Plus are on the same tuning. And I think that's actually very problematic for WoW because of a spec like Blood DK, which tends to perform extremely well for Raid, right? But doesn't perform extremely well in keys. So if they're not willing to buff it for Raid, then unfortunately I think it will suffer in keys. And that's kind of Blood DK's main problem, is that they don't have separate tuning for Mythic Plus and Raid. So it is currently so powerful for Raid that it won't really have that niche in keys again, in my opinion. Okay? Next, I accept that actually what somebody was saying earlier about AF. Let's see if we get a Warlock spec here to talk about it. Ooh, Fire Mage. Interesting. Okay, now, this has been one of the most successful psyops in the entirety of beta so far. Actually, more than any other spec, somehow mages got away with this. Of course it's mage. Of course it's mage. Somehow, this spec is actually amazingly good right now. No, this spec, no, not look how they massacred my boy. This spec is one of the best DPSs on beta. Now, granted, it has a problem, and I'll talk about it in a second, but it's really good. It does massive damage. It actually is very decent right now. It's crazy because it was supposed to be really bad. And yet, here it is. What is this anti-mage slander? You do have to flame strike, so you don't have the ignite. And let's talk about the actual profile of this, okay? Ayo, thank you for the sub on YouTube. I see you there. Much appreciated. They can't keep getting away with it. I know. They cannot keep getting away with it. Mages, you gotta have a bad spec for a tier. Just actually have 3 bad specs for a tier, all right? Now listen, yes, alarms sound when any single mage spec is not actually going to be potentially viable. Here's what's up. The question is, if I were to rank all 3 mage specs, I might compare and contrast them against each other, which would change the rankings to be fair. So, I will accept this. If I put Arcane here, I will put Fire in A team instead of here. But technically speaking, Fire could be like this. The only real thing is that Arcane has a much better damage profile because the way that Fire is currently playing is not a fully Ignite-based gameplay. Because it is not fully Ignite-based gameplay, it does not have that niche of being incredible prio or single target. And it is still very cooldown dependent. Because you do not have Sun King's Blessing anymore, you really have to depend on that combust. And that combust no longer has CDR. So your cooldowns are not 45 seconds, they are actually 1 minute. That is a problem. In lower keys, packs tend to die, and the pacing of dungeons tends to be much more friendly to 45-second cooldowns instead of 1 minute. 1 minute means you're going to have these awkward combusts for most key levels. Until keys get extremely high, a 1 minute combust could actually be problematic. Like, it could really actually be very punishing to not walk in with combust. Now, that being said, Fire used to have a niche, especially, I think, going into Dragonflight. They had this very cool Ignite-based gameplay through their Mastery, where, again, they would dump all their damage into a single target, and that single target would explode on the other targets. The problem with this, right, and the benefit is that that is the exact profile you want in keys. That's basically what I was saying about Arcane earlier with Touch. However, Fire Mage does not currently do that. The build that is doing incredible damage, which is still not that much higher than other things, but good damage, is actually using Flame Strike. Flame Strike is even cleave. You're not actually depending on your Ignite nearly as much. So Flame Strike is pad damage, but you are still a mage, so you still have all the benefits that Arcane has. You have Arcane Intellect, you have no mass barrier, you also have Cheat Death, which is pretty valuable, but you are not that tanky outside of your Ice Cold and your barrier, which is very little. So you will proc that Cheat Death. Every single mage that I have played with, exactly. But I do notice that Cheat Death is on cooldown pretty consistently throughout the key. So when I'm healing, I notice that my Fire Mage is just as squishy as my Arcane Mage, and yep, it's called Cauterize. And I would say that Mage is doing extremely well, but is not the tankiest. However, you are still mage. You have no mass barrier. But basically, it's the type of damage where if I was all 3 mage specs based on the fact that they're a mage would technically be in best for Mythic Plus. So if I have to separate them and kind of rank them a little bit against each other in the same way that Boomy versus Feral, I actually think Feral has more to offer than Boomy does. So however, you are still a mage means that I couldn't rank them below the A team. But basically, you can almost guarantee that one mage spec will actually be meta. You know what I mean? I think that both of the reason that this is good though is because it's neither of their damage profiles. It is far more just because they are independent, as I mentioned, with Unholy and Frost DK. It is less about their damage profile and more about the fact that, let me put it this way, Jag. You have a melee DPS in your keys, yeah? Let me ask you a question. Would you rather that melee DPS be a Ret Paladin or an Unholy DK? Which one? Or would you rather it be a Subtlety Rogue or a Frost DK? Which one? Would you rather your melee DPS be an Assassination Rogue or an Unholy or Frost DK? And it's just like, it might not make sense in terms of pure tuning, but the answer is almost always a DK makes your key feel safer and better because they're so independent and they have grips. But even if they suck at using their grips, they're just very tanky. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just the idea is a healer likes seeing DPS DKs and a tank likes seeing them as well. They make your key smoother just by existing. And I think that is very valuable for what it's worth, though. What's the fiery brand bug for VDH? The fiery brand bug is that it's currently extending its duration, like it's refreshing its duration when a new target comes into the pool and it gets spread. So you can have like a 30-second fiery brand. It's supposed to be 12, but you can just casually have a 30-second fiery brand. It's crazy. That's a 40% DR plus additional effects if you're playing Talons for it. But that's basically my thoughts on Fire. So Fire has seen a lot of play, but I will also say this. If Fire is ever meta, before we move on from this, if Fire is ever meta, I hate it when Fire is meta. Because bad Fire mages are very bad. Because this is one of those specs that is an actual terror in the average key. Like, if Fire Mage is meta for the highest level of keys, they actually terrorize the middle level of keys. They're really bad. Like, I think everyone has had that experience where it's just like every Fire, and Arcane Mage has this problem too. It's just, ugh. I talked about it earlier. Why Fury is down here. It's weird. Fire is just, it's very high APM, skill dependent, etc., etc. You'll have to go back and watch it. Remember, if things are in very, very dependent, this means that they have a use case. And if the right setting happens, that this is actually just straight up all the way in best versus the wrong setting, it's not that good. Isn't AoE healing? No, not as much anymore. If you play Archon B-Brun, Archon actually has incredible healing for Holy Priest right now. Like, not incredible. Like, ultimately, its output is like 10% behind some other things, but it's actually decent. It just has a mana problem. If you have to be maintaining high HPS and AoE, then Holy Priest can have a mana problem, though. Yeah. They made Fire a bit easier. Yeah. It'll still... You'll just triple Fire Blast and mess up your Combust, and it'll be a problem. Yeah, Holy Priest is not bad. I think that it has the recipe for what it needs to be in the A team here. And yeah, because Halo, it won't accidentally pull, no. Yeah. And it's true, though. Basically, mages in general tend to be very hit or miss, especially Arcane and Fire. I think Frost is the easiest mage spec to play. All right, next. Here we go. A lot, Aladiki. A lot. Yep. Okay. Moving on, we have Brewmaster. All right, this one is super weird. Okay. All right, I'm going to get a lot of flame for this. We go by the wheel. The wheel tells me what to rank. I don't decide. The wheel tells me what to do. Okay. Current tuning for Brewmaster is the best tank right now. However, it is not technically the best based on any other metric. It doesn't actually have exactly what you want a tank to have in Mythic Plus. It is not specifically designed for Mythic Plus. It can be, but it is very dependent on the season. As of right now, it is tuned very high. But if they were to nerf its damage down to a reasonable level, and if they were to reduce its survivability to be a little bit more on par with the other tanks, where do you think it would be? Technically speaking, Mystic Touch is the weakest of the group buffs. It's very dependent on situation and whether or not you benefit from it. But Brew was currently so good and so much ahead of the other tanks that even before they fixed the Tiger Palm bug, which created a Master of Harmony build, which is just doing massive single target, even before that, the highest keys on beta were being done with a Brewmaster, an Arcane Mage, an Unholy DK or AUG, plus a Demo Warlock. Now, interesting fact about Brewmaster, Mystic Touch. Demo Warlock actually does have some physical damage. Even though it is a caster, it is not all magic damage. But you're not playing Brewmaster because it does the top damage. Actually, if you played VDH with that exact comp I just mentioned, you would have a much better time. If you think about it, almost all of the top keys were being done with Arcane, Demo Warlock, right? Plus either AUG or Unholy, right? With Resto Druid. Like this. That's what all the top keys were being done with. Brewmaster does not fit into that comp, and yet all of them were being done with Brewmaster. It is simply because it's overtuned. If they were to fix the tuning on Brewmaster, I don't think that it would be best for Mythic Plus. Like, it does not have nearly as much as a Prot Warrior to offer, or a Prot Pally, or a VDH. Like, you know, no, for sure, because it was very fun to play, and it is very fun to play, and they haven't nerfed it. But the problem is, if it's more of a very dependent tank. Like, it's not, I think I have to put it in very dependent. Remember, this is not bad, it just means that there's a use case for it, but that use case requires a bunch of factors. Yes, now granted, but again, that's based purely off current tuning. Its actual profile is a little weird. It needs more external healing than other tanks unless it's very overtuned. It actually only has leg sweep and para. It doesn't have any sort of AoE silence, although leg sweep kind of counts as an AoE silence. Basically, like the two, but when we talk about Guardian, I'll talk about that as well. I actually feel Ring of Peace is cool, and it does have a Dispel, and it has some level of technical off-healing, but traditionally speaking, let me put it this way. Brewmaster's kit right now has nothing extra that it hasn't had before. But have you seen Brewmaster being meta in the last 4 years? But it has everything, but it has exactly what it has. It's got pruned a little bit, but its brew off healing is kind of a myth, but it technically has something. But the idea is, has it been meta for the last 4 years? It has exactly the same kit. That's why I'm thinking, because I know I'm going to get a lot of flame for this, but I swear, Brewmaster isn't very dependent. You have to listen to my explanation for it, but Brewmaster is definitely in very dependent. It is not the best for Mythic Plus. If it was the best for Mythic Plus, you would have seen it be meta. You would have seen it be meta at some point. It actually does not. It is not the best for Mythic Plus. It is incredibly niche, and it has to have a few different factors going well for it. It is incredibly strong right now on beta, but there's also another tank that I'm going to put here, and it's just important to understand, all right? Yeah, if Brew and VDH were tuned the same way, exactly, or if Brew and Prot Warrior were tuned the same way, it has a very strong niche. Because again, I think that the individual part of it is that you have seen Brewmaster do some of the highest keys in the last several seasons, but that's with a very particular comp. You know, that's when you're playing the Brewmaster, the Feral, the Fury Warrior, etc. But it's very dependent on a bunch of other things happening. I think that what we're going to have at the end of the tuning, when they actually do balance out the tanks, it seems like Brew would be, yeah. And also, I've had a lot of Brewmasters die in plus 15s on beta. Plus 15 is not that high on beta, but I've had a ton of Brewmasters just completely fall over when I'm healing them because they're not very good at the spec. It isn't. It's easier than it used to be, but it's still complicated. It's still a little bit nuanced, at least. The only people who think that Brewmaster is super easy right now are the ones who are Brewmaster mains, and they're like, it's super easy right now, but it's like it's not that easy. Yeah, well, no. I think that a lot of healers work with Brewmaster. Actually, Preservation Evoker has unique capability with Brewmaster. Like if Prez and Brewmaster are a great combo because Prez Golden Hour procs with their stagger as well, and Time Dilate works the same way. So actually, Prez and Brew are a great combination. Any like Mistweaver and Brew, if you were to play both of them, are a great combination. Like there's a lot of things that actually work well with Brewmaster now. It certainly, I think Brewmaster has had a glow up. It's a little less niche than it used to be, but I would be remiss if I put them as best for Mythic Plus. They just look overhyped right now. I don't think they're actually going to be that hype unless Blizzard decides to leave them overtuned, which might happen because sometimes Blizzard forgets about the tanks, though, for what it's worth, though, right? So, yeah. If you're just tuning in, Feral was... You'll have to listen to my argument for Feral. It technically has the recipe for being one of the best Mythic Plus specs. It just traditionally has been overshadowed. But technically speaking right now, I think that Feral has a better... It's got more to offer than this. But we'll get back to that soon. Okay? In big pulls, wants me to use Tiger Palm at all. So there's a bunch of different builds with Brew. It's hard for me to answer it one way or the other. Eventually, I will make a basic Brew guide. Probably, I want to ask Shaw if he'll make it with me, but this is the important thing. To understand, though, is that this is conditional. I think in order for you to really want to play Brew, it's conditional. It's good right now, but it's conditional. You'll notice that Rogue is not listed very high, and there's one reason for that, Zaku. What do you think? There's also a thing, doesn't really know. Exactly. So Brew, traditionally speaking, is either way too good or way too bad. And historically, they lean on the not super OP side of things. Same with Blood DK, by the way. Blood DK and Brew are very hard for Blizzard to tune because of how they've designed the specs. All right? Cool. Now, if you're curious about what spec to main, you can absolutely go back and watch this when I actually upload the whole thing. Because hopefully this serves as a lot more of a conversation to help you understand why something might be good versus not, compared to just looking at a number right now. Wonderful name now. All right, here we go. So next, let's go. That's Brewmaster. Here we go. What do we got next? We have Discipline Priest. Okay, so this one is super weird. This one is very, very strange. Okay, all right. Technically speaking, Discipline Priest absolutely does have what it takes to be the best for Mythic Plus. Right now, its tuning is very low. Like, I would say that right now, if on my actual healer tier list, I went over logs and I talked about everything specifically. Yes, Disc Priest is down in the gutter right now. But technically speaking, they are one of the best healers for Mythic Plus. I think the problem with Disc is that Blizzard has kind of decided like they're really good for raid. And because they were doing a little too good in raid, they happened to get over nerfed. And now they actually have HPS problems and keys. They have HPS problems and keys for a few reasons. The problem is that based on how we're doing this tier list, right? This isn't just for Midnight. This is in general. I think you have to put them in best for Mythic Plus. Because technically speaking, they are one of the best healers for Mythic Plus. They have literally everything you want and the technical best type of healing for Mythic Plus environment. Now, right now, they're a little bit down bad because of what's happening in Midnight. Midnight wants more rot healing and less prevention of one-shots, and that's what Disc excels at. So I might want to put them kind of in the A team, sort of. But at the moment, though, the real issue with Disc is this. A lot of the HPS fights in Midnight are high mobility. Like, you have to be moving while healing, and they're just raw, constant output. And Disc has some issues. I think that they're actually not very well suited for 3K, to be honest. Voidweaver is tuned terribly, although it's actually more straightforward sometimes than Oracle, because you can actually simplify it by teaching people, heal through your atonement, even though you have to time things very well. But Oracle is a little bit, I think, hard to understand for new healers. The overall position of Disc is hard. Technically, they have solid group buff, solid healing profile. They can protect the pain sup is incredibly strong. They have their utility is a little weak, but remember what I said about Holy Priest earlier? We'll get to Bear soon, I guess, whatever. But remember, Holy Priest, they don't have a kick, but again, that's fine now because no healer has a kick except for Shaman. And just having a kick does not make you meta, because I think that Shaman has some fundamental healing problems. This is hard where I would rank it. Like, this is a big tuning problem right now. Like, this is one of the things. Like, technically speaking, Disc is not performing that well. But by logic, it is actually one of the best healers for Mythic Plus. What do you think? Like, if you're a Disc Priest player, where do you think I should put this right now? That's what I'm struggling with. Put it in very dependent. I could put it in very dependent, but it's just to clarify, right? Like, it's kind of one of those things where if you've been playing Disc on beta or following beta at all, I think it should be with. I mean, it's just like. Distro was a problem. It can, but the problem is if they were to buff it to any reasonable level, it's still pretty good. But I think going into Midnight, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying, Asik, is like technically speaking, look how many times Disc Priest has been meta in the last 4 years. A lot. Like, actually, there have been several seasons in the last 4 years where you really want it. Like, Disc Priest is not only meta, or at least it's viable. Like, if it wasn't the best healer, then it's the second best healer, right? I would say that moving into Midnight, I am concerned about the tuning of Disc Priest and also its kit. That's what I would say is that my thing is that I'm concerned about how they're going to end up in Midnight, but, you know, that's the only thing that I'm thinking is that based off of what the keys are actually demanding of you, I think Disc Priest is going to struggle. So, in the same sense, like technically, to clarify, in the last 4 years, you have seen a lot of meta Disc Priest. Like, Disc Priest has been meta quite a lot. Because it is very, very good for keys. However, it is currently tuned also. I think that moving into Midnight, I think I'm going to put it in the A team. I think that's where I would settle with it. I don't think it's very, very dependent. It doesn't depend on anything. The only thing... Yeah, I would say it's in the A team here. So here's why. It's not dependent on a comp whatsoever. Like, you can play Disc Priest with literally anything, except maybe there's some weird things with Disc Priest and Brewmaster a little bit. But aside from that, like, you don't need your DPS to help you. You are the defensive. So that's really, really nice. Like, you being able to give massive shields as Oracle is still really good. It's still very massive. So I think it would be in the A team. That's kind of where I'd be comfortable here, though. With Pugs, you depend on how they play. Traditionally, as a healer, yes. But as an Oracle, Oracle is the only healer that can literally save Pugs from themselves. I mean, the problem with that, actually, it's so massively problematic because in Season 2, when Disc Priest was dominant, man, it was impossible to play literally any other healer. That was the issue. Like, you literally couldn't, because everybody was so used to Oracle that they never hit defensives anymore. Now, granted, it's been nerfed several times since then. No, but even Oracle still has shielding. It's not as powerful, and it's certainly been nerfed since that point, but you can still basically be like, yo, that person is definitely standing in that puddle. I'm going to shield them beforehand. Stretch it. That's a good point. I think that Disc, I'm comfortable with it in the A team right now. Pending a 10% buff, it'll be much better. Pending the no buff, it'll be in a rough spot. Like, right now, Holy Priest is actually better. Yeah, it requires you to ramp and heal properly, so it has a lot of skill expression still. But at the moment, seriously, I would actually say that Holy is better. Starting to woo rant. The problem is I'm already ranting, so I feel like there's no more rant to do. You see the post about when they're posting? Yes, I did. And I have a problem with the fact that they're not going to tune again until 17%. What you're saying is literally very dependent. It does sound like it's very dependent, right? You think it's just been highly tuned a lot? You don't think his kit is that great? All right, bet. That's fine. I accept your argument. That's fair. I will drag it down to very dependent. All right, fair enough. I agree. That's actually fair, though. Shields are good. No, that's the problem, is that there's more rot damage and less one-shots. So the shields are technically less valuable than they were. All right, fair enough. I accept. Okay, next spec. We only have a few left. You can update your tank tier list for itself. Well, I mean, there's really nothing, though. I think Prout Warrior is a solid B. Oh, wait, Affliction. Okay, so Affliction, I actually heard the argument earlier when I was ranking Destruction. Affliction is in an interesting spot right now, where it's the first time that they've ever actually really fundamentally taken a look at the Affliction Warlock kit. It's interesting right now that basically Affliction Warlock is kind of so close to the wheel. I don't make the rules. I'm sorry. So overall, keep in mind that I play with an Affliction Warlock. Like, hopefully Arson and I will be able to do a whole bunch of keys going into this next season, and we've done a ton of other things here, though. What's the niche of Affliction? What does Affliction do better than the other Warlock specs? It used to be, at least in this previous season, in the War Within, they had actually buffed its prio damage. All right? They really did buff its prior damage with Rapture. The problem is that actually when they took away Rapture and basically made UA your spender, and then in AoE you are just seed spamming. Like you dot, haunt, seed spam. And you don't actually have a really strong AoE funnel type build anymore. Now your single target is very interesting, right? Your single target is actually engaging. It's fun. You feel like a dot spec that you actually have to keep up several dots. And that feels kind of rewarding. Like it feels like the Warlock spec again when you are in single target. But in AoE, it's a little strange that technically speaking, the right thing to do is you go 1, 2, 3. Like you pre-dot 2 to 3 agonies. So that's 4 to 6 targets. And then, right. And then you kind of send haunt and then you send your cooldowns and then you just seed spam. It's like, it's a little weird, actually, in my opinion, where it stands in AoE. Now, it's doing decent numbers, but what do you provide? I think that one of the biggest things is that you have Dark Harvest, which is, again, a massive self-heal, so great for rot damage, like incredibly strong self-healing. But compared to the other Warlock specs, you're kind of still just sort of pad. Like, I think that you're better than Destro, in my opinion, but not by much. Like, the reason I put Destro down here is because it is the damage profile of Destro isn't fantastic for keys, whereas you're really tempted to kind of pad. Supposedly there is a, what was it, Hellcaller build for Destro that I didn't get to test. But I'm a little bit, I have to put it somewhere, right? If I put Affliction in the A team, I also have to put Destro in the A team. Would you agree with that? With UA spender, only AoEs, but you're still not going to be motivated to press a UA in AoE. Like, you're not going to want to press UA in AoE. You'd be losing a lot of damage. I still think you seed spam in AoE. And if you seed spam in AoE, then you are just padding, technically speaking. Like, you can haunt a prio target, technically, but your prio damage is very minimal then. And your funnel, you do still have some funnel, to be fair. But it would be not that different than... I think that Warlock is in a pretty good spot. I think that for all the reasons I mentioned earlier, Warlock is good. But then, honestly, I might have to change my Destro Rock linking. I have to change it. If I put Af here, I have to put Destro here. That's fine. I accept. That's the one thing I accept the fact that I would say that. Yeah, if you're going to put this here, Nins, I think I agree with what you were saying. You're correct that since Malefic Rapture, it was cool that they had buffed it to 80% extra prio. Like, that was legitimate prio. But now, where they've kind of landed with Af is without maybe a big UA buff. I think it's fair that all three Warlock specs are basically kind of dependent on tuning in terms of how exactly good they're going to be. The thing is that I think that all three Warlock specs are very solid. And the main reason is that AoE Curse is incredible. I mean, AoE Curse is significantly amazing. It really could... If I was playing Warlock, I am telling you, I could literally save my tank from certain death because I know when he's going to die. And I could save him on a Warlock. I couldn't do that on almost any other thing. I can't save him as a DK DPS. I can't save him as a mage. I can't save him as a feral druid. But I could literally save it, though. Right? And they cover the tiers if you add more specs to second row. Oh, shit. Is it? Oh, yeah, you're right. We're getting real tight to this, the A team. All right. That's a good point, actually. Good point. Thank you for the heads up. So, yeah. I think that, yeah, I'm okay with it. But I think that Warlock is overall very strong. It's tanky. It has a fair amount of utility now that they've changed it up a little bit. And curses are very powerful for these new dungeon pools when you know how to use them. In fact, I really do believe that no Warlock is going to understand this unless you are also a tank player, which is very rare. But I highly recommend, could not recommend enough, that you learn the tech of when your tank is in danger from auto attacks, because AoE Curse of Weakness will literally have such a massive, massive benefit. Like an incredible benefit, like unbelievably so. Just you're going to default, you're going to think that you default to only ever spending on, but you're going to think that you only ever default to spending your AoE on Curse of Tongues. But actually, the 2-minute cooldown Mega Curse for Curse of Weakness is really impactful. Let me just go over this again because I mentioned it for demo, but I think that, here's the thing. No. Most Warlocks are not going to understand this because you're going to automatically assume that you always play your Curse of Tongues because you're just like, well, casters. Actually, the biggest danger to tanks this new season is the fact that many mobs are coded to do additional magic damage on hit or apply a debuff on hit, but those are only on melee hits, which means if you delay their melee hits, they don't kill your tank. You can do that. As a Warlock, your AoE Curse of Weakness in dungeons like Nexus or Algathar could literally save your tank. Massive, because you don't need a silence. You don't need Curse of Tongues. You can individually curse if you need to. But basically, like, you don't need your AoE curse in Algathar. Maybe for one pull. There's a single pull where it would be super valuable. And if your tank is chilling, then I guess you could. But otherwise, you could literally spec into that. Or Nexus, same deal. There's not a ton of casters to deal with. Yeah, I would say that. Pit now kind of seems really scary for tanks on... Pit's not that bad for tanks. I would say Nexus is a big one. Or... Algathar, there's like a few things in there, right? Yeah. I think Destro is the single target and prio damage is basically what is problematic about it. Okay, all right, let's keep going. We're almost there. This is the... I think that I might have won the ultimate ranking for longest tier list ever created for World of Warcraft, but hopefully this conversation helps explain why things exist. All right, bet. Cool. So... we don't even need to talk about this spec because Blizzard completely forgets that they exist. So basically, we just go like this and we reroll. All right, what's next? Frost Mage. All right, bet. Frost. Here we go. All right, Frost Mage it is. So Frost Mage... So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Frost Mage is a mage, but of all 3 mage specs, it has one interesting niche compared to the other mage spec. No, okay, all right, fine. We will talk about Windwalker. All right. Windwalker. I'm gonna have to move this chat a little bit. I think I can zoom out one. Does this look weird if I do this? Oh, man, no, I need it to move I need it to go like this. Here, I can go... What if I just move it slightly like that? Does that work? Can you see the extra rankings if I move it slightly to the left? Windwalker... No, listen. All right, we're going to go to Frost Mage in a second. I will actually give Windwalker a fair shake because, honestly, I really like Windwalker. That did nothing? Oh, yeah, because it's on window capture. Hold up. Just cover the Windwalker. Windwalker basically goes in very, very dependent, obviously. Let me look at the last few specs here. I think it'll be okay. So Windwalker goes in very dependent. It's very obvious. It goes here. It very clearly goes in very dependent. And the reason is because the only reason that you would bring it... Let me explain this. Okay. I don't want to just talk about it here. I'll mention this, okay? Yeah, Windwalker goes behind chat. It used to have a niche. Back in Shadowlands, I honestly think that Windwalker was perfect. It had really cool gameplay with Dance of Chi-Ji plus Bone Dust Brew plus this. Now, I know some people don't actually like that it had a sequence of cooldowns, but I think that was actually one of the most fun versions of Windwalker that has ever existed. Believe it or not, I have played this spec, and I think inherently this spec is actually designed to be one of the most fun DPS that has ever existed in World of Warcraft, because its mastery, if you don't know how it works, encourages you to never cast the same ability twice in a row. So you always, for example, alternate your abilities, therefore creating an incredibly fluid, smooth gameplay loop. Whereas other DPS specs oftentimes have a spammable filler spell, Windwalker does not have a spammable filler spell. You actually go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. You're always alternating, and you're building and spending and building and spending, and I think that it is basically a quintessentially smooth DPS. Very, very fun. Very interesting. I actually wish oftentimes that more DPS played like a Windwalker does. However, I think that as far as I've heard from other Windwalkers, I haven't played it myself this beta cycle, it's not looking good. The fundamental playstyle changes to Windwalker have sort of hinted its rotational playstyle to the degree where it's a lot less fun than it used to be. On top of that, you really don't have a niche, because since you were at least target cap before, you could still burst quite hard on either single target or AoE, but it's a tuning thing, because right now, if you activate all of your cooldowns, I never have to worry about losing threat to you, which from a tank perspective is kind of nice, because if you full send your cooldowns in Lust and with a combat potion, and I send half of my cooldowns as a tank, I'm going to beat you on damage. And so basically, I never have to worry about losing threat to you. First pull of Algathar Academy, it's no problem. If you give me 3 Windwalkers, I would love it, because I get to do way more damage. One of the best things about Windwalker and playing with a Windwalker is that I, as a tank, immediately start to do way more damage in the key, because packs and AoE don't die. So I get way more time to hit all the AoE mobs. It is actually a massive tank damage hack, to be honest with you. If you really wanted to do maximum tank damage, you should play with like an Outlaw Rogue, a Fury Warrior, and a Windwalker Monk, because then you're going to be playing with 3 target cap specs that also buff you a little bit. And if you get buffed, plus the AoE packs are going to live literally forever, so you're going to get to do max damage, and then bosses will still die at a reasonable time frame. So it is like a massive tip that I have. If you are curious whatsoever, you should totally try that one day. It's awesome. Super, super, super fun. All right. Basically, though, the problem with Windwalkers, okay, is this. They don't have a niche anymore. There's really no reason to play them. Like, it's actually problematic, because when do you bring it? The only way that you would want to play Windwalker is if somehow Brewmaster and Mistweaver were really bad. And also, you really needed Mystic Touch. So this would mean that the meta DPS are basically a Feral Druid, Fury Warrior, plus there's Resto Druid doesn't. That means Resto Druid can't be good. That means it's really interesting, yeah. Well, Blizzard has 40 specs in World of Warcraft, and with the pruning, there's more homogenization. It's never going to happen. So I would say there are very few specs, which I'm going to tell you, to be honest with you, are just really in trouble. Windwalker is one of them. Just like Preservation Evoker, they actually tend to be fairly good in raid, because there's a raid build they can play, which is not their key build. The problem with it is that as long as there is no differential tuning between Mythic Plus and raid, if they're on the same table of tuning, you simply will not probably see a Windwalker meta nearly ever again. I think that is kind of sad, but the truth is, yeah, the biggest niche for Windwalker Monk is honestly that you will know the new capital city better than anyone else. Like, anybody who tried to main Windwalker in this last expansion probably knows Dornagal better than literally anyone else. Like, they would be able to, like, I'd be like, where's the barbershop again? They're like, oh, down there to the left. All right, second building. And you're like, oh, okay, got you. Like, that's, to be fair, they would know it extremely well. So that, I think, is honestly the best part about playing Windwalker, is that you could give your friends directions and you never have to ask a guard for anything. That would be probably the advantage to Windwalker. But nonetheless, I really do hope that Blizzard does take a look at this spec. It is generally pretty forgotten, and I just... No, like, by the way, their damage is not that bad. Honestly, like, to be honest with you, no. Windwalker is not actually trash tier. Like, if you play with a good Windwalker, they're going to do 10k less than your Warlock. Like, they're going to be competitive. It's just... when you play at a competitive level, you really, you should be able to right-click your Windwalker in this city and ask for directions. That's tough. Basically, though, I don't want to give the illusion that you can't play them. They're actually fine. They're just not good. They're fine. They're annoyingly okay. They will do at least enough. I lied. It was original beta. They got buffed since then. I'm probably, if I play my Guardian Druid, I might beat my Windwalker, but realistically, I probably won't actually beat my Windwalker in overall damage. It's just that other DPS will beat my Windwalker in overall damage, and they're kind of squishy. They don't actually have a ton of really viable reasons to be played. They take up the melee slot. They don't add a whole bunch of stuff. Do you know what I mean? They are annoyingly okay. It's kind of where they are right now, if that makes sense, though, right? Okay, so that's where Windwalker is. Now we'll talk Frost Mage. Frost Mage is kind of Windwalker's antithesis. The thing with Frost Mage is that it's a mage, which means they're automatically going to be at least decent. Now, the new Frost Mage is interesting. Frost Mage received a fundamental change to how they work. I would say that they're way more friendly because you don't have to do any sort of weird spell queuing that you had to do before. Are you guys familiar with what Frost Mage used to have to do and what the differential was between a very good Frost Mage and a very bad Frost Mage? It wasn't just like basic rotation. It was the fact that you would shatter. It was actually the spell queue window of when you would flurry. You would actually have to, you would launch like your Glacial Spike or whatever. You would do this pretty frequently. It was part of its core rotation. And then your flurry would connect and basically you would extra shatter. Right. I'm not explaining it very well. So that's gone. That mechanic is no longer a thing. You now have a completely new mechanic, which is a reworked shattering. It is more new player friendly for sure. I think that there's some weird damage tuning where you're actually incentivized not to break it sometimes. I'm not sure exactly. I was playing Frost Mage on the beta before this last round of nerfs. It was interesting. I really enjoyed it. I actually thought that I had way more flexibility. The extension of Icy Veins is gone. You don't have this weird, extremely punishing thing in case you do die, by the way. And it's a lot more friendly than it used to be. So, to be fair, for the average player, I think that Frost Mage has had a massive glow up. I think that it is way more friendly, although it was already pretty friendly, I think, before. At a basic rotation, it's not that difficult to explain Frost Mage. I think that it's going to be difficult to do really bad damage on Frost Mage, because if you walk into a pack and you literally... If you walk in and you just casually go Orb, Blizzard, Ray of Frost, you know, and that was your rotation, like, you would do decent damage. Like, you just that alone would be incredible AoE burst. Its single target is lower, but the main issue is that it doesn't really have solid prio damage. It doesn't really have a niche, aside from the fact that it does good AoE burst damage. It's almost like a Destro Warlock in terms of it might look okay on the overall meters, but its single target is low, its prio damage is low, and remember, you could always hit change specialization at any point and start playing Arcane or Fire. Now, at the moment, though, 2 target damage, it used to be, Arms and Frost used to have that identity of like, yo, we are the literal specialist in 2 target cleave. but I don't find that it is incredibly valuable in the 2-target situation now. There are some encounters where that would be valuable, especially because they're split. But the idea is, with Frost Mage in its current state, I think that I would want to put it either in the A team, obviously, because Mage, but the other thing is that of all 3 Mage specializations, I'm not putting this here as like a bad thing. I actually think, yeah, Frost is the best Mage spec for your average keys. So I kind of want to put it here with a little bit of context that actually just says, yo, this spec is probably incredible. Like if you were going to bring a Mage to your 3k IO keys, like this between 10 and 15s, Frost Mage is the best Mage for that, by far. Like I think that Frost Mage, because of all of those things, would actually be really significantly better for that key level than like the top level stuff. So, but basically it is a team, but can I give the caveat of that this is the best pug spec? Freezing targets and help tanks? Actually it can be problematic. You don't always want to be kiting things. Sometimes you want to move things, but it's harder to move things with a Frost Mage, so it's a little bit hit or miss. It can help, it cannot help though. But would you guys accept the fact if I put this here? Because keep in mind, this is a positive ranking. Like if you were gonna tell me, yeah, it's the most adaptable because its cooldowns are the most flexible. You can either choose to spend both rays or hold both rays. You could choose to send this though. I feel like it's really good, but in a good way, like not in a bad way. It's actually like a very solid, and it's defensively tuned higher. Correct. Would you accept this, knowing that the context, if anybody actually listens to this, it is a mage, it is borderline better than fire. Like the thing is that fire is just tuned higher right now in terms of single target and a little bit slightly better, but overall, I would actually say that frost is a little bit ahead of fire, depending on what they actually land with on tuning, though. Yeah, I would say, yeah. Like, you're not going to be... Yeah, I will talk about it, of course. Read the... Yeah, I will talk about it. But here, I would say... Yeah, well, I'm not... Again, by the way, this doesn't mean necessarily bad. It just means that if you were doing a weekly key, all these specs would be fantastic. Like the idea is, let's say that you're doing not the most competitive level of keys and you're doing like a plus 12 earlier on in the season. I would be ecstatic to see a Dev Evoker, a Frost Mage. If my tank was a Blood DK, I would not be concerned. I would be pretty happy. If overall I saw like a Survival Hunter, I'd be like, sweet. Because I'm not thinking at a plus 12 about this sort of min-maxed comp of how things work together. I would overall just think, yo, as long as you're solid, you're solid. And these specs, to my opinion, tend to perform very consistently, very solidly. Even a Marksman Hunter, although tuned kind of poorly, is ultimately just going to perform well at this key level. Yeah, it's just basically if you were to play something like this around this level, I think you would be feeling really positive about this, right? Yeah, that's kind of what I think, though. I just pieced in the gutter. So remember, read this category again. So to clarify this though, yes, bad me, I think it is. I think there is important because talking about the specs is so important. You guys got to understand, I have for pretty much I have pushed on a team every so often, but mostly I pug my keys. And for what it's worth though, okay? Does the meta matter at a plus 12? Absolutely not. But the perception of meta will literally prevent people from inviting specs that are ranked low on an actual meta tier list. That's why this tier list hopefully helps people. Because if you don't have a conversation talking about the pros of Blood DK, not the cons, because everybody always talks about the cons of a spec like Blood DK or Ret Pally. Oh, it's got flat damage. Oh, it's not good for meta. Oh, it has no prio. Oh, it has no... Bro, nobody knows what prio is at a plus 12. That doesn't even exist. Literally, you could be playing the actual... This Arcane Mage will probably send their touch on some random mob to the left of the actual prio target. I swear to God, I saw this once. I saw it. In a Priory of the Sacred Flame, I was so confused. I was like, why is this mini-boss living forever? We have an Arcane Mage. And I checked, and they full sent their Arcane Surgeon touch on one of the first footmen. So just because a spec is ranked up here doesn't actually mean that they're going to do what they're supposed to do. It's an important conversation to have, okay? It's a really important conversation. Like, that's why the it depends category, all the specs that are here in different scenarios can be played extremely well. There are reasons why I would want a Brewmaster or a Disc Priest or a Subtlety Rogue or an Arms Warrior comparatively to some specs up here. But it depends. And reminder of all of the things that we rank here today. Player skill and expression matters more than pretty much anything else. Yes, 100% I would. And in fact, Mage has a pretty bad reputation. I would imagine that you're going to agree with me when I say this next thing, all right? Mages, especially Arcane and Fire, tend to perform even if they are considered meta and one of the actual best DPS in the game. They perform terribly in weekly keys. Don't you agree? Hasn't that been your experience as well? Even when Arcane was the literal best DPS in Season 2, whenever I would see them in a lower or more average key, they always were the worst damage dealer. Like by far. Like literally everyone, my rep pally was beating them, even on boss damage. And it's just like, there are certain specs that have a high skill floor, and therefore it's harder to do good damage on them. So, does that make sense? And that's why I think that this conversation is important. So you ask me, is it really important to make a tier list for 3K? Kind of, yes. Because what people don't realize when they make a tier list considering, like, oh, Arcane is so good, or Fire is this, or whatever, the profile, but that's kind of exists in almost the bubble where you might not have that experience. If I was going to rank for just 3K, I'm putting Arcane down here and I'm putting Fury Warrior up there. It has been simplified a lot, but still has enough complexity. I mean, not really though. That's why I told you it would be a very long bid trust. This is a particularly long tier list though. Fire Mages, Wiz, I find the GCD demand of Fire Mage to be a bit more complicated, but technically speaking, it's pretty friendly. I agree that Fire, when I was playing it, I think it's just ping dependent now. Like, for me personally, I don't know, playing from Asia with 200 plus ping, Fire Mage is like impossible, because I will hit a single Fire Blast and somehow I will spend all three of them. So that's a tough spec for me personally. I struggle with Fire Mage, to be fair. For someone trying to tank for the first time, would you recommend Bear or VDH? Bear. I think Bear is a little bit more friendly. You joined the stream and lost when you said, can you let me know your thoughts on Rep Pally? Okay, so just so you know, if you are new to my stream, first of all, hello and hi. Second of all, this whole tier list, I will upload this entire video. It'll be very long, but it'll have timestamps to talk about things. Go ahead and rewatch it after. You'll have to check it out after because I can't go back and revisit everything, but I'll answer questions. We have 3 specs left to get through. Yeah, it will be like 5.5 hours. But let me ask you a question before we finish. Of course, if you've been listening this whole time, is this helpful? Genuinely, can I ask you a question? This tier list that we've gone over today, has this given you more information that you might not have had before? Have you actually been like, oh wow, like I didn't realize that? Or I'm hoping that this is good clarification and we can have a conversation kind of going back and forth, right? Okay, thank you. I'm just wanted to check that because I think it's important. Like, in my opinion, WoW players don't like context, but I would hopefully want to give context for why things are there. And to clarify, like, almost nothing is bad. Like, in my opinion, there are about 3 specs on this entire list that are actually bad for Mythic Plus. Like, I genuinely mean that, though. Like, I genuinely mean, like, in my opinion, there's, like, 3 things that are actually bad. But even those 3 things, if played well, can be good. And I agree with that, Jag, that in general, WoW players really just want to be told, like, S tier are bad. But I would say, and consider a much higher level and higher perspective works. It's interesting because when I'm like I'm making a Mythic Plus team right now. Yeah, like in my, so I'm literally, and I'll give you this information. Like, so I know that I'm going to be playing Guardian Druid. Like that's my main going into Midnight Season 1. And I have a friend, and that friend, he's a Giga Athlock. He's Arson. I don't know if you guys know Arson. He's amazing. He's a genuinely very high level Athlock. He only plays Ath pretty much. He's awesome. So Arson and I have talked about actually doing this for a while, but basically we're going to do some keys together. We know that we have us too. Okay, so now I have Guardian Druid and Athlock. We'll talk about this at the end as well. Okay, he's really chill. Yeah, he's cute cats. So we have him, okay? Now, on the team as well, we basically have a Mistweaver monk. Yo, what's up, Thor? Hello. Big brain lock guy. His timings don't work out, but he's pretty cool as well. Okay, so now we have a Mistweaver. So our comp looks something like this right now. Guardian Druid, right? Plus, hi, Fjord. Guardian Druid plus Mistweaver plus Athlock. This has anti-synergy. Like, that's really off meta. So I think to myself, okay, if we have the damage profile of Affliction Warlock, that means that we're going to have somebody who does very consistently high AoE. I might have to route around his cooldowns, but what I do know about Athlock is that, again, we're not going to have a ton of prio damage. So now I'm thinking, okay, what can we add to this comp that would give me prio damage? So best Wrestler, Druid, Healer, and Housing Designer. Hey, thank you. Okay, so now we start making a choice. Okay, if my comp is going to be Guardian plus this plus that, where is our prio damage coming from? Because I know I'm playing with an Athlock. So that's a good question. Hey, Sculpey. Wait, you know Fiore? Interesting. Hi, Sculpey. I haven't seen you in a while. So, okay, think about that. Exactly. The team building is actually interesting. I do think the team building is very cool as well. I would say that a really good suggestion there would be probably something like an Arcane Mage. I agree. I would be looking for an Arcane Mage because we need Lust, but we also need a buff for my healer and my this. So I would say Arcane Mage would fit very well into that comp, okay? If we played an Ellie Shami and a Ret Pally, we would actually be in a little bit of despair. Arcane doesn't have that much prio anymore. It still has touch. I think that it has touch, and the fact that touch is buffed by your Apex is like ridiculously strong still. Even though you don't have as much funnel, but you absolutely still have a ton of prio as Arcane. You do still have a ton. 1 minute Tyrant is good cooldown, true, but Tyrant is not very good prio because it splits. My team is going to be Wrestler, Druid, Blood DK, and Marksman. So if though, for example, I was to build that team, I think, okay, who's my fourth DPS? And I said, maybe I would play, let's say Devour Demon Hunter would be good. Okay, so now we have this, we need a good single target prio DPSer. That's how we build a team, and based on this understanding, what we would do. Does that make sense? And then maybe it was just as Brewmaster or Blood DK. I made a video on the best first tank to play. If you're curious about that, feel free to find it on the YouTube channel. I've made a video about the best first tank and the best first healer. But also just know that if you are a tank or a healer, or you want any information, the Discord, I will have routes, guides, and everything for you, okay? I will have all of that, just so you know. I think you should be able to join Discord here. So just so you know, I'm going to have routes and things posted. I will have tank threat guides. I will have how to gather guides. I will have how to tank guides. I will have how to heal guides. I will have dangerous pack tips and tricks. I'm going to make a lot of that stuff. I haven't finished it all yet, but just so you know, if you are looking for any of those resources whatsoever, you can find them here, okay? Like, because it's more important that you learn. If you want to play Blood DK, there's nothing wrong with it. Just understand the gather. There's a completely free, like, yo, here are all the tips and tricks of how to obtain Snap Threat. And here are all the things that you need to know. Does that make sense? Like, this is important clarification. Okay, shall we move on? Let's go. Here we go. So we have this. We only have 3 specs left because I've already ranked Elemental. Yeah, and even for DPS, I have a few ideas of how I would make dungeon guides for DPS. Feral is actually, yes, I'll explain in a second. Okay, Shadow Priest. Now, this is exactly a great spec to go over next. I can't believe Guardian has been left for last. I was really excited to talk about Guardian, though. Here we go. Before I dive into Shadow Priest, let me answer Void's question, because actually you are a fantastic, you asked something really important here, okay? Let me go back and look. You said, hi, I'm a relatively new player. I've never played anything higher than 3k IO keys, and I really like Warlock. But I have a fear to play a meta class. I want to learn something and go above. Is Warlock a good main? Yes. Basically, Voidblade. The answer to your question is yes. I think Warlock will be absolutely great because the other benefit of Warlock is that since you're a DPS player, you have 3 different Warlock specs you can play. You could always swap and learn something new in Destro, AF, or Dep. They all are unique. They play very different, but there will always for sure be something in there that fits your playstyle, okay? Yeah, I'll answer the question, but yeah, it is, okay, it's okay. Does she play Shaman heal? What tank do you think is better for a Shaman? A Druid or a Demon Hunter? Both work wise. There's no real tank and healer combination with the pruning going into Midnight. All healers work with all tanks. I think there are some nuances. Maybe if you have a Brewmaster, you might not want to play with certain healers, but ultimately everything will work just fine. Don't worry so much about that anymore. It used to be that like Shaman has a lot of CC to help fill tanks or whatever, etc. You're welcome. But that doesn't really exist anymore because the pruning has basically made it so it's a little bit more flexible of what you can play. Yeah. If you're a Shaman healer, any tank will work with Shaman. Yeah. All right. Moving on. Shadow Priest. All right. Shadow Priest. This is a spec where it's very helpful to understand how Shadow Priest works. Its tuning right now is questionable about whether or not it will be quote-unquote meta. But technically speaking, Shadow Priest has one of the best damage profiles in the entire game. I will explain how this works because I don't think Shadow is kind of niche. I don't think a lot of people have played Shadow before. I don't think that a lot of people really understand why Shadow is so good. But Shadow is basically best for Mythic Plus. This actually goes straight up here. Now, it's not always meta because it does depend on tuning, and it does have a lot of changes every expansion. You know, shout out to Psychic Link being literally, I think, the most changed WoW ability at all times. I will talk about the downsides of Shadow right now. Yes, correct, Nins. We will talk about that momentarily. But Shadow Priest is in a very, 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 very interesting spot going into Midnight. There are a few really, really strong benefits to why you would want a Shadow Priest, okay? Number 1, remember what I said about the damage profiles for healing? What type of damage is most prevalent going into Midnight? Less about one-shots because you are kind of squishy. But you do need rot damage healing. And Shadow Priest has very strong self-sustain and healing. It also has good group healing. So all of a sudden, Shadow's defensive value gets buffed by just the nature of the Midnight Dungeons. Number 2, okay? Shadow Priest provides Fort and a bunch of other things. It has what it needs, but it also provides PI. So it has that kind of group buff, even though it's not an offensive group buff. PI basically counts because it'll do a lot of damage over a dungeon. Number 3, Psychic Link. Psychic Link is where it's really at. The way that Shadow works is that it can basically full send a single target rotation into one mob, and then whatever it has dotted basically gets split. Now, Psychic Link notoriously was tuned quite low because it was overpowered. When Shadow was dominant at the end of Dragonflight, that thing was actually an abomination in terms of it was doing like 30% more damage than everyone else. And that was, I think, the last time that a DPS spec was ever that broken, to be honest. Like, genuinely, aside from maybe AUG, but, like, man, it crazy broken. You actually played a Mage and an AUG Evoker pretty much just to carry your Shadow Priest. And on top of that, you used to do some absolutely crazy stuff. You would take your AUG Evoker and you would have them rescue your Shadow Priest so they didn't even have to move. Do you remember that? I don't know if anybody played competitively that season, but it was actually hilarious. It was so funny that because I played AUG back then, and I was supposed to rescue my Shadow Priest on cooldown, so they didn't even have to walk forward. We were literally catering to the Shadow Priest when they were that broken. Now, yeah, they were an actual turret, okay? Yeah, it was super cracked. Now, Psychic Link was then nerfed, and then nerfed again, and then nerfed again, And I think at one point it was at like 15% value. But they have since tried to tune Shadow because it's kind of one of those specs where if they tune it too highly, then it's way too good. And if they tune it too low, then it never ever sees the light of day, right? So you will be enjoying the city just as much as a Windwalker monk, depending on how they tune it. Midnight, most likely, will keep that a bit tighter. Now, Shadow Priest is a spec that has a ton of skill expression. Most Shadow Priests that I have seen do pretty negative damage. In fact, I have seen some really abysmal stuff out of beta right now. But assuming that your Shadow Priest does know how to play the game, it does really, it's decent right now. I think that its current tuning would land it somewhere in like an A tier, maybe like a B tier, to be honest with you. But if it gets that buff that it might get, Psychic Link is, do you know what it's at right now? Did you see the last set of notes? Did you see what Psychic Link is up to now? What do you guys know what the value is? It's high, very high. And I think that's a precarious position to have Shadow Priest in because pending one buff, like pending a single damage buff, I think it's at 65%. Isn't it at 65% now? I thought it was 65%, not 60. Like, it's 60%. Is it 60%? It's one of them. Yeah. Ridiculous. Actively heals the boss a single target. Yeah. So, okay, you guys check it for me real quick, though. So that's what I'm saying. That's the precarious position that Shadow Priest has found itself in. They've kind of tried to adjust its damage by nerfing it overall, but Psychic Link is the best technical prio funnel damage in the game. More than Arcane Mage, even if it's tuned that high. 60% is crazy for Psychic Link because of just how it works. So the right amount of tuning for Shadow Priest launches that into the best spec. And I think that the Midnight Dungeons are not going to actually be that bad for not having your kick, basically. Like having the poor CC from Shadow Priest won't affect you as much as it used to. Yep, it's 60%. Okay. So that ultimately kind of turns it into an interesting scenario where Shadow Priest pending a single extra actual tuning pass buff, and it is really interesting. I think that you could really see a Shadow Priest meta going into Midnight if they're not careful about how they tune. It's like it's really hit or miss right now with Shadow Priest. Possibly extremely strong. Unsure though. Not 1,000% sure. Hold up. Cool. Okay. And Fort is always Fort. Yeah. Master Spell of any applications? Yes, it does. Now, Windrunner Spire in particular, I think more than anything, Windrunner Spire does have a ton of Master Spell. Yes. Bob and ice cream. I just realized the ice cream had been delivered, and I think it's been sitting outside for a second. That's why I was about to go get it. Yeah. I was gonna grab my ice cream. Wait, where? Master Spell. Windrunner Spire. The very first pull has 4 magic dispels. Master Spell would go super hard on a pull like that. And consistently throughout Windrunner Spire, there are a few different magic debuffs. In Pit of Sauron, those slows, if it, by the way, could be Tiger's Lusted or Freedom, but can also be Fated because Phantasm gets rid of roots. But also Master Spell would go hard there. You have a bunch of things. You can also purge some things, and Disease Dispel would help your tank in Pit of Sauron. There's a few dungeons where Shadow Priest tech could be really helpful, but also just the general off-healing of it is helpful on certain things, like first pull of Seed of the Triumvirate or something like that, though. No, it's not a very high premium. There's a single disease in basically this dungeon pool. It's Pit of Sauron. There's a tank buster. Now, granted, you kind of want it, but you don't need it. Decent in Caverns when you second to last. Oh, true. Purge is there. That's a good point. Good point. I'll go Mage and Shadow Priest. Someone is sure to find a mind control cheese tech. Probably. Yes. That's a good point. Mysara Cavern, Shadow Priest would be very valuable there as well. Good point. Yeah, so there's some niche things about it, but really the more interesting thing is the Psychic Link. Psychic Link being that high of a value means right now I don't think the tuning is quite there. Like, to be honest with you, if somebody told me, hey, I'm going to main Shadow Priest next season. I'm looking for a Mythic Plus team. I would be like, ooh, well, unfortunately, our team just filled up. Like, I'm so sorry. But, Bio, maybe we'll get some keys in. Like, like part of me is going to have that response. However, right? However, they're on the precipice of that. You really want to find a good Shadow Priest to be friends with right now. It's very, very possible that you really are going to want one. It just completely depending. Yeah. So it depends on how they adjust based purely off of the psychic link value. Yep. So I think that's the main thing with them right now. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. All right. We have 2 specs left. I'm going to get some ice cream delivered to my room right now. As a Shadow player, just reroll until buffs. It's the tuning of it, Zudi, but right now it has everything that you could want for Mythic Plus, shy of utility. Remember, if you play this, you do need to fill. The downside of Shadow Priest, by the way, is not necessarily its survivability, but rather its utility. It does not have solid crowd control. That is the main thing that you are missing. So you will be shy some kicks. Like it works really well with a prot Paladin. It works really well with a tank like Warrior even. It'll work well with Warrior, even though they don't buff each other. May I ask if the reason there's mainly only Mythic Plus tier lists? Because, yeah, basically. Brendoto, Raid is a weird thing to make tier list for because it has completely different. AoE stop, it's basically not even an AoE stop. Like, Psychic Scream is not actually a stun, it's just a stop. So it's not as valuable. I mean, you compare it to, like, Cap Totem, and it's kind of meh. But it does technically exist, you're right. Making a tier list for Raid is super weird because Raid has all these nuances of you definitely want one of every class that has a group buff, and then you fill the last 3 slots of your Raid. That's kind of at like the highest level. You know that you're playing one of each group buff, plus you need a Warlock, plus you need an Evoker, probably. So from that point, you have like 3 things left. Does that make sense? It's a lot about the damage patterns and timings, but also there's just really not that much flexibility for the highest level of Raid. This is not bottom of the pack. This is the tier for very, very dependent. As in, if you want this, then you want it, but it might not be played. It is dependent. Whereas basically, this is always good. This is always good. These are technically the best types of profiles. No problem. I know this is not your average tier list. This is a conversation today about WoW. This is how I like to make my tier list, where we are going to have a conversation about why something is good. And Brewmaster is like, well, when you want it, you really want it. But actually speaking, if tuning is more even across tanks, it's niche. Cool. What key level do you really want the best of the best? Like something that most people will never play, like plus 20s, Brendoto, plus 20s and above. For 3k IO, everything works. And also, I would highly recommend that you do not play some of the best performing specs in 3k. It doesn't work like that. Again, if this is really good, that doesn't necessarily mean Arcane Mage should be played in 3k IO. Ellie, I put it here because one Shaman has to be here. This is mostly because Shaman has to exist. Like, you really, really want Sky Fury. Technically speaking, you don't need it, but the one thing you'll notice is that there's a ton of synergy amongst these specs up here. Like, this is a Druid, right? This is Arcane Intellect and Sky Fury. This is just because of keys and tank. But otherwise, like, there are very specific reasons these things are here. You will notice all of this, which is like, these are great specs for keys. But at the same time, you do not have a group buff. You do not have a group buff. You do not have, and these are, like, you don't have a group buff. It's not amazing. Even, I genuinely think that it does have. I genuinely think that 2% mastery is still valuable even for casters. And Ellie benefits from both Devourer and Mage. And it's totally fine, guys. Don't jump on people for saying that. Just simply because, by the way, this is not your average tier list. So people will come in and be very confused because they're not going to realize that this isn't necessarily S, A, B, and trash tier, right? Just talking like Fizz and Magic. True. That is actually a good point that Ellie benefits more from. Their Earthquake is still physical. Good point, Lorecraft. Good point. Is Windwalker Monk really? Unfortunately, Suna, the answer is both. Yeah. The answer, Suna, is unfortunately both. That's the problem with Windwalker. All right, 2 specs left to rank. Let's see which one we get next. We have already ranked Elemental, so if this is the next one on this list, then we will not be able to... What is it? Beastmaster Hunter. Great. This is an easy answer here. For all the reasons we talked about earlier, this one is super easy. I cannot believe that it just so happened. Complete RNG, by the way. Guardian is last. It wasn't rigged at all. I promise you, it is not. Windwalker is covered by chat, but this is actually a statement, Envoto. This is a statement for how Blizzard treats the spec. So honestly, it's fine. You only need to see 20% of Windwalker because that's how much attention Blizzard gives it. It is actually unbelievable that Guardian just so happened to be last. It is kind of incredible. I am surprised. There's no way I could have rigged it. It is 100% RNG, okay? So, Beastmaster Hunter goes solidly in the very good for 3k IO tier. It has consistent damage. Your things, it's no group buff, etc. But this is an exact example of a spec where even if it is not meta and not performing very high, it 100% is one of the best specs for 3k IO. In the 3K setting, let me explain something, by the way, for what it's worth, though, okay? Now, no, it's not rigged. Let me explain. If you are watching this and you are thinking to yourself, I would love to understand what should I play? And I say, what's your goal? And you say, well, I would like 2k IO or 3k IO, or maybe that's like plus 12s, or I just want to fill my vault for plus 10s. I need you to understand something. The best specs for that level work like this. If you're looking for the best specs for a plus 10 or a plus 12, you need the specs that are most independent, that don't depend on a good route. Thank you. That don't actually depend on everything going well. If you ever tell me that you need something to go perfectly, like, for example, previous Elemental Shaman was like, well, actually, I need people, my Ascendance is huge, but I got 3-minute Ascendance. If my tanks don't actually pull around 3-minute Ascendance, I'm cooked. Now, that tells me immediately that this is a bad spec for 3K, because my tank is not only not going to understand what Ascendance is, he's just going to try to make sure that he doesn't taste dirt in that key, okay? Yes. Now, okay? And it says glow up. So, well, a tier list for the best weekly 10 works like this. I can give you that information right now. No. I can literally tell you what the best weekly, what the priority. First of all, ice cream. I was gifted subs earlier, and if I get gifted subs, I buy ice cream. That's kind of the. That's good. What was I saying? I got distracted. God, I love ice cream. Ice cream is just like amazing. God, what was I saying? I was 3, 2. All right, pugs. Okay, let me go. I gotta finish the chili. Huh? Okay, good. Okay, so delicious. First of all, second of all, the best specs for 3K or for weekly keys are the ones that have consistent damage. You want short DPS cooldowns more than anything else. That is what you want, first and foremost. Short DPS cooldowns. Because you're not going to be doing big pull, small pull, big pull, small pull. Something a lot of people don't understand is that at higher keys, your cooldowns are pre-assigned. Did you know that? Did you know that, though? You might not know this, actually, if you haven't pushed to a higher key level. I can tell you when I'm going to press, like, let's say I play with an Affliction Warlock, like, he will have pre-assigned his Dark Glare. He's not hitting it randomly. He goes pull 1, Dark Glare, pull 3, Dark Glare, pull 6, Dark Glare, because his spec works on a 2-minute ramp, okay? And then his 1-minute Dark Harvest, he goes pull 1 here, pull 2 like this, okay? So you pre-assign cooldowns. Yes, correct. Maybe we should do a tier list tomorrow explaining what specs are good for 3K. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind. But the idea is that there are some specs that don't need to plan their cooldowns at all. They just full send because they have damage all the time. That is automatically better for 3K because your tank is going to go like, oh, massive pull, oh, massive pull, oh, small pull, oh, small pull. Like, it's just, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just pulling anything. So specs that have consistent damage on short cooldowns are way better for lower keys. On top of that, specs that don't depend on positional requirement is also big because your tank might just be running around wildly in a circle. So if you, for example, depend on having your Blizzard right here or your Earthquake right there, then actually that could be problematic. Specs that are individually tanky and don't require externals, much better. So there are some specs that are, if you follow my 3K tier list, you will almost never lose a key in your life. Now, maybe... Honestly, maybe I'll make one soon. That might not be a bad idea. Because I think it gets so misunderstood, like what is actually good for 3K. None of the top specs here are good for 3K pretty much. But hopefully that makes sense. Okay, we have one spec left. Shall we get the last one? Shall we do the last spec here? Okay, obviously you know that Guardian Druid is something that is near and dear to my heart. So we have Guardian Druid. Here we go. Guardian Druid on this actual tier list, okay? No, I'm not going to sandbag. I'm going to put it exactly where it is. Spin the wheel. There's only one spec left. I already ranked Elemental Shaman. I already ranked Ellie because we did it earlier. No, Elemental Shaman was already ranked. Its kit is actually not the best for Mythic Plus. The best thing that has... All right, here we go. We got to spin the wheel. We'll honor the wheel. We honor the wheel. Which spec is it going to be? Here we go. And it's Guardian Druid. Great. Okay, so Guardian Druid is the last spec here. Okay. Now, it actually does not have the best kit for Mythic Plus. What does happen, though, is that it has a very good group buff. But its utility is lacking. Okay? Its utility is lacking. It has no AoE stun. It has no AoE CC. It doesn't actually have a ton to offer your team. Where it is good at is that it is incredibly sturdy and tanky. I would put Guardian in great for 3K IO. I gotta put it in great for 3K IO. The only time that Guardian Druid will ever be meta is if it is overtuned. Okay? It's not actually a super straight meta tank. Its damage is insane right now. Okay? No, that's not what I'm saying. You know what? Actually, now that you mention it, I've seen some beta logs, and I think Guardian is not doing enough damage. Maybe they should buff it again. No, let me be honest with you. I won't sandbag at all. Druid of the Claw is getting nerfed. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. For a fact, okay? The next set of tank tuning, you're going to see Guardian Druid nerfs. Druid of the Claw is not surviving the new set of tank tuning. We expect there to be Guardian Druid nerfs, Brewmaster nerfs, but we don't know how much. Okay? Now, when that gets nerfed, perhaps Elun's Chosen and Druid of the Claw will be more equalized. Probably Druid of the Claw will be like 5 or 10% ahead compared to 30% ahead. All right? I'll answer all these questions momentarily. Let me finish my talk about Bear first. Elun's Chosen is the friendliest first tank for anyone who wants to learn how to tank. Okay? It is the best first tank to learn on. It's the friendliest in terms of positioning, in terms of snap threat, in terms of gather. If you were ever wanting to try tank, but you're a little bit concerned about tanking, play Elun's Chosen Guardian Druid. It is going to help you a ton. I made a video about this specifically talking about it. But I highly recommend that you look at what tank will enable you to actually learn the skill set of tanking. And if you are interested, I think Elun's Chosen is fantastic for this. If you play with an Elun's Chosen Guardian Bear that at least watches at least one of my videos, they're not going to die in your 3K IO key. Now, granted, if they don't watch one of my videos, I foresee one problem with Guardian Druid, which I do think that a lot of them are going to die more often than not. Okay? I'm very distracted by my ice cream. I want to talk about Guardian, but I'm also distracted by the ice cream here. But I think that Guardian is a great tank for 3k IO. Yeah. If you get a bear tank, they're easy to play. I think that it's just vanilla ice cream. Delicious. Basically, though, they're straightforward. They're easy to play. You don't have to worry about them that much. As a healer, I know if I see a Guardian Druid, I'll probably actually be really, really solid. And if I see a Blood DK, I'm a little bit more concerned, but you have to be playing a little better. The idea, though, is this. Without actually having a meaningful AoE CC, you will notice that on a Guardian Druid, you let your people die more often. Just, in most key levels, adjust your pulls slightly. If you think about the pull of Algothar Academy, beware of pulling too many casters at once. Because you have Vortex Typhoon, yes, you have Incap, but my Warrior has all of that plus 3 more things. My prop Paladin has all of that plus 7 more things. My VDH has all of that plus 3 more things. It's like, so the reason that tanks are up here is not just because of their group buff. It's because when I pull a big thing of casters, it is more impactful for me to have the meaningful utility to control that pull for any amount of time compared to not having that utility. Now, what I mean by this is this. You don't actually need maximum number of uses of your CC throughout a key. That's a wrong way of looking at it. Okay? What you actually want is there's one pull that's dangerous. You want as much of your CC within that pull as possible. Does that make sense? Guardian, when you approach that one dangerous pull that does happen to have 3 casters, only has so many tools that it can use. Whereas my Warrior will be able to walk in, get a manual kick, then an AoE silence for literally 6 seconds, then a shockwave, then a storm bolt, back into a manual kick. And now, half the pull is already dead. My VDH can go in, again, manual kick, and then chains, because I'll be playing chains most likely if I play VDH. And then, from here, I chains into a silence sigil, so now the whole pack is controlled. After the silent sigil expires, I Chaos Nova, so I get another few seconds, and then I manual kick again. My prop pally can walk in, throw a shield, kick this one, hodge that one, wings Divine Toll, boom, now Divine Resonance controls this plus that. You see the difference of tank mentality? That one scary pull, I have infinite options to basically let my team help, okay? Comparatively to this. Now, on a 3k level, I don't think that's going to happen. No tank thinks like that. What a tank will do is forget to press their spikes and actually just walk into the first pull and say, oof, that's tough. Brew is not bad. It is just comp dependent. When they fix the tuning on it and it's not overperforming, it is just very specifically comp dependent. Not just comp dependent, but it requires a bit more thought and stuff, though. It is hard to get in-cap roar. Haven't seen the builds. No, you definitely take in-cap roar. It's still a good stop, and there are actually certain mobs in the new Midnight Dungeons that can be hard CC'd without them recasting. So it's very valuable to have in-cap roar right now. Incredibly valuable, in fact. Man. Any brief explanation for survival on this? Okay, now you can ask me all the questions because that is my tier list. Now, before we go into questions, I really hope that this helps people have a better understanding of why things exist in Mythic Plus. I really, really, really hope that this actually helps people learn a little bit more about why things are impactful, why things are valuable, where the mentality comes from, of where the meta thought process of like, oh, we need this, but this, then this. We want to combine that factor and this factor, et cetera, et cetera. Does that make sense? Like, I really hope that this list helps explain to people how you make a comp, like how you make a team, right? So to reiterate, let me just do another few hours, and then we'll make the list again. I might actually make a quick list for 3K IO, but that one doesn't have to be nearly as long, of course. 1000% you can play literally anything. Absolutely. All right. Here we go. Now remember, this will be uploaded to YouTube, so if you did miss something, you can always go back and hear the whole list again. But let's go. Which caster and melee class you recommend for a new player to do Mythic up to 12? Which caster? What's the best caster for 3K? I feel like Frost Mage is really solid if you want to play a mage spec. I think Frost Mage is not a bad idea for casters or Warlock. I'd say Devourer. Yeah, Devourer, Warlock, or Frost Mage. Yeah, Frost Mage is a good one. I think that Devourer, though, is probably your best bet if you want to play something new. Ellie's a little bit tough, I think, for 3K. It has some issues, and mostly just tanks moving out of Earthquake. But I think, yeah, like Devour is probably your best choice, actually. It'll be good. Solid, very tanky, very sustainable. You have a good leech, etc. Sort them now inside each category. I'm not going to rank them like that because it wouldn't work. Why is Devourer good? Good question. Devourer is good because it has pretty consistent damage. So it will always be doing good damage shy of the first pull. As long as it doesn't die, it'll be consistently generating resources and always be able to do damage. Okay. On top of that, it has very good self-sustain. So it has a lot of leech and it's very tanky on individual things. It doesn't depend entirely on what your tank is pulling just because it has consistent damage. Lacus, in you playing Devour, what do you think its downfalls are? Now, I talked about this in the last video when I talk about how to choose a main, all right? Not that impactful, I think. At the end of the day, Jer, just the first pull is a problematic. Remember, I will have all these resources linked in the Discord if you so desire. Okay? I didn't get to play it myself, though, so I'm relying slightly on other people's opinion on this, Jer. Now terrible is to have to cut your big boom to get out of an AoE. True. Havoc is more sexy. Well, Earthquake hurts the tanks based on pug tanks. A little bit. Gotcha. I want to actually try Devour at some point. I mean, I don't know exactly what I'm going to level first, but end all be all of this list, which is most important to understand, is this. You got to play the thing that you have the most joy playing. If you like what you're playing, then you're going to spend more time playing the game. If you spend more time playing the game, then you're going to get better at the thing that you're playing. If you end up getting better at the thing that you're playing, even if it is not meta, you will be able to express more of that class's ability. If you develop mastery on a class, you will outperform the people who are quote-unquote meta, even though you may not be. Because a very good anything is better than a very bad anything. Skill matters in World of Warcraft. Understanding keys matter in World of Warcraft. Knowing when to help your healer, when to send cooldowns, when to hold cooldowns, etc. matters in World of Warcraft. Well, based on your name, I would say you're already halfway there, probably. But getting into groups might be hard. True. I have a solution, though. If you're worried about getting into groups, you're probably playing the game wrong. Because this is more ranking, not based entirely off of current tuning, but rather knowing that they're going to nerf Demo Warlock very soon, Clopper. Okay? First of all, Clopper, My Little Pony? Question mark. Second of all, Demo Warlock is only in this massive S tier ranking because it is overtuned. But they're certainly going to nerf it because it does too much single target damage. With how much single target damage that Demo Warlock does, it's overperforming in raid as well, which means they're going to nerf it. Once they nerf it, okay, then it's going to be in a spot where it no longer has a group buff. It's just solid. Like, it's just a solid spec for Mythic Plus, but it's not going to be like in the best for Mythic Plus category because it doesn't have a group buff. Does that make sense? I think that Feral is actually one of the takes here about this. I actually think that Feral has all the recipes for meta. It just, for some reason, doesn't have the representation. Yeah, that's true, actually. The biggest thing that you have to understand about WoW is that if you log in and you open looking for group, and you say find key, you are probably messing up as an off-meta spec. If you're not meta, don't do that. Now, what you should do is you should do start key, either mislist your own key, right? You provide the demo dream. I think demo will end up being okay, but it depends on how. It's actually been nerfed kind of reasonably right now. I think that demo will end up in an okay spot because Warlock is actually kind of decent right now. Super easy, much easier. There's no such thing as a frailty or painbringer or anything like that. No. So Alice, when I do coaching with you, I'm going to give you a lot of like tech to understanding how to push IO. I'm going to give you a ton of tech, and it's going to be very important. I will also make a video going in before this, though. Didn't you do your coaching? Oh, no, Alice said they were going to delay it. So I just tuned in. Yeah, what's up? Why brew under Pally? Because brew, if they fix brew, so this is the thing you have to understand. The next set of tank tuning, we already know basically what's going to happen, which is that they're going to nerf brew, but we don't know how much. So we know that, for example. We know they're going to nerf Druid, but we don't know how much. Let's assume they do it reasonably. Let's assume that brew lands in a decent spot, but not a fantastic spot. So let's just assume that brew is basically good, yeah? If brew ends up being good, then it is now comp dependent. Because right now it is overtuned. So when brew is overtuned, it's like extremely powerful. And you will always play it. Even if you don't need the group buff. You're not playing it for Mystic Touch. You're playing it because it's just that good. But let's assume that it's reasonable. Then all of a sudden you will only want to play it when you actually want Brewmaster in a physical comp. It doesn't have the most fantastic toolkit for Mythic Plus. I think that Tigers, Less Than Freedom both have incredible glow-ups in this new upcoming season, right? I just rejoined, was happy when I saw the ice cream, was immediately sad when I realized Windwalker is hidden behind the chat. Hi, Shy. Yes, I have my ice cream. Thank you. I appreciated that. It's a delicious vanilla ice cream now, though. Yeah. Are you sure? It's Blizzard. I mean, I want to go prop Pally first character, but Brew's too good. Trust me, Brew, we don't know how much they're nerfing it. They might actually just light touch Brew. If they only light tap Brew, then ultimately Brew is going to be just fine. Yeah, honestly, guys, there's only like 2 specs on this entire list, maybe 3, that I actually think are going to be in trouble. In my opinion, there are like 3 specs here that are really potentially in a lot of danger of being actually kind of unplayable. Like, I'm not 1,000% sure, but there are like 3 things in particular. What would you recommend as somebody who enjoys a Paladin, Druid, or Demon Hunter as a tank and can't decide? Do you have to play just one effect? Why can't you play multiple? Why can't you play multiple? Is Bear meta? It's going to get nerfed soon. There's like 3 different builds of Bear. One of them is fair. 2 of them are fair. One of them is too overpowered right now. What's up, Bulb? Effects, could you play multiple tanks? I mean, you have a lot of time to level, right? They aren't doing any more class tuning, so this feels bad. I know, but they will. Like, the thing is, like 100% March is going to come around and do it, though. When is the tuning? Mythic Plus and Raid Week? It's the week before Mythic Plus actually opens, though. Devour's only S tier if VDH is not the meta tank. Actually, though, but VDH is probably not the meta tank because of Devour. What are these 3 specs you think is going to be unplayable? Preservation Evoker and Mythic Plus is 1. Windwalker is something I'm concerned about. I just don't know what they're going to do with it. And then the 3rd spec is basically AUG and Rogue specs. AUG and Rogue specs. I think Havoc might be in a bit of trouble because I can't see Havoc being played over Devour at any point. I think Havoc would be another one that I'm just like looking at and I'm thinking it's a tough time to be a Havoc main. Like if you love Havoc, you're not having a good time. They announced Devour and you're thinking to yourself, fuck, like you're having a bad day. For the very few Havoc mains that are out there in the world, the second that Devour gets announced, you just think to yourself, ooh, it's not a good time. You know, I think they can nerf on Druid damage. Oh, they should nerf Raise and Moonless Knight. They basically should nerf Ravage. Sorry, not Raise. Ravage. Ravage does just like 60% of your damage right now. It's ridiculous. I play EC Bear. I have to Iron for... Do I need to macro to mango as well? Or dash? You don't have to macro anything, but you can if you want to. Havoc's going to get the dev experience during Aug meta? Kind of, yes. At least they don't have to reroll classes? True. How is the Harneer racial? They will nerf Massive Attack, a classic Wisdom. Harneer racial is just very underwhelming, but I will probably swap to Harneer because the Druid forms are super cool, obviously. That is the main reason I would swap to Harneer. The Druid forms are awesome. Havoc main's forced to play Devour for a season. Probably. You will. Yeah, I think that Druid also has the benefit of, just in case I'm wrong about Feral, you could always go Boomy. And just in case I'm wrong about both, you could go Feral or Guardian as well. You mentioned earlier some tanks don't go too well with some healers. Can I explain a bit more? Previously, this was very true. So previously, by the way, Midor, when I play Guardian Druid, I think to myself, I don't have a lot of AoE CC. I'm a little worried about casters. So if I play with a Resto Shaman, then I can overcome a lot of that because my Resto Shaman has a 12-second kick, a knock-up with Thunderstorm, and Cap Totem. And they're going to have that every pull. But that has changed because now Resto Shaman only has Cap Totem and a kick on a 30-second cooldown. So Guardian Druid might actually pair equally as well with a Mistweaver who has no kick but leg sweep. Or a Holy Paladin that has Hodge, depending on the pull. So the combos aren't as important as they used to be, if that makes sense. So, right. There are some healers that used to have way more CC than others, but now the CC has been homogenized so that all healers have some level of CC, some less than others. Havoc play Devour if it's really good. I think that most Havocs would be okay with Devour because it seems to me that Devour still kind of has that zoomy-based feelings. So I think that, I don't know for sure, but we'll have to see, though. What do you think about Guardian plus Disc Priest? You might struggle with some version of CC, but you can overcome that by playing 3 melee. If you were, for example, going to play Guardian Druid and a Disc Priest, I would think to myself, well, you know, I would think to myself, okay, we might struggle on kicks. Like, maybe we're going to have a harder time with kicks, though, right? Maybe. As a Prot Warrior, I don't play well with Disc Priest. They just can't out-heal. That's also true. There are some interactions with that. Maybe Prot Warrior and Disc Priest could be one, or Brewmaster and Priest. I think Brewmaster and Priest are kind of hard to play. Like, a bad Brewmaster that needs a lot of healing is going to struggle with a Holy Priest who wants to do damage. A Holy Priest that doesn't mind spam healing the tank is fine. But a Disc Priest and Brewmaster are kind of a bad combo. I would say that that's a hard one, and the reason is because of how Disc Priest heals. Well, I don't even think Guardian would ever need a Pain Sub, hopefully. Have you played Beta Mythic Plus a lot? Oh, yeah, that's like, I've literally only been playing Mythic Plus. Like, oh my god, Unholy Cookie. I have literally only been playing Beta Mythic Plus for the last, like, 3.5 months. It's been a long beta. Dots on tanks. So right now, the most dangerous tank mechanics are the fact that many mobs are coded to do additional arcane damage inflicted on hit, or rot damage, or plague damage, or something. So their melees are not just melees, their melees are magic damage. If their melees are magic damage, then any tank that relies on physical mitigation won't actually be able to mitigate that damage. So Iron Fur is meaningless, Shield is kind of meaningless, your armor is meaningless. Now, tanks that have very good resources to deal with consistent magic damage are useful. So not big cooldowns because these packs are living. They just swing at you. They're just basically like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not a big tank buster. It's actually just consistent magic damage. So there are some tanks that are better at dealing with that than other tanks. But ultimately, every tank will be able to live no problem. Technically, yes. But there are some tanks that'll just be fine regardless. Bear with their new kit is going to be pretty solid against that too. You can kite as well. No, you can kite. That's actually not going to be a bad idea to just kite and stuff. Oh. Nice. I'm not sure about that one. You have to listen to the tier list, Tank Prison. Because you'd be missing the contextual part of the tier list. Most people will, of course, skip to the end and see this, but they will be missing the context. We spent 5.5 hours, by the way, ranking all these specs. A lot of work went into this list. A lot of information. What is this list based on? Oh boy. That's okay. You know what I feel like right now? I feel like a mod in a class Discord who consistently gets asked the same question all the time, all day long. And eventually, after about 6 hours of answering the same question, they eventually just sort of snap at people. And they just start going, check the pins. Check the pins. That's kind of what I feel like, you know? I feel a little bit, there's like a part of me right now that just goes, watch the beginning of the video, like wait for me to upload it, check the video. Like part of me wants to go like I will upload this whole thing. I think it started at about 50 minutes. Yeah. Just give me the TLDR. It's ranking based on what something provides. So in a theory based, not current tuning necessarily, but what the spec, their viability, assuming that things get tuned fairly well, the viability of that spec for Mythic Plus. Example being Prot Warrior might need about 20% more damage. However, right, I could have done this off stream, but then I wouldn't get to talk to people. Like, it's fun content. I started watching when I started working this morning, and I'm almost done with your workday. Ice cream tier list? As long as the ice cream is half melted, we're good, though. You starting and ending this. This is a long one. Yeah, it's the longest one I've ever made, but hopefully it helps people, though. Yep. That's okay, Vap. No problem. I don't take things personally. The one reason that I'm okay on the internet is because you basically cannot shock or offend me. Like, I have pretty thick skin, you know. Actually, that's not true. The other day, somebody did offend me in the WoW community. I felt pretty sad. There was something that happened, and I was like, "Aww." There was this actually. Austrian 2 YouTube is crazy. Remember, by the way, if you are a new tank player or you're a returning player, I am going to have very, very, very powerful resources for you. Okay. I will have routes that are linked in my Discord and a bunch of other things, though. No problem. Hey, sir, be respectful. You too, Vep. Just be nice. Be civil. Wearing a shirt that is too small. Dude, that actually is true, though, Wisdom. I didn't mean for this to happen, but I went to find one of my green shirts because I knew I was going to do this tier list today. So I was going to put on my green shirt. If I'm wearing green, it means that's one of my nicer shirts, right? Because I only have one shirt, but I have like 17 different versions of the same shirt, but it's the same one. Exactly. So green is like, I'm dressed up. Now, what happened is I went to check and realized I didn't do enough laundry, so I only had this gray one available today. And this one is an older one. It's like maybe like I've had it for like 6 years or something. So it's a bit too small. Yeah. That's the thing. Don't argue with fools, chat. It's true. Yeah. No, it's okay. You can time him out, actually. You have mod powers. You can just time him out if you want. But it's okay. It's okay. Also, if you could, what would you change /add/remove about each tank spec? Ooh. What would I change /add/remove about each tank spec? Ooh. I would give every tank an AoE taunt. It wouldn't matter at the highest level. Okay? It wouldn't. You can just time out if you want. It's okay. Yeah, I would give every tank an AoE taunt, number one. Number two is I would, relatively speaking, homogenize, giving every tank a single AoE stop. Now, granted, some tanks, for the sake of class fantasy, could have some unique abilities, like Blood DK, Mass Grip, or something like that, okay? Or certain things. But I think that every tank should have something like a Leg Sweep or a Chaos Nova. You can make it whatever you want. You can make them kind of unique. But I think that Bear and Brew, I think that Bear could use that. Warrior with Challenging Shout or Shockwave. But I think that every tank needs to have one thing like this. The reason, Maz, you can do it. So the reason that this needs to happen is because An AoE stop like that is actually a way for you to collect snap threat when something gets butt pulled. So when something comes in from the side and it kind of starts walking into the pack, if you're fast as a tank, then you can basically go either charge to that or use a stun so that you have a second for aggro. But I think that the biggest thing that I would add first and foremost is an AoE taunt. I think that that is what's really missing. That doesn't have to include an AoE silence. It doesn't have to be something weird that also it doesn't have to be like a warrior challenging shout that also silences for 6 seconds. That'd be nice, but it's not needed. What I would do though is just an AoE taunt for every tank, because in lower keys, you would just really, really help people. Yeah, so like the way that Divine Shield works for Paladin would be good though. All right, which spec would say is the easiest? I made a video for that specifically talking about the best first tank, and you can go watch it if you want, Vap. But I also have made videos now at this point specifically going over how to get Snap Threat. Snap Threat is your ability to actually just not let your DPS die to the things hitting them for each tank. I have one on my YouTube now for Guardian, for Prot Pally, for VDH, and I think I put Blood DK on Patreon, to be fair. I believe I put Blood DK on Patreon. And I haven't made one for Brew, nor have I made one for Prot Warrior yet. Right? I've made a basic Prot Warrior guide. Don't in-cap in Typhoon. It's a good, but it's not an actual AoE stop because it doesn't stun. But it kind of works, yes. I actually don't think that tank balance is so bad right now, to be honest, though. What are your favorite specs to have in your group when you were tanking? Not a Boomy. I do not like playing with Boomies as a tank. Thought feature is cool, manages to mass AoE silence. It would be really cool if tanks had that, but I understand that maybe giving that would be too powerful. Remember, when Demon Hunters had double sigil, it wasn't good for the game. It was bad for the game. Because if one thing is simply too powerful, that doesn't make it better. Because it makes everything else feel bad. So for example, if Demon Hunter has double sigil, then it feels like you're trolling by not playing VDH. You are literally trolling, in fact, by not playing VDH because it's too powerful. Right? I think Punk, well, I made one before. I mean, it's not going to be that different than the one I made last season. But to be honest with you, yeah, maybe we can do it, to be honest. But that one won't have to be that long, to be honest, though. Do you play everything or are some tanks like, no, I'm good? No, I do play everything. But I have a few, but I have favorites. Every person who plays all tanks and all healers will have preferences. Like, for some reason, I'm not good at Holy Paladin. I don't know why that healer just... My brain and Holy Paladin don't work well together, and my brain and Disc Priest don't work well together. I don't know why those two healers in particular just don't mesh with me. And then in terms of tanks, I'm not very good at Brewmaster. I am better at Warrior, Paladin, Druid. Those are my 3 favorites, and I'm decent at Blood DK and VDH. But I think that the actual biggest thing, though, is... Yeah, like Prez makes sense to me, but... You know, it's not good on stream, though. Even the new Brewmaster, I don't know why. Yeah, I don't feel like... I want to feel more self-sufficient on Brew, and my mentality as a tank player is my healer literally never has to heal me. Like, I want to play in a way where my healer never, ever has to touch me. Like, I don't want to be, you know, like, I'm very sensory aware. I don't want to be touched. And so whenever I see an external on me as a tank, I'm like, which tank do you love? Performance aside, Druid. And the reason I like Druid is because it lets me stream. Because when I play my version of Druid, remember, I play a weird version of Druid. I like to cook my own builds. And whenever I play it, I do adequately, but the main thing of why I like Guardian is because I get to chat with people the whole time, and I don't have to think about my rotation that much. And I think that people fundamentally misunderstand why some people like tanking. And it's like, I think that most tank players, some people like the actual min-max stuff, okay? But actually speaking, I feel like most people just want to do well on a tank. You just don't want to troll your team. Like, you don't want to die. You want to be able to... Straight up, you want to be able to lead your team. You want to be able to have stuff, though. Am I Squish V? No, yeah, he's my mentor, I guess. Bear's. I don't know why tank players don't like Bear. I think there's a thing up in World of Warcraft where you can tell me what you think about this. Let me know if I'm onto something here. There are certain WoW players who kind of inherently believe that if the thing they do is more complicated, that they're better than you. So, for example, a lot of people who really like Blood DK at a higher level will specifically play Blood DK, work 10 times harder than everyone else, and then say, these other tank players, they're just taking the easy road out. Like, I'm clearly better than you because I'm doing this on a Blood DK. It's like, no, you're just making yourself work harder. It's the same thing with mages. Mages in particular do this all the time, where they're like, psh, I, for example, am doing this crazy calculus rotation, and I have my 17 conditionals for Arcane Mage, but you're playing a Beastmaster Hunter, so your DPS doesn't count. And it's like, well, I mean, I'm still beating you, right? And they're like, no. You know what I mean, though? But basically, like, Guardian gets hate from the tank community for that same thing, and certain specs like Ret Pally or DPS, like Beastmaster Hunter, get flame and hate from the general community because they're not as complex. But that doesn't mean they're not fun. I like simplicity too. I don't think simplicity is bad though, Lorecraft. Like, what is up? Why are people so against it? That's the thing I can't figure out. I kind of have some thought process on why people are so against simplicity. Would you like to know why? I have a good solution for you. Okay, I've mentioned this before, but somewhere along the way, World of Warcraft changed. Gaming has changed in general, okay? World of Warcraft used to be a game where everyone was just chilling. Like, it was the world of Azeroth, and there was some competition, but really, the competition was who could degen harder than the other person. This is true, and you know it. Basically, back in the day, it was like, yeah, but I farmed that thing for 27 hours, and you've only been doing it for 3 hours, so clearly, my cool thing is better than your cool thing. So we used to compete and scale ourselves based off who would degen harder. But when ranks became a thing and World of Warcraft became competitive, then all of a sudden, it changed. And now, World of Warcraft kind of works like this, where it's like, my score is higher than your score, therefore I am better than you. The problem with that is that gamers started to use World of Warcraft as a proxy for their own self-confidence. And so you have to succeed. Otherwise, you have failed as a human being, and your mother will literally never call you again. And you're like, well, I want my mom to call me. I mean, I'm not going to say that out loud, but I want my mom to call me. And you say, well, I need to get title in order to be valued as a human being. Basically, we started using the game to validate our own insecurity. But the second that we do that, we also basically say to ourselves that my well-being is now conditional on me succeeding in this game. But you're playing a team game. So sometimes you lose keys, not because of yourself, but because of other people. And then instead of being able to take that in stride and be like, oh, it's okay, guys, GG, go next, you actually start yelling at people and you say, how could you fucking do this? Learn the key, goddammit. Don't ever join me again. You know what? By the way, I'm banning you, also reporting you, and I'm getting all my friends to report you too. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. The dude stood in a swirly. Like, he's just chilling, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what? Like, hold up, wait a second. Where did that come from? Like, why are you so angry? And you're angry because you have started to identify yourself with the game. This is a game. This is a game. We are playing this for fun. You literally spend money to play this game. Okay? So that's where this competitive mindset happens, because now all of a sudden, if I play the thing that's harder but do subpar, I have to justify that. Versus just playing the thing that's easy that'll do really well. But this idea that complicated equals better is super weird for World of Warcraft. It's not actually true. It's just fundamentally not true. Like, a lot of people have a great time playing Ret Pally and Beastmaster Hunter, and if classes get more like that in Midnight, it's actually good. It's going to be good for the game. Have you thought about the fact, if classes are easier to play, that means there will be less bad DPS in your keys? Have you thought about that? Because if the skill floor gets lowered, as in it's easier to approach an Arcane Mage, you will probably have less bad Arcane Mages in your keys because it's harder to mess up. So that's good. Like, isn't that a good thing? I don't understand why people were so upset about the simplification. WoW players don't like change, so you're worried that if the game changes, that your favorite thing is not going to be the same anymore. And that's reasonable. That's a fair thing to worry about. But first of all the add-ons are basically back, so you don't have to worry that much, you know? Brady Providence, whatever, she just points out all of your misplay and how she wishes you... Wait, really? Who? Wait, who? I missed this. Wait. No, wait. Topping meters is... I missed whatever the context was there. It's okay. I put my Raider IO score on your job applications. Oh, yeah. But I'm a self-proclaimed good Arcane Mage, and now it's harder for me to gatekeep my spec. It's true. But I also think that a lot of blood DKs are going to be like... It's not actually a source of pride, necessarily, to play the thing that's harder. It's you can actually just enjoy the game, you know. I don't know. There's some theories there for sure. Anyways, I'd like to shout out one more time that I will be making many resources to hopefully help people feel more confident going into Midnight. If you're curious about any of that, they'll either be linked in Discord or eventually I will have some really cool resources here like this. Okay? I have early access for the routing guides are there. If you guys want to see a free one, and I'm really curious, if you're a tank or a healer player, I would really like to know people's thoughts on this because I started making my own dungeon guides and I'm curious to know what people think. I don't love how strong Hunter is or how simple it is. I think there's some gap. There's something to be said about that though. Your Platinator profile. Do you like it? Good. It was my first time ever making my own Platinator profile, but I think it looks pretty neat as well. Yes, well, I'm going to talk about that Clopper. Clopper, My Little Pony, question mark? But the idea is, right, you should give other, well, they can react anyways if they want. So right before season 1 actually starts, like basically probably about 2 days before the season, I'm going to release a video that's super important. I'm going to clickbait the fuck out of it. Sorry. Excuse my French. I'm going to clickbait it. And what I mean by clickbaiting it is this. I'm going to have a big serious face and I'm going to say the video will be titled. I already know what I'm going to do. It's going to be titled, please. No, not even please. It'll be, you need to watch this before season 1. That's what I was going to clickbait the title. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to be outside recording it on my porch, just so it's full screen and we have a sincere conversation. And it is specifically going to tell people not to be toxic on week 1, because I absolutely cannot stand the fact that the first week of a season, people go in with the expectation that somehow everybody will have watched 8-hour guides and know everything. You will fail every one of your keys, probably, and that's okay. You're supposed to have a learning experience. And I really don't like the fact that people are unwilling to play the game in that way. So I am not a fan of this. It could be toxic on week 2, maybe by week 3. Okay? No one, the 99% of the player base does not play beta. Okay? And I've also seen a lot of the people on beta. And trust me, they're not that good. So just because you play beta doesn't mean you're actually going to be good. No. Is that good advice? No, but there are ways to manage building your network and making friends and actually getting incredibly high IO early on in the season. You should take week off. If you can, by the way, and you have limited amounts of time to play, but you want higher IO, the best time to take off is not early access. The best time to take off is actually, what's it called? March 24th. When Mythic Plus opens, not the week beforehand. You actually want to take off, if you were going to take off a week of work to just degen grind the game, it'd be March 24th is the best time, though. Yeah. I just opened the stream how Demonology ended up not being the highest. This one I will answer at this point, though. You're gonna have to actually watch the tier list when I actually open it back up, okay? Yeah. Crazy how WoW is approaching. It's not just WoW, it's gaming in general. I just worry about that though. 24 Mythics open. Correct. Yes. Yes, indeed. That is when Mythic Plus actually opens, by the way. Getting to plus 12, at least plus 10s. Because early IO translates to better invites, even if you are playing a survival hunter or whatever. Been the first 10 days of Let's Play. I was not really good. Key not times after the key. Sorry for that run. Dude, that's crazy. That is actually insane, Clopper, that happened, though. Yes. Yes, so, no, yeah, don't take off now. Like, people are going to be, like, super excited when Midnight comes out. No. This is the best time to take a vacation. Like, early access is, like, kind of mid. Like, you just get more time to level characters, but it's actually not a very fantastic time to take time off of work. If you only have a week to take off work, you actually want to do it on the 24th. Don't do it now. Yeah. You're just leveling. And it depends how many I have so many characters to level that I'm kind of like, okay, I wonder if I could speed level a little bit. Please come hang out with me because I'm not a huge fan of leveling, so I'm going to be kind of bored. But honestly, I have full plans. Like, I will take many days off stream over the next 2 weeks, by the way. I'll be on tomorrow, of course, and the day after that. But then starting this weekend, like, I'm going to plan to do all in real life things so that I can actually... Yeah. Mythic Zero only opens there, though. How many bits? There's literally no amount, Wisdom. It won't happen. Like, not like zero. I guess we can try to do... I'll do some, like, workout streams. I'll do some this. I'll try to keep it interesting. But to be honest with you, I'm not a huge enjoyer of the WoW leveling process. I like what happens after you level. Now, let me just show you something real quick, by the way. Because I am on beta now. Okay? Here. We're gonna disable this for a second. I want to show you this, by the way. Because this is going to be a really valuable resource for you. Okay? Here. We are looking now at MDT, okay? So I am on beta. This is my beta. This is my Druid. And here we go. I will make routes. This is one of the dungeon guides that I have now made. I will give you these routes. They will be available for free. You can just have them because they will help you. The routes will come with notes when I actually get a chance to make all of them. It will take me quite some time. If you'd like to support, you can support on Patreon for me doing all this. But otherwise, they will be available for free. They are going to give you some basic notes for tanks and healers and stuff. It'll give you a list of the pulls that you can do. This is the MDT add-on. If you don't actually know how to use this, I should make a video on it at some point because it's very useful. And on top of that, there's going to be like, hey, the way that this tank mechanic works like this, okay? Hey, this is how you do it. Just beware, all right? Ensure the snap threat here. Wait, let them come in, like, et cetera, right? So there's a frontal in that pull. Just position it away. So I'm going to actually do this, though. This is Nexus. Actually, these are big pulls. I would recommend that you split this a little smaller. This is just how Nexus works. This is actually a massive pull. Like, hey, by the way, only attempt if you are confident and have a full cooldown plan. The reason it's important that you understand this, and also, there are other resources that a lot of new players don't know. You should definitely have a player profile. Because if I go into that dungeon that I'm showing you right now, I can clearly see and identify what's happening without ever having seen the dungeon. You need a player pro. It doesn't have to be mine. You can use somebody else's. If you want mine, it's in Discord. But this is the Platinator, where it will show you what is actually happening. I think I had disabled it before. So this is what it looks like baseline. You've never seen this dungeon, right? Here we go. This is the thing. You've never seen this before. So right now, if I were to do a big pull here, I'm going to die, by the way. But if I was to pull all this, you have no idea what's happening. This gives you no information. All of them look basically the same. You don't know what a caster is here. You don't know anything. So for example, if I do this pull and then I die, if I enable my Platinator, you will actually do this. You know, I wanted to show you without first because I had disabled it previously. So if I actually enable this, excuse me, did it reload? Here, now let me reload here. I'm at the moment too sick for tanking in Season 1 in Midnight, but I see you baiting me / us here. No, if you want. So now with the Platinator enabled, it looks like this. I can clearly see a difference between what the mini-boss is, what the fodder mob is, and what the caster is. Mini-boss marked with blue. Caster marked bright red. This mob, tank mob. Okay? I can also see as I pull this, all right, and I live long enough, what abilities are actually being cast. Look at the massive difference on a pull like this. I can see the Searing Rends. I can see the fact that these guys are about to cast on me. Green means that I am targeted by this. Probably press a defensive. I can actually identify all this information. Yes. Like this is actually so impactful. If green, that means it's targeting on you. If purple, that means your kick is up. You can customize it to the nth degree. I've only started making mine. Like I've kind of finished it at this point, but you can also flash different colors for threat. So for example, as I come here, I can hover over this and I can go colors and I can do threat like this, right? And I can actually have it flash. If I'm almost going to lose threat and it's transitioning, it's here. If I actually lose threat, it'll be like this. If I want to change the colors here like this, like you should edit it yourself if you want though. But if you want, no, Plater and Platinator both work. I just happen to have an easier time editing this. The cast bar, again, cast target you. If there's an uninterruptible cast, like how do I want to do this? And I can edit it like this. My profile's in Discord. You can just have it. It's under my UI. Aside from that, you don't need that many add-ons. Like that's the only one that you do though. Yes, you can, absolutely. You go like this. I think like Arsenal probably have, you just go over here and you again can scale this higher, lower. You can actually show Pandemic as well. Pandemic will actually give you this as well. Yeah, you can hear my voice leaving, I know. So yeah, but like all this information is there. You can actually go like this. You can change how the crowd control work or how the buffs work like this. Yeah. So this is like a super valuable resource and it will fundamentally change how you learn keys. So I recommend that you get this one. You don't have to get anything else if you don't want it. But this one would be a good one though. I don't like the stacking nameplates personally, but yeah, it works like this. What time is it in Thailand? 8:30 p.m. and I have work at 9:30 tonight. So yeah. But I wanted to make my own for the first time in forever. I've always used other people's, but this season I wanted to make my own. And eventually I'll do the routes and stuff too, though. McCaster, Miniboss, and Platey. Go like this. How long? I've lived in Thailand for like 8 years. Like over 8 years now at this point. What do I do for work? I work in health and fitness. I work as a trainer. But I work online, so I basically just work here. I don't have to go to a gym. I get to work with only foreigners, basically. The problem with working with foreigners in Thailand is that the time difference sucks. So like I have work tonight, 9:30, yeah, 10:15, and then 11 p.m. And then I'll have a call at midnight. So it's just late my time because of time difference. So like working with people in the US, the timing is just very, very different. I have to work late at night. How can you tell when you lose aggro? Yeah. Well, streaming is this is like my downtime. This is like my fun thing to do. Where are you from originally? Yeah, I'm originally from the US. Yeah. So if I was in a pull with you, R-Man, and I was, for example, pulling this, and you rip threat from me, because I have loose threat, then it will flash yellow. And I will see yellow and a warning sign that happens if I lose threat. It'll be a little bit of a long day, but that's okay. This is my like downtime. My actual job. I mean, I like my work. I get to help people. And I've been playing WoW for a very long time. Are you on OC? No, latency just sucks for me. I'm used to it. I play with 200 plus ping always. 200 plus ping. Normally around 215 ping for me is pretty normal. So I play OCE and NA. Doesn't matter to me. But I use exit lag, and that helps stabilize ping from Asia. The last thing. So with the threat, you can alter it slightly, and I might end up changing the colors a little bit. But it's pretty clear because it's the only bar that will flash yellow. So threat looks like this. I can change the color. Remember, I can very easily change the colors and put this whatever I would like for what it's worth though, right? I could put it bright yellow. I like this color of yellow as the warning. The transition is basically that. It's more like a darker yellow. And the bright yellow is basically, yo, I'm about to lose threat. So if I see that flash, I can identify, oh, it went from this red color to that yellow color, and I can see it very clearly. But I pretty much never lose threat on a tank because I'm good at gathering. Even if you're not very familiar with the rotation of a tank, threat is this understanding. The longer you play tank, the more you realize that threat is about motion. It's about movement. Like watch any of the threat guides that I've made. Well, it was like the one I made about Demon Hunter recently. That's an exact example of something that will really just completely take your gameplay to the next level here. Watch a video like this if you want to understand threat. Also, I had a funny interesting though. Yeah, it's not about the size of the boat. It's all about the motion of the ocean. As a new Brewmaster tank. So if you're struggling with threat on a Brewmaster, it's because you're not actually moving correctly. Like that's what you're missing. 100% if you are struggling with threat on a Brewmaster, it's because you're not moving effectively. You're not using your Tiger's Lust or your roll. Let's say, for example, I think I could open like a Skyreach or something. Let me see. I did the Skyreach Masterclass tanking guide on my Brewmaster. Let me see if I actually did this properly. Yeah, here. So if I open this here and I show you like a big second pull in this area, I'll show you how I gather it. So this is on Brewmaster here, and I will just give you an example like this, okay? So here. These are the types of things that, by the way, normally people charge for this. Like this is like a coaching thing that people will actually charge you money for, but I will just show you, okay? Here, let me make sure the screen capture is correct first. Nice, okay. So here is a Skyreach example footage where I'm on my Brewmaster, yeah? So I know I'm going to do a big pull here, but look how quickly I gather. So I have Tiger's Lust first global, yeah? I don't have my Breath of Fire first global, but here's what I do. I Keg Smash as I walk through, and then I Breath of Fire that, and then I know I'm going to Keg Smash this, and then look how quick all that gathered. So I'm not going to lose threat here because I was very quick with it. Does that make sense? So if you went actually pack by pack, then you would have a problem, but then I'm into my rotation. So it was all about the speed of the gather there, where I know I'm going to pull all three of these, but I did that in like 0.5 seconds. And I also, therefore, don't take melees as I do this. So now I'm already in the pull. And they're going to funnel back to me. But because I was fast, my DPS are now behind me, so I have time. I know they're all going to come into here, you know? Do I have any Warlock guides? I'm going to make one soon. I asked Arson if he would do Affliction with me, Royal, and he said yes to that. Does that make sense, though? So that's Brewmaster. You just have to use your movement abilities if you actually want Brewmaster threat. It's not your rotation as much as it is just understanding how to get there faster and how to get back faster. Does that make sense? Does that help you, Arman? Royal, I'm going to make an AF guide with Arson soon. But Blood DK has other unique things. Yeah, of course. So if I take a look at the Blood DK guide I made on... here. This is my Blood DK. Let me just open this up here. Let me show you. I was talking about... I made this one. I think this was on Patreon for free. Yeah, here. Cool. Any things that fundamentally don't want to stay still? Well, it depends on the poll. Really liked your video with Obly. I want to make more stuff like that. I'm going to make... I hopefully can have as many specs done Lorecraft eventually as possible. Okay, so we go here. You see me like this. We don't know exactly which will be the best meta tank for title because there's going to be some tuning. But so on Blood DK, one of the mistakes that people make is that they're going to walk into a pack. But look how smooth this gather is, okay? So this is an example on Blood DK where I understand the pack mentality. So I would funnel it back, and then I'm here, and then boom. Now, not only do I not die, but by the time everything actually reaches me, I have my bone shield up, I have full runic power, and I'm not in danger. But that's because I'm not walking to the pack. It's not a mobility issue. It's just an understanding of how to group, and then I'm obviously going to be just playing and sustaining myself. Does that make sense? So again, what most Blood DKs are going to do is they're going to walk into the pack, and they're going to try to obtain threat by walking through, and then you're going to not only die, but you'll have a problem with that. So if you know you can grip things, then I just grip, taunt. And then now all of a sudden, look, I have several globals to build here as an example on this pull, right? And then you can just do whatever. And then boom, all of a sudden now I can save my rune weapon for when the pulls actually gathers to me. And then again, if I'm fast enough, my DPS are back here. This is just an example. I think I cover more when I show like this area. Like what if I was going to pull this? It's the same idea where I now need to I do need to use my utility. This is on Patreon, by the way, if you want to see it. I think this one is free. So I'm going to walk to the side, but not take melees because these guys hurt. And then I'm going to grip this to me, and then I let them funnel in. So now, all of a sudden, I telegraph where I'm going, I plant, and then I have threat. And then I would just reposition like right to the right over here so that these mobs are a little bit too far behind me for parry. But I would just reposition. But again, I'm using the dungeon to understand where things are going. And then I'm making sure that my team understands where everything is. So it's just, there are little things like that, if that makes sense. I think that one is on Patreon for free. I don't think I charge. I just put it there because I wasn't able to upload it to YouTube just yet. Dude, this is gonna be a crazy upload tonight. Holy, I'm gonna have to clip the entire tier list. Am I uploading the whole thing? Well, how long was that? That's like a 5.5 hour video. Am I even allowed to do that? Am I allowed to upload a 5? That's gonna take forever. Holy shit. I don't know how you keep the threat on the entire group when you get the grip and taunt. Because it's the positioning. Because if you're fast enough, Cappy, what happens is, that's a good question. So what happens is, if I think about where my team is on that first pull, right? So my team is back here. Who's on beta? I wish I could. Oh, Purple's here. Perfect. All right, Purple, come here. Great. I'm going to ninja invite you, Purple. And the reason is because if he takes this invite, then I can put markers. So if I need to gather something and I am fast enough, my team is back here. You see these markers? You see this? My team is back here, which means that I have time as long as I don't accidentally gather where the mobs are coming in this way, then they're going to hit my team. But if I am always between the enemy and my team, then I will not lose threat because I will go 1, 2, and 3. And then what I can do is I can tag. And then if I'm here, all of them are going to have to walk through me to get to them. And if they walk through me, then I can get snap threat. Does that make sense? Because no matter what tank I am playing, well, even if they don't wait, because now they have, if I gather really quick and my team is back on these world markers, then they have to walk through me to get to them. And if that's the case, I can get threat. No matter what tank I am playing, it's the same mentality of just like boom, 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 and they have to walk through me. Does that make sense? Now, if I were to gather it poorly and I was to try to group, like let's say my team is back here, right? But I think to myself, well, I'm going to group on that green marker. That's the problem. So if I group on the green marker, then all of a sudden, the pull that I gather from this and here, they're going to go behind me, and now my team dies because threat. Druid got nerfed already? No. Well, even if they start building resources, though, I make it super obvious. Like, I'm never going to lose threat on a pull like this because I understand no matter what tank I'm playing, as a Druid, I can stealth ahead. As any other tank, I can be fast. And so it doesn't matter, though. Yeah, I know the balance. The tuning thing, not until 17th, really bothers me. But this is the type of stuff, by the way, that I go over with coaching. So I'm just, yeah, I was about to say. This is the type of stuff I go over with coaching, but I'm happy to just help you with this. Because I think a lot of new tanks don't understand these types of basics. No, I won't need that. I'm going to let myself die, but I'll just show you this, though. Right? So I can stealth ahead in the middle of the key, first of all. So my team is back here. They're on the markers, right? What I'm going to do is the same exact thing. I'm going to go Moonfire, and Taunt. Now, again, my team is back here. So see how I am going toward this area? Now all the mobs have to get through me to get to them. So look, now I can thrash. And as they're funneling in, I make sure that I don't move forward. Because now they all have to come to me. Does that make sense? So if my team will be always back here, it's the same pole. They're always going to be back there. I'll let myself die. Exactly. Like, you want them to come to you. The mistake would be if I tried to gather this over there, because now all of a sudden I'm not in between the mobs and my team. Right? Yes, exactly. Correct. So it doesn't matter what pull I do. It doesn't matter where I am in the dungeon. The exact same philosophy applies. I have to think different mob mechanics are a little bit different. But this is important to understand. No matter what tank you're playing, this is ultimately the same deal. If I stealth ahead and I cross this bridge, I will still show you the same exact thing. But now I have to factor in a few other things. Like these little lashers, they jump out. So rather than tag that, what I'm going to do is make sure that I don't take any melees. But let's say I need to pull all of this. Then what I want to make sure to do is not just Moonfire these mobs, but I might actually have to charge to them and thrash. So now I'm going to take a bit of extra time with the gather because I need some abilities ticking. So now I have Thrash, which means I can speed ahead. So now I've actually made sure to have Thrash ticking on that. And then if I'm telegraphing properly and I'm like, okay, Thrash is ticking, and I'll be moonfiring, and Thrash. And then let's say I was to gather it all over here, I don't need this guy, I don't need Thread on because he's going to come into me. But it doesn't matter what I do. It's the same philosophy. Oh, LOL. But basically, does that make sense? So hopefully that helps. No matter what tank you're playing, no matter what pull you do, regardless of your route, it's just a matter of understanding when do I need to actually have the ability ticking as I walk past, and when can I let them come to me, if that makes sense. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, maybe I think they should give Guardian like a harpoon ability. All right. Iron for a macro? No, you can't. Well, there are a few different Guardian Druid builds. If you are playing the way that I am playing, you can macro your Iron Fur, but most bear builds cannot because now you play through Raise. I have a weird Guardian Druid build that I've been enjoying. It works for me. You will never see this build. If you decide to take my build, do not tell anyone you use it. I promise. Listen, you can have this, but if you're a Guardian Druid player looking at my build right now, do not tell anyone that you're doing this. Don't tell anyone. It's in the Discord. All builds are linked in Discord. Just do not, literally, don't tell anyone you do this. You cannot. It's a bad idea. You're going to get yelled at. You're going to be told that you're a troll. This is going to happen. You got to keep it on the down low. Yep, exactly. If you tell people you're using this, yeah. Listen, I've recently gotten some flack just because I'm trying to help people. You know, I'm just saying. Okay? Wait. What? Oh, how did that happen? Yeah, everything's linked in Discord. I think my Discord is fairly well organized right now. But anyways, I think that is all from me. Thank you for hanging out for my very large tier list today. It was actually a lot of fun. It was something different. Obviously, tomorrow I'll be back. I think we have one more day of keys tomorrow. I might make a best tier list of 3K. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. But genuinely, I appreciate you hanging out. Let me see who's on, and we can send people over. It was a lot of fun. I got to work on getting that, actually, though. Yeah, well, I'm going to upload it to YouTube tonight. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah. I will upload tonight. There is going to be a very large, extremely long tier list that is going to be uploaded tonight, though, okay? Yeah. We got a lot to do. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yes. Don't you worry. Who is on right now that I would like to go say hi to? You know who is on, actually, that I never get to raid? I am super down for this, but oh my god, will he make a guide with me? Cybear is on. Bring the burpees back, maybe tomorrow. Wait a second. Cybear is on. If I raid Cybear, can you basically convince him to make a Feral Druid guide with me? I've been thinking about who I would contact for Feral, and I actually think Cybear would be a great person to make a guide with. I feel like he and I could get along. Yeah. Should I? He will like the furry question. Okay, but if I raid him, we gotta do it together. Okay. So wait a second. You guys gotta can you tell him? Yeah, if we go raid him, all right, I will. But then I don't actually know him personally. He's on beta right now. I can see him there. But I want him to I want to contact him basically. What do we put in chat? Just be like, hi, Awu wants to know if you're a furry and also if you'll make a Feral Druid guide with him. Reasonable? I don't know. Say something. Give me a good first impression. Whatever you say to him first, just give me a good first impression. Also, Huberman11. Have you heard of Athletic Greens? All right, bye. We raid Cyber. I don't know. Just make me seem good. Like whatever you got to do, you just got to hype me up a little bit because he doesn't know me. I don't know him that well. and I never get to raid him. So it's just, yeah, you gotta make me seem, you gotta hype me up, okay? Deal? We can't do magic? No, trust me, just something. Because then we can make a Feral Druid guide with him at some point, though. Okay? Ready? Yeah, I did actually put Feral on us. That's true. All right. Hi there. Okay. Also, all right. Yo, have a great night, guys. Hmm? Oh, my bad. Okay. Bye, YouTube.